right?
It doesn't look big enough. Nuclear cooling towers are pretty enormous.
Well, they're huge. So so I was trying to figure out what kind of cooling tower that would be for.
I mean that's the thing about it is like when you look at the pictures of it, you can't really get an idea of the scale. It looks too small to be the base of a nuclear cooling tower.
But the thing is with the nuclear cooling tower is that they've got a structure on top of their base, which kind of looks like the henge. So it could have been.
Yeah, it's always hard to tell. Surely there are pictures from the time somewhere.
Yeah, actually, what I think is. I think it looks like the base for a water tank.
Or something like that.
That would actually supply the water to a cooling tower.
That could be it.
Yeah, because
I don't know. The Germans weren't that far in terms of nuclear technology, as far as we know.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they would have a reason to use a cooling tower for nukes.
Well, I mean, there's other things that generate heat. I mean, it's like in other industrial applications.
That's true.
So yeah, it could have been just an ordinary thing.
Alternately, it was definitely a house for the bell.
Mm-hmm. It could have been.
I mean, I'm just saying.
To hold it down because it would have floated away.
No, just to house it. Make a little pen for it,
That's like,
It'd be tall enough, right? They could test its floating capabilities, but not lose it out in the field somewhere.
But hang curtains around the side so people couldn't spy in and see what was going on.
Yeah.
It would be kind of funny and ironic if they take it out for the first anti-gravity test. They turn it on, it just goes whoop and disappears, and you never see it again.
Guess we're gonna have to start over again.
No, the better still would be they turn it on and it slowly starts to rise and it starts to rise and it starts to rise and then somebody says, "Do we know how to turn it off?" And
it's no. like a balloon; it just floats away.
Off it goes. No.
No. Quick, unplug it.
We made it self-sustaining.
Yeah.
No.
Oops. Yeah, so anyway, so the anti-gravity thing was pursued somewhat by Nick Cook and also by Witkowski. Witkowski claims that the U.S. government actually has been working on anti-gravity devices for decades now and spending lots of money on it.
Oh.
Why wouldn't we?
Yeah, well, it's not a bad idea.
It's not at all.
Yeah, and the hunt for zero point energy is the energy state that a particle is in at its lowest state of energy when it's coldest. And so apparently, and I don't understand the physics behind this or the math behind this at all, but apparently a particle at that point, if you can harness the energy possessed by that particle, then it's almost infinite. In other words, we would have a fantastic energy source. This is what, although other physicists have derided this as basically the equivalent of a perpetual motion machine. If you can find a way to release that energy, then you'll have all kinds of energy, but the energy required to release that energy will probably be more. In fact, almost certainly will be more than the energy you'll get back. It's kind of like nuclear fusion, same thing. That's our perpetual motion machine that we've been striving after for decades.
So spend $2 to get $1,
basically.
Essentially.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. So nuclear fusion we've totally achieved. I mean, and it's not that we can't do that. We can do that easily, but getting more energy out of the transaction than we put in, that's the tough part. And we haven't figured that one out. When I was a kid, by today, we were supposed to all be, our entire society was going to be powered by nuclear fusion. They were sure of it. And we're still about that far away.
Yeah. So when you're a kid again, it'll be there maybe.
Yeah. Hey, kids, when you're adults, it's going to be all fusion. Yeah. I remember, and actually I wasn't around for this, but when nuclear power first came out, they said the energy would be so cheap there would be no point to even charging people for electricity. And, of course, that didn't come about either.
No. There was a lot of awesome claims that didn't really pan out.
A lot of optimism, yeah. I mean, there was talk after Hiroshima and Nagasaki. There was some actually people theorizing that it would be a fantastic money saver because we could dismantle our army. Because we just have nukes. Every time something goes wrong in the world, we'll lob a nuke at them. And so there's no point in having a standing army, tanks, battleships, or any of that stuff. Yeah, that never came about either. So besides the anti-gravity propulsion thing that involved that big henge-like thing, there are other claims. There's been a number of authors that have come out with books about this thing. And one author says that the bell was so important to the Nazis that they killed 60 scientists who were working on the project and buried them in a mass grave.
I did come across that.
That doesn't really sound like Nazis, mass graves.
Yeah, mass graves?
No, not at all.
No,
not at all. No, it's like yes. Well, mass graves are kind of popular all around the world, frankly.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
That's a great way to advance your project, though. It's so secret. We're going to kill you. That's how important your work is to us. Yeah, we're going to kill you.
So hurry up and get it done.
We value you so much.
Yeah. There's another author claims that it contains red mercury, and red mercury is kind of this big hoax.
We mentioned
we talked about that already. But he said that it had, when you put a concave mirror on the top of the device, it gave you the ability to see images from the past.
What?
So it's a time machine. Igor Witkowski said that the bell ended up in a South American country. Nick Cook claims it was taken to the U.S. as part of a deal made with a general named Hans Kammler.
Sounds
so if
like
this thing did exist, we don't know where it went.
You and I don't.
Us as the general public.
Government might.
Okay, now, I know that we're about to get into theories, but before we get into that, what I'm curious about is when I did some of the research, this bell, the Nazis moved it around a lot.
They did.
Over the course of 2 years. And this thing seems like it would be kind of a big deal to move around. Mm-hmm. And they moved it around, and I almost got the impression through some of the reading that they had more than one.
I've heard that rumors of more than one also.
2, 3, 4 of them. They figured they built the first one, and then we got to go here. Well, let's just build a new one there, and rather than packing this thing over there,
mm-hmm.
Which seems, I guess, if it's not hard to make, that's okay. But it's again, they were doing strange things. They were shuffling the deck constantly, so who knows what was going on in the high command.
But and this is one of those things too, like we've talked about in previous stories. Some of these stories grow in the telling. I remember, I know Witkowski only claimed that it was down in the Giant, the valley with all the cool secret facilities. Mm-hmm. But then other people have chimed in and said that no, it was housed in this university, and then wound up being moved here and moved there, and it's like, well, okay, maybe.
I guess the hard part is you don't know which is the true vein of truth.
Right.
Yeah.
The true vein of truth.
Yeah. So anyway, let's talk about some theories.
Sweet.
Yeah, we've already talked about this a little bit. It was an anti-gravity device that was claimed by Witkowski and Cook. That then they were doing anti-gravity experiments, which could conceivably have produced a very powerful weapon for the war. I mean, I'm thinking like if you had a powerful enough anti-gravity device, you could build like a land battleship. Imagine a tank, but it doesn't need to actually like touch the land; it just floats over it, and it's like not the size of a tank. It's like the size of a small building. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool.
That would be terrifying.
And I know that some of the people that are supporting that it was for anti-gravity, they point out that scientists that were, and this is supposed, but scientists V2 in the V1 program, which is the Nazis' rocket program, which they were the innovators, and they had the farthest reaching rockets at the time.
Oh, yeah. They were way ahead of us.
Yeah, the same scientists were involved with the Bell. Uh-huh. So they were thinking, well, if I can only get it so far propelled by fuel, what if I could just make the thing float over there? And the conjecture was that they were doing it because they knew they couldn't use a rocket, fuel-based rocket, to go all the way to, say, the States.
Yeah, which was something that they were working on.
Yep,
a bomber that could make
if
the U.S.
you had an anti-gravity device that could go there, it would be much simpler, and you could do it with less fuel because it's just floating along on its own power rather than pushing its way through the atmosphere and fighting gravity.
And I guess it wouldn't, if it were something that was kind of big and heavy, like the Bell, I think, kind of was, right? You don't even need to put explosives really in it for it to have some kind of damaging effect. If you've got a thing that's going really fast, that's really heavy, you can just barrel it through a bunch of stuff, right? Or even like ships, you don't have to shoot missiles or anything like that. You just shoot your thing and it pokes a hole in it. And
well, I was thinking more of it like it's just towing some kind of nuclear device or some kind of explosive device. And nuclear is the wrong word. Explosive device. Yeah. Like you watch helicopters towing things and they're dragging it under, they're suspended beneath them. So if this thing could float on its own and then just carry an explosive and then just get over its target and drop it and keep going, theoretically, that means it can come back to home and you can use it again.
There's lots of uses for it.
Yeah, I mean, they're all nefarious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
and that's the thing. You know, in order to like not be knocked down by U.S. fighters or whoever they were planning on attacking, they would have to be like above the atmosphere. Mm-hmm. So that essentially have to be a spaceship.
Yeah.
But you know, I mean, the Nazis were way ahead of us in many other regards.
Yeah.
So they could have done that too.
Yeah.
Mostly, you know, it's shocking how far you can get when you don't really care about morals and people.
No,
Yeah.
It's true that. Yeah. But yeah, that was. We're gonna talk about some of those people, by the way, before we're done here.
Awesome.
Yeah, I know. So the anti-gravity thing, even though it's and Cook spent a lot of time in his book talking about not just the Bell, but talking about the U.S. government in general investigating the whole anti-gravity thing. They're like, he claims that they've been doing it a lot. He thinks that they have the Bell. He thinks that they've been spending a lot of money on anti-gravity research, which, you know, actually wouldn't really surprise me because actually it's something we should be trying to understand. If it's possible to understand how to make gravity waves, how to block gravity waves, then that would be pretty useful technology.
Yeah, you know, thankfully we haven't had any suggestions, nor do I think we have any interest in ever tackling like Roswell or anything like that.
Yeah.
But I do know that a lot of the kind of more modern, more believable theories about Roswell and Area 51 and things like that are that people see these things that they identify as unidentified flying objects because the U.S. military is testing these new kind of propulsion systems or anti-gravity or anything like that.
Or even stuff that's not even that out of this world, like the stealth fighter.
Which they definitely were developing there.
Yeah, and they kept that under wraps for a long time.
Absolutely.
And supposedly the CIA has admitted that they actually stirred the pot with UFO stories for a while, just so that if people spotted one of our experimental aircraft flying around, they would be dismissed as kooks.
Yeah.
And, so
and I think that's a strong possibility.
It's a smart play.
It is, and it would not shock me at all if that was something that we were working on. I don't have a problem with them working on that or keeping it secret. Honestly,
well, it would be an extremely powerful technology if anybody could actually do it. But I don't know that we understand gravity well enough at this point to really create an anti-gravity machine.
Yeah, I don't think we do.
Yeah, I could. If we figure it out in this day and age, it's gonna be an accident.
Yeah,
we're gonna stumble upon something and go, whoa!
And we won't understand. We'll know how to do it, kind of, but not.
We won't know how to do it right. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, but so I think that as far as like, you know, grabbing the Nazi Bell and trying to rebuild a Nazi Bell, I think the better to just fund theoretical research by scientists into gravity and the nature thereof and all that stuff. We need to understand gravity a little bit better.
That's probably a good way to start.
Okay, so anyway, there's always, and I mentioned previously also there was a time travel machine theory, and this was like, and it didn't allow you to go back or forward in time, but you could see backward in time, which would be kind of cool.
I guess, but I've always thought that that's one of the least useful time travel technologies. I mean, the ability to see into our past.
Yeah.
Right? Because, okay, so I can understand seeing into our future or traveling into our past, but seeing the past is kind of like, no, we saw that already.
Yeah,
like,
it'd be...
Maybe not all of the
aspects.
It'd
be useful for murder investigations and things like that.
I was going to say, let's put this into context. So somebody reports a detractor is what you were called when you got reported to the SS. Wasn't that the correct word?
A detractor?
Yeah. What did they call when somebody would out you and say, "Oh, he's an enemy of the state," and then the SS would.
He's like a wrecker.
They'd kidnap you.
It was usually commies that would call him wreckers.
They would disappear you anyway. The SS would. People would say, "Oh, you know what? I don't like Joe. I'm going to report him." The SS, and then Joe would disappear because I had reported that he did something. So think about this. You are wondering if a high-level official is maybe not as loyal as you think he is and might be feeding information. It would actually be really informative and useful to be able to, if you could control the thing, to focus on that guy and say, I know that in this time frame of, let's say, 2 months, he did some kind of off stuff. So let's just watch what he did and see if he did anything that wasn't right. And then we have proof, and we don't need to prove it in a court of law. We just know that we're right.
Yeah, the question is could it's tough enough to see in the past, but in say you're there and you were there in your secret factory and you're looking into the past. I would think you'd only be able to see into the past in your location.
Well, now you're putting parameters on it. We don't know what this thing could do.
Yeah,
so I'm saying,
maybe
what if I could,
maybe you could tune it to go to any location in the past. Maybe you can
tune it whenever and wherever I want it.
I got to say, I'm impressed with those Nazis because I mean that's pretty amazing.
Me too, and I also don't have the sense. I'm not by any means a Nazi historian. I don't know a whole lot about this kind of time in history or anything like that, but the impression that I have is not overwhelmingly that Nazis cared about individual life. I mean, I think that's kind of the idea of like communism is like for the greater good, right? So like, barring like a high level ranking officer, right?
But
9 times out of 10, like if I go report Joe and he gets disappeared, I don't have the impression that they're going to be like, all right, we're going to turn on this machine and look into the past and see if you actually did this thing, more than they're just going to be like, wow, a bullet's super cheap.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's say it's...
No. I first of all, I mean, the Nazis were socialists. Oh,
that's fair. Yeah.
So I mean, so they thought that what they were doing was for the greater good too.
Right.
I mean, just like the communists did. And so, but it's like it always seems to be the way with commies and socialists is that it's always, well, you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs.
Exactly.
So,
that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah. So they get crushed underfoot. But nonetheless, even in Nazi Germany, even though like they're a heartless bunch, they still can't kill everybody.
No, you can't kill everybody.
Stalin, for example, found out that murdering his entire officer corps in the army didn't really serve him well, in World War II.
Mm-hmm.
It's like all the competent people that could actually save my country from the invaders.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I had them executed or sent to the gulag. Oops.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right, and of course, if that was a big thing, if that's what we're saying it was used for, is to like exonerate higher ranking officers.
Well, it would also,
I am on board.
Well, it'd be a great spy tool as well.
Oh, it would be.
I want to see what the President of the United States was doing, and let's say I just tuned it in to 2 minutes ago for him and just watches it. So I've got a 2-minute delay on what the President of the United States conversation is.
All right, I'm on board now.
I don't
remember.
believe it, but it's a freaking cool idea.
No, I remember when I was a kid, I used to read a lot more sci-fi than I do today, and Isaac Asimov wrote a story that was about this machine that this guy built that could look into the past. He could look, he could look into the past and anywhere, and it was really, really cool. But the thing about it is that every time somebody came up with this technology, government agents would show up and take it away. And so this guy, he had these government agents after him. So he just takes this and he basically puts the whole thing out in public. He publishes everything about it so that anybody can build one of these things. And then the government agents say, you can look 100 years into the past, or you can look 2 minutes into the past. What you've just done is you've just destroyed everybody's privacy. Welcome to the future. Hole. Is what they said. Yeah. And so it was kind of a nice twist on the story.
What a jerk.
Yeah. What a bozo.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, let's
that's
move
a little off topic.
Yeah. For a kind of a silly little theory. Another theory put out there is that it was a heavy particle accelerator, and they were using it to create weapons grade U-233. That's uranium. Yeah, so apparently there's people that have claimed that it has some sort of special acceleration process. There are these small particle accelerators that are called cyclotrons. That's kind of, if you don't want to have a linear accelerator that's like half a mile long, you can use a cyclotron, which moves the particle in a spiral outward from the center, and it builds up speed. And then you can smash particles into other particles and achieve fusion or fission or whatever it is you're trying to do. Among this theory is that they were trying to convert thorium-232 into uranium-233.
I don't know what any of those things mean.
Yeah, well.
Is this me being an idiot? This is me being an idiot.
No, this is.
Or is this complex?
This is
chemistry?
complex. This is complex chemistry.
Yeah.
I think the simple version is they were trying to take, what was the first one again, Joe?
Thorium-232.
Thorium, and they were trying to create uranium, which is then weapons grade, correct?
Yeah.
So they were trying to turn it into weapons grade uranium, and if this thing was a particle accelerator, again, this is my understanding of the science, and I'm not a mathematician or a scientist, but it has something to do with spinning at that velocity. You break off, I can't remember if it's I think it's electrons.
Yeah, the electrons break away from the nuclei.
Yeah, and so they
around.
recombine and slam together and then form a new element.
Like the Large Hadron Collider.
That's exactly correct.
Yeah, well, I think that specifically what is vaporized mercury spins in a magnetic field and disassociate from their atomic nuclei. They swirl around rapidly in a sort of a plasma inside this, and as they hit protons, they emit X-rays. This is, I have no idea, I'm not a physicist, but this is the way I've heard it described as the theoretical way that the bell could have worked.
So that would explain why people died, because X-rays are kind of a bad thing.
Yeah, so it generates X-rays, and then the X-rays, when the X-rays hit beryllium supposedly does what's called donating. It donates neutrons. And so basically, yeah, exactly. He's going to donate. So essentially,
I need a deduction on my taxes.
Yeah.
I'm going to donate an electron.
Yeah. No, I think beryllium is very generous. I don't think we should make fun of it.
Yeah.
So apparently under this theory, they were trying to use fusion to basically add protons and neutrons to thorium-232. To transform it to uranium-233.
So this is a better way to generate weapons grade.
Supposedly, I guess they were looking for
a simpler way.
Looking for a quicker, easier shortcut to create U-233.
Or maybe even a way like in the field to create it.
Well, there's no point in creating it in the field, though.
That's true.
Yeah, but...
you create it, and then you just, squirt gun it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
At the other guys, and then they're like, the X-rays are... My skin is melting.
Yeah. So
Worst super soaker party ever.
No.
Yeah. Well, so anyway, the heavy particle accelerator is probably one of the more credible theories. Certainly beats. I think it beats the time machine by a little bit.
I agree.
Yeah,
beats the anti-gravity device by not quite so much, but also by a little bit. But there's a fourth theory.
What's that?
It was a bell.
Oh.
Please tell me the uses of the Nazi bell.
It rings. Calls people to church. It's that's the Nazi bell. So so you guys have been doing a little independent research on this yourselves, I assume.
Yeah.
Have you come up with any other credible theories for this?
I mean, I would say that my only other credible theory is that it's a made-up thing. It doesn't actually exist.
Well, we'll talk about that.
Oh, okay.
Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah, the origins of it, of course, was the Polish author Igor Witkowski, as we talked about earlier, wrote The Truth About the Wunderwaffe. Yeah, and it got wider play when Nick Cook published his book, The Hunt for Zero Point.
A couple years later, right?
Yeah.
And he probably sourced a lot of his information, if not all of it, from
Witkowski. Yeah. And he says he found him credible and believable. So a guy named Kurt Kleiner wrote a review of The Hunt for Zero Point. And here's what he had to say about Cook's reliance on Witkowski. It's a little bit scathing. It's like, in a subtle sort of way. So why does Cook believe Witkowski? I'm quoting now. Witkowski had been recommended to me by Polish sources. Now I'm quoting Nick Cook. Through my work at Jane's as someone who's both highly knowledgeable and reliable, had Witkowski been in any way a lightweight, I would have turned around and got on the first plane home. But when I saw him, I knew he was okay. Unquote. Just as shaky are most of Cook's conclusions. So anyway, so quoting from...
He just
Cook's
keeps
book.
going. This is a big review, and I don't want to
but yeah, it kind of rips on Cook just a little bit. And you guys should read the review. It's kind of fun.
Yeah.
But so he relied very heavily on Witkowski's story. I don't know, and he claims that he was able to go because he spends a lot. He's supposedly kind of an expert on black programs, and black programs being the stuff that's in the black budget, the stuff that's hidden in the budget that you don't know about.
Right.
Things like the stealth bomber, for example, the stealth fighter. So he claims that by looking at our black budgets and stuff, he's been able to find huge gaping holes where he can infer lots of anti-gravity research and maybe, monkeying with the bell is going on. But there's a lot of big extrapolations going on there. He doesn't actually have access to that much information about that stuff. And so he relies on guys like Igor Witkowski. So anyway, back to Witkowski's. There's a little problem with his story, which is Jacob Sporenberg, who was indeed a German, high-ranking German SS soldier.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, it was Jacob Sporenberg was the guy that Polish intelligence supposedly interrogated and made a transcript of the interrogation, and then Witkowski got to read that.
Right.
And he talked about the bell.
Right.
So he was a soldier. He wasn't a scientist. He spent most of the war fighting partisans in Belarus and in Poland, and eventually wound up in Norway, where he was captured by the British. Let me throw up a map real quick, here. Well, first of all, down here, this is the valley where all that secret stuff is going on in those vast complexes.
On the border of the Czech Republic and Poland.
On the border of the Czech Republic and not too far east of Germany.
Mm-hmm.
Sporenberg was initially stationed in Minsk in Belarus, which is, 800 to 1,000 miles northeast of there.
Yeah.
And eventually he was stationed in Lublin, Poland, which is several hundred miles to the east of where the bell would have been. And then after that, wound up in Norway. It doesn't appear to me from his biography anyway, unless they cleverly cut some stuff out. Number one, it didn't appear that he physically got anywhere close to the bell. And also, there's no particular reason why he would have been, because he was a soldier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And basically kind of,
didn't have a reason to be there.
Had no reason to be there, really. And if he was, say, down there for any reason, it's not like somebody's going to take him aside and say, hey, check out this really cool anti-gravity thing we're working on.
Well, I don't know. You could be another soldier trying to impress him. Hey, buddy, you're not going to believe what I found.
What it kind of sounds like to me is, if you couldn't tell, I've never been to war. I've never been a soldier, but I have the impression that there's a lot of kind of BSing and storytelling, almost like campfire storytelling that happens.
Yeah.
Particularly if you're in the trenches of an awful war,
Yep.
And it's human nature to kind of make up these stories.
Yeah.
Pass
and
the
I
time.
think often you want to make up stories about this awesome new technology that the people you are fighting for have, that's going to help you win a war. And so it's totally possible this guy heard somebody who was like, oh man, you know what I saw recently? Or this scientist dude told me they've been working on. And it was just kind of a campfire story.
Yeah, but at the same time,
he got captured and interrogated, and he was like, okay, I'm just going to tell you everything that might be anything. And it's just kind of spiraled out of control. Does that even seem plausible? I mean,
well, let's talk about that for a sec. So, by the time the Poles interrogated him, he had to have known he was going to be hung for his war crimes, because this guy committed some serious war crimes. Biggest among them, Operation Harvest Festival in Poland, which involved they were having troubles. The Nazis were having troubles with the local Jews. They were rising up, and because the Jews were basically being kept in slave labor camps, and so there were rebellions and all kinds of stuff, all kinds of trouble with them, and so they finally decided to just kill them all. And so Operation Harvest Festival was they had all these slaves come out and dig quote unquote defensive tank trenches, and so that's what they basically got to dig their own mass grave, and then over a period of a couple of days, they slaughtered them all and then buried them there. 43,000.
Wow.
So we're talking a seriously huge, heinous war crime here.
Yeah.
So, like I said, he wound up being stationed in Norway, where he was captured by the British. After interrogation, they decided to send him to London for further interrogation regarding his war crimes. And he was eventually extradited after the war to Poland, and he was executed by the Poles in 1952.
So it's unlikely that he would be trying to trade information for...
Well, precisely, yeah, because there's no point. He knows he's going to get shot or strung up or something.
Well, but people are inherently trying to stay alive as long as possible.
Yeah, we're optimistic.
Yeah. And it's kind of a well-known fact that if I'm in custody, I might as well just start telling you everything I can, because as long as I'm talking, you got a reason to keep me alive.
It's a little Scheherazade, right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Arabian Nights.
Yeah. It took me a second to make that connection. I was like,
I also just, turned a name into an adverb or adjective.
But you keep talking, you just keep giving them, even if you're just pulling it out of your backside. You just keep talking and telling them stuff because they'll just keep writing it down and going with it.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think that would have bought him about an extra 5 minutes, but so not really worth it. Yeah. And he had a credibility problem there, in that he was basically his job was just to repress people and slaughter Jews and stuff like that, and so he has no credibility when it comes to talking about secret scientific things. So anyway, that's why I don't think Witkowski's story is really credible, because I don't see how Sporenberg could have been involved in any sort of scientific project. I don't see why he
seems like we've got a pretty good record of what he was doing.
Yeah, and I don't see why he would have spent any time in interrogation talking about some secret Nazi Bell thing.
Sure.
It doesn't make any sense to me. It could have happened. I mean, you never know. I mean, they might have drugged him, and it might be by this point in time he'd spent years in cells and in interrogation rooms and everything like that. Maybe he was out of his mind. I mean, by this time.
Might have cracked.
Yeah,
or maybe solitary does awful things to people, and they just want to they'll say anything.
So anyway, let's talk about Nick Cook for a second. He seems a little credulous, and he seems like a credible person because he worked for Jane's Defense Weekly, and now even like since then he submits articles as a contributor to Financial Times, Wall Street Journal. Not a raving loon or anything like that, but he seems a bit credulous. I came across an interview of him in the Atlantic, and this is from a ways back, and he's queried about a guy named John Hutchison. And he spends some time talking about Hutchison, and he thinks his stuff is interesting and credible and true. But Hutchison, if you do a little internet searching on the guy, he's a total crank who has claimed that he created a zero-gravity field. And he's been able to transmute metal, steel to lead, things like that, using, And what else? He says he's created a battery that has almost infinite power. He's made all these claims. He can't replicate any of these claims. And so he's universally accepted as just a loon and a crank.
So basically what you're getting at is that Cook kind of buys in easily to maybe not the right people?
He seems, kind of. Yeah. Also in his book, he talks about Hans Kammler. We talked about that a little earlier. And he said that Hans Kammler had arranged for clemency from the Allies by trading them a lot of valuable technology and scientific research.
That's how the Bell supposedly came to the States.
Yeah, Hans Kammler moved the Bell to a safe spot, a hidden spot, and then negotiated with the U.S. and said, hey, I've got this incredible Wunderwaffe, this anti-gravity time machine device, and, if you guys will, and this guy was also a war criminal, so if you guys will forgive my sins, and so that is what Cook claims. But I did a little research on Hans Kammler's biography, and he was a civil engineer, and he built a lot of things, including concentration camps. He designed and built, like, for example, some of the crematoriums where they gassed all the Jews and some of these trips. And he was involved in a lot of stuff like that. He was a competent engineer, and he rose in power and eventually wound up being in charge of not just he was charged with building a V2 rocket production facility, and then eventually he wound up being put in charge of actually running the facility and producing V2 rockets, which were, by the way, produced with slave labor.
Of course.
One of the reasons he was very effective at it is because he was ruthless and he didn't really care about working people to death and things like that. And later on, he got put in charge of aircraft also. Cook claims that Hans Kammler was in charge of all of their secret weapons programs, but that's not true. That's an exaggeration. He was in charge of rocket production and apparently aircraft production, but that's about it. He was a civil engineer. He wasn't a scientist. But Cook claims that he was in charge of all these super secret programs and that, therefore, he was the guy that could have traded these to the Allies, but no.
So we're saying he's not super credible, Cook.
Yeah, I would say he is not credible. And since he is the guy who actually popularized this theory, I mean, Igor Witkowski is the guy who first put it out there into the public square, but Cook is the guy who actually sold a lot more books on this whole thing. Yeah. It seems to me like Cook is a bit of a crank after all. It's like hard to believe, but apparently.
Cook is a crook.
So that's kind of the end of our theories?
Well, that's not a theory about the.
Well, yeah, that's kind of a detraction of the story itself.
That's kind of the end of at least my research, at least because the only information we have on this thing is from Witkowski, and then through Nick Cook, Witkowski, I don't see that Nick Cook has been able to uncover any more about the bell.
Yeah.
About the bell. He's conjectured about Hans Kammler, but none of that is credible. Hans Kammler wouldn't have had access to the bell. So where did the bell go? Is it like buried somewhere still in Czechoslovakia? Is it in America? Is it in a South American country? Well, I think it never existed, personally.
Devin, what are your thoughts?
I think that Joe has been fairly persuasive in that the evidence is strong that perhaps it never existed. But you guys know me, so I'm going to say you could look back in time with it, even though I think that's useless technology.
Mm-hmm.
I personally, though I don't get it, I am swayed by the amount of science that is written about the bell.
Mm-hmm.
I also don't know that it really existed, but people have theorized a lot of stuff, and it seems to have some credible science behind it, which is pretty interesting. And I also like the time thing, but I have also seen that it was a time machine. And I kind of like that theory.
Yeah.
And we're not, I don't want to go into it a whole lot here, but have you heard the theory that time is one giant loaf of bread and every moment is a slice?
Yeah.
That time is a circle?
No, that it's a loaf of bread, and that you can if you go back, you're going back to the previous slice.
Yeah.
If you look it up and you actually, I think if you just Google time is a loaf of bread or a slice of bread, you can find this theory, because it's really kind of complex,
heard about
but
this
simple
theory,
and interesting.
Yeah.
And I like that idea. I think it's kind of slick. I also don't think the thing is real.
No.
Time is just an endless circle.
Time is a piece of toast.
No, I am making a listener call out. Name that reference. Time is an endless circle.
Time is an endless circle. Okay. There's another theory and actually it's credible, that time is actually doesn't actually really, well, it exists, but it's just a way for us to sort out reality.
This is another show.
Yeah. No. This will only take a sec.
Okay.
It's like time. Essentially, what happens, what's going on is that everything is happening all at once. What happened yesterday, what's happening right now, what's going to happen tomorrow, all happen at the same time. Time is just our way of
it's our mental construct of perceiving the world around us.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this is another show.
Yeah. Okay.
We will do this on a show.
All right, we'll talk about this at some other time. Yeah. So anyway, the time machine. That's exciting, fun stuff. The thing about it is like the stuff that's been spun, like you're talking about. Some of the theories that have been spun about how it could have been used to create uranium-233 and stuff like that. I've seen some very elaborate depictions of the internal setup of this thing and how it all worked.
Well, and you sent me something about how in 2001 somebody claimed to have recreated a scale version of the bell.
Yeah, exactly. And it's
it exuded gravitational fields, or I don't remember what it was. But.
Yeah, and it's interesting because again, Sporenberg was the only source of information for this thing. And Sporenberg did exist, but he's been dead since 1952. So he describes this thing and describes basically as a box, and says, well, it's capable of doing this. And then somebody in 2001, based on that, goes out and creates a replica of it. It's like, really? How did you manage to do that? I could see if you stumbled across some plans and you knew precisely what it was supposed to do and you had an idea of how it worked and everything, you could do that. But Sporenberg didn't have a clue how, if it really existed, he had no clue how it worked or even precisely what it did.
Yeah.
I have a new theory.
Yeah, what's that?
The bell was actually a field shower.
That works.
You would get in it, and it would spiral water up and heat it up and just shower it down on you, and you'd have privacy.
Mm-hmm.
And they moved it around so that Hitler could...
It was a mobile shower. It was a mobile spa.
That works. Yeah.
It was the mobile spa.
Yeah.
We just mistranslated the German. It's badly recorded.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's actually Der Führer's Spa.
Yeah. I think that's my new theory.
Yeah.
It's actually a spa.
Tossing out new theories. If you look at it, it actually almost looks like a space capsule. Like they, maybe they were working on a space capsule. Maybe they were going to put a man in orbit.
They were going to replace the Liberty Bell.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was.
When they finally invaded America.
There it is.
That would have been actually a cool prank, They they sneak in. They sneak in, and one day Americans get up, and there's this bell with a swastika on the side of it.
That's not
hanging in Philadelphia.
I think that's the strongest theory yet.
All righty.
I think that's what they were. Yeah, they were totally going to punk us. Okay, so that's about it. We've talked about this long enough. So if you want to learn more, we'll have some links up on our website, which is, as always, thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. And if you want to find us on iTunes, we're out there too. If you do find us, please stop to give us a comment and a rating. We would really appreciate that. You can also find us on Stitcher if you don't want to go through that whole iTunes thing. Also,
iTunes
I know,
thing.
it's so much work. And of course, you can find us and like us and friend us on Facebook. We are on Facebook. And send us an email at thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. Well, that's about it. If you guys have any comments about us, we would totally love to get an email from you about the Nazi Bell.
And if you are the Nazi Bell, please send us an email.
Please.
We would love to hear from you, Nazi Bell.
Also, I think we're going to have to do some deciphering because I don't know if the Nazi Bell has hands.
Yeah. It's kind of hard. He's got to tap. He's got to use the top of his face.
We'll have to use Google Translate.
Top of his face.
Yeah. If you're a Nazi war criminal who was involved in this, we would love to hear from you.
We'd love to hear from you.
Yeah.
If your skin was melted off by the radiation from the Nazi Bell,
absolutely.
Please.
So that's about it for this week. So ta-ta, everybody.
Talk to you next week, guys.
I'm pretty sure it was aliens.
No doubt.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't get it.
I brought the aliens.
You must unlearn what you have learned. I don't know.
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hey, everybody. As you know from yesterday's episode about the Daytona Beach serial killer, we got a chance to speak with reporter Christine Pelisek about Lonnie Franklin Jr., a.k.a. the Grim Sleeper. And Christine recently published her book, The Grim Sleeper, The Lost Women of South Central, which tells the story of serial killer Lonnie David Franklin Jr., who killed, it's believed, between 13 to 25 plus women between the years of 1985 and 2007. The book is available at most ebook and brick and mortar book retailers. And if you want, you can go to Christine's website, ChristinePelisek.com. That's ChristinePelisek.com. You read an overview of the book, and she's also got a direct link on there to Amazon if you want to purchase it yourself. It's a great read. I enjoyed it, and I'd recommend that you pick up a copy. But anywho, as usual, we like to share these interviews with you typically since so much of the conversation doesn't make it into the episode. One quick thing, bear in mind that we talked over Skype, so you may hear some odd bits of audio from time to time. We've corrected as much as we could, but we hope you enjoy hearing the conversation with Christine as much as we enjoyed having it. Let's roll that interview. If you don't mind, can you introduce yourself to all of our listeners?
Sure. My name is Christine Pelisek. I'm a senior writer with People Magazine, and I'm the author of The Grim Sleeper.
And just, in as much detail or as little detail as you want, can you kind of give us an overview of the Grim Sleeper case?
Sure. The Grim Sleeper case pretty much started in the 1980s in South Los Angeles. He was a serial killer, active. He started in 1985, and he killed 7 women and he had a survivor who survived in November of 1988, and then he possibly took a 13-and-a-half-year break and then resumed killing again in 2002, and then 2003 and 2007, and he was finally caught in 2010 through familial DNA testing. And he was the longest operating serial killer west of the Mississippi. He was one of the most prolific serial killers in Los Angeles history. His main targets were poor young black women. Most of them had drug addictions. A few of them had prostitution substitution arrests. He shot them in the chest with a .25 caliber, the bulk of his victims. And his later victims, he strangled a few of them. And the women, basically ranged to 35.
One of the things I'm kind of curious about, and Steve gave me a copy of your book to read, and I haven't been able to start it yet, but I did read some of your articles in LA Weekly about him. Now I just lost my question. Well, yeah. But did he ever confess to any of these things? Did he ever own up to it? And did he ever confess to any others outside the 11 killings that he did? It doesn't sound like he did. So he never.
No, he never confessed.
Not even to the ones that he was convicted for.
No, not at all. He didn't. And I know that some of the police actually listened to his conversations he had with some family members, and he denied having anything to do with the crimes. He denied that. He made excuses. They found a lot of photos in his home after he was arrested. They went and they did a 3-day search.
Yeah, like 180 photos, right?
Well, actually, they found more than that. They found like dozens and dozens of videotape as well as photos, and they actually weaned them down because some of them are duplicates. So they weaned it down to 180, but they found way more photos. And so when they did the search in his house, family members and friends, asked him what about these photos? And he basically said that because he was a car mechanic, he told them that basically the photos were left, in cars, and he just happened to have them, and that's why. He didn't admit that he was taking photos, even though he definitely had a bunch of cameras and things like that. So no, he didn't admit anything. I mean, all he admitted to his friends was that he's a philanderer. I mean, he admitted that he had a lot of girlfriends. He bragged about having numerous girlfriends. I mean, he was married at the time when he was caught. He had been married for 32 years. He was a grandfather, but he told some of his friends that he had a number of girlfriends over the years, and then he also picked up girls on the streets, and he had nicknames for them and stuff like that. So he was quite a braggart when it came to his love life. Besides the murders, of course, He didn't talk about those.
What drew you to this case? I mean, and at what point did you kind of decide to really invest as much time and energy into it as you did? I mean, I personally would have a really hard time with a case like this.
Well, I mean, it just kind of fell in my lap, really. I mean, I found out about it through the coroner's office. I used to go over to the coroner's office all the time, and I talked to the coroner there and asked him, if there was any cases over the weekend, that I should write about. And one of the times I was over there, he basically said that the coroner's office had started this serial killer task force to look into these body dumps, which were, basically women that were found dead around South Los Angeles and all over LA County. And some of the women were found in parks, some of them in, fields, some of them in alleyways, some of them in garbage dumpsters. And they found 38 women between 2002 and 2006. And so the coroner's office decided to look into it to see if there was any, links, if there was a serial killer. And I mean, they tried talking to the police, and a lot of the police were just saying, mind your own business, you're the coroner. You don't need to worry about, homicides, things like that. And so he actually told me how they were looking into this. And so I asked him, how it was going. And he said that, they were overwhelmed by so many cases. I mean, at the coroner's office, they have 10, 30, up to 30 cases a day, so all the investigators were really busy, and they didn't have time to look into these cases. And so I kept bothering him about it, just asking him, what's the progress? Have you found anything? And he said, they really hadn't been able to start looking at it. And so I was like, let me look at it, I'll look into it. And he was like, no. But finally, after a few months, he actually gave me the list of 38 women. And so at that point, I didn't know anything. And, so I just started calling all the law enforcement agencies, because the women were found all over LA County. So there was Downey Police, LAPD, LA County law enforcement agencies that had some of these cases. And so I started calling them all to see if there was any connection, if they thought there was any connection, if any of the cases had been solved. And I mean, in some of the cases, I mean, they had a case where a woman was found burned to death in a car, and it turned out that she was with a John, and she had died of an overdose, and he didn't want to take her to the hospital or anything, so he actually started the car on fire and tried to burn her because he was hoping that his DNA wouldn't be left on her.
Well, there you go.
So
wow.
That's a great solution.
Yeah, no, and so there was other cases, actually a couple of the cases were like natural causes and, things like that. And some of them were, the boyfriend killed the woman, sort of thing. But as I was going along, I got to the 37th case, and it was Princess Berthomew, and she was a 15-year-old runaway from Inglewood, which is kind of next to Los Angeles in LA County. And I ended up finally talking to the Inglewood detective that was working on the case, and he told me that her case, which was in 2002, was linked to a case in 2003, and that was an LAPD case, and those two cases were linked to a series of 25 caliber murders back in the 80s. And so he was the one who actually told me about this link. And then I found out, I ended up writing a story about it, but like the police basically didn't tell anyone in the community. Like no one knew, like none of the family members knew. I mean, I was sort of the first one. Well, I was the first one to tell some of the family members that their daughters had been killed by a serial killer. And so I ended up I kept looking into it. And then basically about a year later, I found out that the killer had struck again in 2007. And at that point, the LAPD decided to admit, that there was a serial killer out there. And then they had a task force going, and the city council put a $500,000 reward looking for information. And I don't know. I mean, it was something that I was fascinated with, and I was hoping that they would, catch the guy. And I mean, one of the victims, her and I would drive around the neighborhoods together, trying to find the house, because there was one survivor in 1988, and he picked her up at a liquor store and then told her she was going to a party. He said he was going to drive her to the party, but instead he said it was his uncle's house. But the police believe he went into the house, got a gun, went out and shot her about 2 minutes later. And she actually was able to, back in 1988, she took the detectives back to this house, which was owned by a guy named Otis White. And it turned out that it was 3 doors down from where Lonnie Franklin, the killer, lived. Wow. And so her and I, on a number of occasions, drove around the streets looking for the houses, the house. And so, on a number of occasions we did that. And she was like, it was a side door and it was white. And, there's like a zillion houses that, have an entrance to the side and that are white. So, we went around and we did some interviewing together, as well as I tried to find out my own stuff. And I got a lot of people contacting me, like psychics. And I had a few people that believed that their friend or their husband were the killer. And I ended up getting like DNA from them to take it to the police. So it was kind of crazy at times.
Yeah. Now the victim that you were just talking about, that's Miss Washington, correct?
Yeah, Nitria Washington. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. She was the sole survivor.
And that was, what year was that attempt made? That was the 80s, right?
It was November 1988.
Okay.
So that does lead us into another question. She's the only surviving witness, but what I've always wondered about when I was reading about Lonnie, and of course then, the other serial killer cases is, and this is just your opinion, is really what I'm after here, but how is it that nobody saw him? Like there was no witnesses to what he was doing?
Well, and it ended up that, he had his trial last year and he got convicted, and during the death penalty, another woman came forward and said that she was also a victim of his. So there's actually possibly 2 survivors. And she actually said that she was at a bus stop, and it was about 10 o'clock. Because a lot of the victims, like Anitri, it was late at night. With this woman, Laura Moore, it was late at night. She was at a bus stop. He drives up, he drove up to both of them and just said, hey, could I give you a ride? And Anitri actually talked to him for a few minutes before she got into the car. And Laura Moore actually turned him down, and he just kept going around until finally she got in the car with him. And then he takes them right to an alley. And a lot of the victims, were picked up late at night. And I think that's why there wasn't any witnesses. There was one witness, alleged witness, actually, for the Bernita Sparks. She was one of the victims. And one woman said she thought that she saw Bernita Sparks that night getting into the car with somebody. But, a lot of them was I think the only reason, a lot of it was that it was late at night. And there wasn't a lot of people out on the street.
Yeah, I think also.
I think that's why. And he and also too, he knew what he was doing. So, he's going to be stealthy, right? He's not going to do it when there's 100 people around. He's going to make sure it's late at night. And when the police were following him around, after they got the familial DNA from the son, the match with the son, they followed him around, and he left his home one night at like 3:00 in the morning, and he went to 42nd and Western, which was like kind of a popular prostitution hangout, and there was 2 girls standing on the street, and it was really secluded. And the detectives, there was this undercover cop following him, and he made a point to say to the detectives, he's like, I'm afraid that he's going to find out that I'm following him, because there was like literally no one on the street. So he picks times when there's not a lot of people around. That's why I think there's no witnesses.
Do you think?
And then he brings them to alleyways, and there's not a lot of people hanging out in the alleyways at 4:00 in the morning.
Do you think their line of work had something to do with the lack of witnesses as well? That maybe people that were around were other women who were prostitutes or whatever, and weren't paying so much attention to the fact that you might just get in a car with a John?
Well, I think it was. Some of the girls definitely had prostitution records, but some of them, Deborah Jackson, she was gay, and she was just taking a bus, to her home, where she was living. So how he came across her, it's hard to say. Laura Moore was picked up at a bus stop, Anitria was at a liquor store, so it's hard to say whether any of the girls were on a stroll, because a lot of the girls, you have to remember back then it was like the crack cocaine era, and so a lot of the girls weren't technically prostitutes. They'd walk up, down the street, some guy would pull up and he'd be like, hey, do you want to smoke some crack? And the girls were so doped up, they're like, sure, and they just jump in the car and then he'd drive off. It wasn't like standing on a corner with 10 girls, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So it appears then he did actually probably hook some of them in by offering them drugs instead of cash?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I think he definitely did that. And he, according to what the police told me, he didn't smoke and he really didn't drink very much himself, but he knew that, he could lure girls in with drugs. So I think that that's exactly what he was doing. I know that he was also some girls, because there was a videotape that the prosecutor showed during his trial, and he videotaped this girl, and it looked like she had no idea he was videotaping her. And she kind of comes out of this bathroom, and she's got a t-shirt on and jeans, and then she takes her jeans off, and he tells her to take her top off, so she takes her top off, and he's taking photos of her, and then they do like a sex act, and then he sort of just puts some money on this table, just really nonchalantly just puts some money on the table, and then she just sort of, while she's talking to him, sort of reaches her hand up, grabs the money, puts it in her pocket. They talk for a few minutes, and then he turns off the video when she goes into the bathroom, and then that's that. So yeah, he was definitely paying some of the women.
So he didn't videotape himself committing any of the murders, did he?
No, they didn't find.
Yeah.
They didn't find, but they found. So most of the videos, actually, he wasn't in the videos. It was mostly women in the videos, doing, dancing for him or touching themselves or whatever the scenario was. And you could see his hand, but they only had 1 or 2 videos where he actually was in it. So he was smart.
Were most of the women in the videos, were they his victims, or were they women who turned out to be found alive and well?
Well, some of them, they never identified the bulk of them, but they did find they found a photo of Anitra Washington, who was a survivor. They found a photo of Janethia Peters, who was his victim in January 1st, 2007, the last known victim. And they also found the ID, like a driver's license and a student identification of 2 women that went missing in 2005, Ayala Marshall and Rolina Morris. Both women went missing right near, they were known to hang out around Franklin's house on around 81st and Western, and they found their identification tucked in an envelope along with
Janisha
Peters' photo in this mini fridge in his garage.
But none of the video was of any of the women that were confirmed his victims. Is that correct?
That's right. Okay. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So I one of the questions I wanted to ask you, and this relates to both Lonnie and the Daytona Beach serial killer, is their hunting grounds is the term I'm going to use, and how far they roam from essentially their home base, because
not very far.
Well, Lonnie, yeah, he didn't seem to go very far afield, which feels weird to me. I mean, he
Sounds
what,
counterintuitive.
like a mile or 3? Is that about how far he roamed?
I think the farthest victim was about 5 miles away. But yeah, no, he hunted in his own backyard, and that's like most serial killers do that. I mean, they had back in the 80s in South Los Angeles, there was 6 serial killers operating at the same time, and they were able to identify all of them actually, and all of them lived in South Los Angeles. I mean, Chester Turner was one of the serial killers, and he hunted like literally within 2 blocks of where he lived with his mother. Wow. They like familiar territory. Wow. They don't want to be surprised. They want to know. Lonnie was a garbage man, and he knew the alleyways, like he knew the dumpsters of South Los Angeles because that's where he worked, right? So they want to feel comfortable. So that's why most serial killers actually operate, in the same area where they dump their bodies.
I was always kind of wondering too if one of the reasons they do it is they're just trying to clean up the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't mean that. I don't mean that in a harsh, judgmental way. But I mean, seriously, is that possibly a motivator for some of these guys that they don't really approve of that activity and they'd like to see it sort of discouraged?
Well, I mean, obviously that was the case for Lonnie. I mean, it's obvious he considered the women trash, right? And so he dumped their bodies in trash. So he considered them trash. And his wife was there. Yeah, in dumpsters, and his wife was very religious. So maybe there was something for him. I think he had this like compulsion, I think that he couldn't control himself. I mean, he was always after women, he was like addicted to women. And I think that in his case, he also had this deep-seated hatred, and, where it came from, it's hard to say because it seemed like he had a good relationship with his mother and his sister, so it's hard to say exactly how he ended up hating women so much, but I think that's what he thought. I think he thought he was cleaning the streets.
Yeah,
that's crazy. Kit, so let's back up a little bit because I realize we haven't asked this question yet. Where did the name the Grim Sleeper come from?
My editor and I made it up.
Oh,
good one. Score.
No, well, when I told her about the story, we were writing the story, and she was like, we have to name him. And I didn't want to name him, actually. I was like, no, I don't think that's right to do that. And she said, yes, I think, you should, and everything like that. And we decided that it was a good idea just because, a lot of the serial killers out there, like Son of Sam and, all these guys, Zodiac, I mean, I think that they're known because they were nicknamed, right? So everyone knows about them. And in this case, I didn't want this case to go away. Like all of a sudden you get media attention and then the next day nobody cares. And so our hope was that by nicknaming him, people would remember the name and they couldn't forget about the case. And so her and I started, trying to go through different names. And she was like, Ripper Van Winkle was one of the ones she was on. And we were like, no. And I was like, what? And then I was like, what about Grim Sleeper because of the break in the case? She was like, yes. I'm like, no. I was kidding. I hate that name. And then she's like, no, we're calling him that.
Too bad.
You should have
called. Like, too bad, exactly.
Was it? I can't tell when you're done talking when you just dropped out because of Skype. Hopefully you're done. I was going to say you should have named it the Tooth Fairy after the serial killer in Red Dragon. Ugh. I don't know if you ever read that book or not.
No, but I heard about him actually.
Yeah, but the Tooth Fairy, what was great about that is they called him the Tooth Fairy, and it really made the killer angry. And then he sort of contacted the reporter, in a kind of brutal way.
So it's probably good that you didn't.
Probably good that you didn't actually make him mad.
Here is really what we're getting at.
Yeah.
So with Lonnie now, Lonnie took what was it, a 14-year break? Is that correct?
Well, I mean, at first they thought it was a 13-and-a-half-year break, but then they found a victim in 2000, so it was 10 years now as opposed to like 13 and a half.
It might keep narrowing too.
Well, that was my question is, we hear about stories like Lonnie where somebody is supposedly taken a break. Do you think that he actually took a break, or do you think that it just happened to be that we haven't been able to draw the links from found victims to him or victims that weren't found?
Gee, that'd be my guess. What do you think?
The detectives definitely don't think that he took a break. They think that, I mean, because two of the victims, Bernita Sparks and Janisha Peters, were found in dumpsters by, homeless people looking for like recyclables and stuff like that. And so there was a good chance that they would have ended up in a landfill. So the detectives think that a lot of his victims ended up in landfills because they think like he's known to have killed 15 women, but they think it's probably closer to 30, and that some of the women, are in landfills right now. So I don't know. Like, I think that, I mean, I know that there was a case in 2000. So, I mean, his last known victim was in 1988, and then there was a case in 2000. During the 90s, it was also a time when his kids would have been teenagers, so, who knows? I mean, maybe they were like, Dad, what are you doing leaving the house at 3 o'clock in the morning? Like, where are you going? Like, I don't know if there was something going on in his family life that, stopped him from doing it. Cause, like for example, like Gary Ridgway, the Green River Killer, I mean, he would stop at times too, when he was happy in his relationship. So I think sometimes these like serial killers, they might stop if they're happy in their relationships. Like maybe, Lonnie was happy in, with a girl he was dating, who knows? But the cops don't actually think that he did, but it's hard to tell. So I'm not really sure. But he did, he was definitely, I mean, there was a flurry, right, from 1985 to 1988. Then all of a sudden, there's not a lot going. But then again, in 1988, they had a suspect, a sheriff deputy named Ricky Ross. So maybe he decided to lay low because they were focused on this, deputy.
He was probably hoping.
It's hard to say.
Probably hoping the deputy would like take the fall for it, and it never wound up happening.
Well, the deputy actually got arrested and charged with the murder, like these three unrelated murders, but the detectives actually thought that he was responsible for the 25 caliber murders because he admitted that he owned a 25 caliber gun. But it ended up that the ballistics didn't match with this gun that they found in his car, and the bullets that were pulled out of these three prostitutes that were killed around the same time Anitria was attacked. So they ended up dropping the case, but the detectives actually believed, up until I talked to one of the detectives back in 2006, and he still believed it was Ricky Ross who was the deputy, So I think that, Lonnie for a while there probably thought that, they were focused on somebody else, so he was going to lay low.
Now, Lonnie would eventually get caught because of familial DNA, but did they ever find his gun, that 25 caliber that he was using on all these girls? I don't remember seeing anything that ever actually got found.
Well, they didn't find the gun that he used for the victims from 1985 to 1988, but when they searched his home, they found the gun that was used to kill Janisha Peters, the 2007 victim. Oh, okay. And that gun was also used. They found after, like, they arrested him and charged him with the 10 murders, they ended up finding out that he was also responsible for this 1984 murder. They found the gun and basically traced to Sharon Dismuke, the bullet that was pulled out of her. So the gun that they found in one of his, Janisha Peters. So they did find one of the guns, and they found a receipt for the gun they think was used to kill the other victims in the 80s, but they never found that gun.
Okay. Now, also when I was doing the reading, I know that there's a lot of controversy around the use of familial DNA, and what is the uproar about that? I personally don't get it.
Well, I think that a lot like ACLU and civil liberty organizations and civil rights organizations, they believe it's an invasion of privacy, and they think that it unfairly targets minorities, because there's more minorities like African Americans, Hispanics, et cetera, in prison. So they're saying that it unfairly targets that population. Like England did a study many years ago, and they found that, like, if you're for the familial DNA, because as you know, like Lonnie, they had his DNA, but Lonnie had never gone to prison, so he had never been swabbed, know who he was, but they knew he was matched to the victims in the 80s and the victims in the 2000s because of they found saliva on many of the women's breasts. And so they knew he was, there was one killer, but because he wasn't in any felon data bank, they couldn't find him. So that's why they decided to use that familial DNA. And it was the first time actually in California, actually in the U.S., that they used familial DNA testing to find a serial killer. And they checked it in 2008. And how it goes with the familial DNA, I mean, England had been using it for many years. And basically they said that if you're a felon there's a 40% chance that you're going to have like a male relative, like a cousin, an uncle, a brother, a father who's a felon. So if you're not in the data bank, there's a 40% chance that you're going to have a relative who's in the data bank.
That makes sense.
And so that's why they did it in 2008, and it came back nothing. And then they did it 2 years later, and the felon data bank had grown 400,000. And so they did it again, and Lonnie's son Christopher had been charged with carrying a weapon, and he pled guilty. And as a result of his plea, he got swabbed, and that was in 2009. So he was in the system for, just like close to a year, before they did that second DNA swab, and it came back as a match to him. But they knew it wasn't him because he would have been about 2 years old when the murder started. So they knew right? So they knew he had to be, they knew he was related to the killer. And so they actually looked for any relative, and there was an uncle. Well, they thought there was an uncle in Rancho Cucamonga, but they ended up checking it out and finding that there was no relation. And then they found out that his father, Lonnie, lived like on 81st and Western, which was like at the epicenter of where all the murders took place. And so that's why they ended up, following, Lonnie. And after 3 days, they got his DNA off a pizza slice. He went with his girlfriend to a pizza parlor.
I read about that in one of the articles. Yeah, on an LAPD cop impersonated a waiter or something like that.
Busboy, and went around and had like a bus bin, and half the stuff was Lonnie's and the other half was, just people at the table. And it was like a kiddie's, birthday party for kids, and kids were running around eating pizza. So the cop, just went and grabbed his dishes, and he had a plate with a piece of cake on it. And they were able to get the swab from a hardened piece of cheese from the pizza.
Nice.
Yum. So did I hear you correctly refer to some psychics that were involved in this case?
Well, I had when the story broke in 2000, I did another story. I did one in 2006, and I did one in 2008, and that's when we nicknamed him the Grim Sleeper. So I ended up getting a lot of calls from people, and a few of them I got were from psychics, and one of them was this woman who believed that, she knew who the killer was, and he was killing women. He was a really good-looking guy, and she said he was like a cross between, what was his name? What's his name? The tennis, not the tennis player. She said he was a cross between Tiger Woods and I forget who the other person was. She said he was a cross between, and she said that he was a lawyer. His wife, no.
Oh, damn it.
His wife didn't know. I know. Now I'm going to have to look through my book to see what I wrote. For some reason, I can't remember. But yeah, so, I had a few people that did that. I had this one woman who contacted me and said that, she believed her husband was a killer, but she didn't really have any good reason.
Yeah, I think she just kind of felt he was shady, wasn't it? Something like that?
Well, I mean, it was more of like this gut feeling, she said. And she was like, I just want to make sure. And I said, well, just, talk to the police. And she's like, no. And she was afraid that the police would basically, like target him and whatever. And so she was like, if I get DNA, will you give it to the cops or test it? And I'm like, well, we don't test DNA at the LA Weekly. And I said, but I guess, and I said, I guess I could give it to the police. And I just thought, I was getting a lot of calls. Like you end up, I talked to so many people who I thought they were like, oh my God, it's so-and-so. And you're completely convinced. You're like, oh my God, it's got to be this person. And then all of a sudden, the next thing out of their mouth is that, the FBI is tapping their phone and the CIA is knocking on their door. Then you're like, oh, for God's sake, you had me for so this woman, I didn't think I'd get a call back. And she called me back, and she was like, can we, meet up? I have his, DNA. And so I ended up meeting up with her, and she told me, she passed me. It was like a Jason Bourne thing. And I met her on a bench near where she worked, and she sat down next to me and passed me this bag. And in there, she was like, it's a cup, and inside there's like the napkin. And she said it was a napkin, and she said it was semen on it. And I was like, oh my God, I thought it was supposed to be like a saliva sample. And she's like, no. I was like, oh no. And so I ended up calling the detective who was the main detective on the case. And I said, this is what I have. And all of a sudden there was like complete silence on the line. And I'm like, what do you mean? What am I it was like 100 degrees in LA. And I'm like, what do you want me to do? Can I drop it off? He's like, I'm out of town. He's like, put it in your fridge.
Oh my
and
God.
I'll, do the LAPD the next morning or whatever. And I'm like, put it in my fridge. He's like, yeah, put it next to your like veggies. And I'm like, oh my God.
So
I ended up putting it in next to ketchup and mustard.
Was it at least like sealed in a Ziploc bag, I hope, so it didn't stink up your fridge?
No, there wasn't any Ziploc bag, no.
Oh, Christ, really? Oh, God.
One of the things that I was wondering about is I noticed that a lot of the girls, at least in the neighborhoods, in the writing, they're referred to as strawberries. What is that, and where exactly does that come from? Do you know?
Well, I know that it was a police term used in the 80s, and it was basically women, who exchanged sex for drugs. But I don't know how they got strawberry out of it. Like, I just know that's what the term means, but I don't know why, like, who came up with strawberry.
Okay, I was just curious. It struck me as a bit strange.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, I know.
So let's talk a little bit about the task force that was formed in the 2000s that eventually would help catch Lonnie. Now, normally, task force are created by police departments, and they stir up a lot of dust, and then nothing seems to really come from it. Why was this particular task force, the 800 task force, you think, so successful at what they did?
Well, I think they were success. I mean, at the end of the day, they were successful. I mean, the detective who is the supervisor in the case, he told me from the very beginning that the case was going to be solved through DNA. I mean, these guys bent over backwards. There was like 7 or 8, task force members, and they bent over backwards. I mean, they went through the murder books again. They literally followed hundreds of people, around, like witnesses from the 80s. And, they were getting like hundreds of calls themselves, like thousands of calls, and they were following people around, like obtaining, DNA swabs and things like that. Like, they actually went to Georgia. There was one, they thought that there was a minister that might be involved. And so they actually flew to Georgia, and he was in a crypt, and they actually opened up the crypt and got a DNA sample, because it was mostly about getting DNA, right? Because it's like, this case was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. I mean, how difficult, it's a body dump left there, back in the 80s, and even 2002, 2003, 2007. I mean, no witnesses. The bodies were dumped. They were killed somewhere else and then dumped in the alley. I mean, it was a miracle that they actually were able to find him, and so soon, too. I mean, a lot of the cases, look at what happened with the Green River Killer. It was like 20-something years before they finally caught him. Same with BTK.
I remember, too. I was around for living in the area, and a lot of people were very angry after all those years, and they still hadn't caught the guy. And I'm going, it's just like you said, though. You're looking for a needle in a haystack. It's expecting a lot, really, to help, and it's really lucky that guy's kid got busted the year before they nabbed him.
Well, I don't think they ever, if it wasn't for that familial DNA and that his son busted, I don't think they ever would have caught. Yeah. I think it was just too difficult. It was just too hard. They were really lucky. I think they were pretty shocked themselves.
Yeah, I'm sure that was somebody delivering the golden goose.
Well, and all these guys, a lot of them were retiring. So this was like their last big case, right? So this was kind of the big case of their career, and to be able to solve it, it was just, what a great way to retire, right? On that note.
That's pretty awesome, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you knew these guys. Did they have a big party when the whole thing was over?
Well, they probably did, but they didn't invite me.
Oh, damn it.
Oh, well, that's a bummer.
Yeah.
No, I did go to, at first my relationship with them, it wasn't very good, but I think as the time went by, like I'd call them up and, give them, this person called me, did you check them out? And they'd be like, yeah, we already checked that person out or whatever. So and they'd have, police press conferences all the time, and I'd go there and, talk to them. So I think they begrudgingly were okay with me. And then, so when they retired, I was invited to two of the detectives' retirement parties. So I thought that was pretty good. And I'm still in contact with a couple of the detectives still.
Nice.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
Joe, do you have any other questions?
Well, you're with People now. You're not in the LA beat so much anymore. So I was just going to ask, just by chance, are you following any active serial killers right now?
Well, I'm working on a case actually. Not working on, but there's another serial killer, but he's in jail right now pending trial, and he was a serial killer who murdered one of there was a girl that was dating actually Ashton Kutcher at the time back in 2001, and he lived in Chicago and allegedly killed a young girl there, and then moved to Los Angeles and then killed 3 women here. And so he's sitting in county jail waiting for his trial, which is probably going to come in November. But there's a few cases like the Long Island serial killer. That's one that I've done a lot of work on, that one, but that's not in LA. I do a lot of LA cases, but there is one case, but it's not a murder case. It's this case called the Teardrop Rapist. And there's this rapist who'd been raping women, like Hispanic women, and he's also Hispanic himself, and he had been raping women since the 80s, almost as prolific as Lonnie Franklin. He raped over 50 women from like the late 80s, and they still haven't caught him, and they've tried familial DNA testing and everything, and he's still on the loose a couple of years ago.
Hey.
Sorry, there was a pause there. We were all just kind of,
yeah.
I don't like to think about that.
Yeah.
I just keep hoping that guy is going to run into somebody who's got a big old knife or a gun on her. That would just end the whole thing. That'd be kind of nice. But
that actually.
Well, he was just. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I've actually just recently read an article. I can't remember where this woman was, of some guy who met a woman through some website, and when he came over, it was very obvious that he intended to end her life, and she turned the tables on him. And, he's dead in the ground, and they can't figure out. I can't remember who his name is now. I just read it the other day. And she took him out, and they were like, "Oh yeah, no, he had shovels, he had stuff. He was going to remove your body." Sometimes that happens, Joe.
Well, I know it warms my heart to hear about it too.
What they call it, the hero hooker or something like that.
Yeah.
I can't remember. It was really the name wasn't.
I heard about that case too. I think it was back east, right? Maybe around Cleveland or somewhere. And the girl, he came over to her house and he jumped her, and then she had. I forget what she had, and she just beat him to a pulp. And then they ended up finding all this in the back of his trunk. He had all this, like ropes and all this other stuff. And then they found out that he was responsible for like 3 or 4 other murders.
Yeah, and they couldn't figure out how he was funding his cross-country tour of killing, because he was like a night security guard or something like that. The details are pretty soft at this point in my brain, but.
That's pretty awesome.
So, go ahead, Joe.
No, I was going to say, last question about California, since you're still living there. This is really off. This serial killers, but they're kind of in my serial killer hall of fame, which would be Leonard Lake and Charles Ng. And I know Charles Ng, last I heard, is on death row in California. Is he still on death row? They finally get him, because he was sentenced in like 1999. And last I heard, he's still alive. Do you know if they finally knocked him off or not?
You know what? I'm not sure, but I believe he's still on death row.
Oh, is he really?
Sounds like a simple Google search, Joe.
Oh yeah, I suppose that. Well, I'm not near a computer right now, except the one that we're using to talk to her. So I can't really do it.
Fair.
It didn't occur to me till just now. I wonder what's going on with Charles Ng. I wonder if he's dead yet.
Probably not.
No.
I don't think so. I don't think he is.
Okay. Christine, we've been remiss in this so far, and I'll make sure that this is in the beginning of the everything when we release, but I forgot to ask to make sure that we had given the full title of the name of your book. So can you share that with everybody real fast?
Oh, sure. It's The Grim Sleeper, The Lost Women of South Central.
And is this your first book? Or you've written others?
Yep.
Oh, it is? Okay. For some reason...
No, it's my first and probably only book.
Well, congratulations. That's a great accomplishment.
Yeah.
I've been wanting to write a book for a long time now, and I still haven't quite achieved it. I haven't even written the first page.
How was the experience?
Go ahead. I just thought in this case, it was just if the detectives weren't going to write the story, or the prosecutors, or family members of of the victims, if they weren't going to do it, I just thought that I was since I had been young, and I kept, I had all my notes and I knew everybody involved. So if anyone was going to write it, I just felt like I should, and if I was ever going to write a book, I thought to myself, this is the book that I should write, because this is the one I know so well. I know everybody involved. I know the case.
Oh, and it's
so
an amazing
that's
story.
why I decided.
I mean, the hurdles they came up and the gaps and everything. I kept reading it. I will admit, there was a couple of times I thought maybe you took a little bit of artistic license, until I figured out, I was like, no, holy crap, this really happened.
Real, yeah.
Well, I just think that, like, this case in particular, I just thought that it was a case that people should know about, because I know, there's a lot of cases out there that got a lot more attention, and I felt like there wasn't enough attention to this case and to the victims. And so I just really wanted to make people aware of, who the victims were, and, they mattered, their families mattered, so to me it was like important for that to get out there, because, as you guys do a lot of crime. There's a lot of stories that you never hear about, and they're just as important as every other story, so I just wanted this, I wanted people to know who, Deborah was, and Henrietta, and Bernita, and Janisha, and, all his victims. So.
No, absolutely.
That's why I did it.
Well, that's great. I mean, we tend to like the smaller, lesser known mysteries for that reason, because everybody could talk about Ted Bundy every day, but everybody already knows that story. And
yeah, everybody talks about John Bonet, and we're like, we're not going to do that. There's so many other more interesting cases that we could find, and do more justice to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. And they just never get the attention. So, this guy was like the most prolific serial killer, in like Los Angeles history, and people should know about it. People should know about the victims and who they were, and, what happened. And, and it's just a really interesting story as well, just from the very beginning. I mean, him being in the military and just, all the way through. So, I think I just think it's a compelling, tale that people should read.
Well, and for everybody who wants to pick up a copy and read the tale, where can people find it? I mean, is it an ebook? Is it at certain retailers?
Oh yeah, you could get it. It's a new release at Barnes and Noble. You could get it at any bookstore pretty much. You can get it online on Amazon. You could go to my website, christinepelisek.com, and there's a link to Amazon where you could get it on Amazon. If you're in Canada, you could get it on Amazon.ca or Indigo.ca. I was just in Canada, and I'm Canadian. That's why I'm saying that.
I was wondering if you're Canadian. You say,
yes.
like, yeah, you sound slightly Canadian.
I say out.
Yeah, you say a lot, yeah.
Talk about maple syrup, like, constantly.
So, yeah, I think you could pretty much get it most places.
Cool. All
awesome.
Right.
Okay, well, we've decimated this question and list that I have in front of me.
Well, we more than decimated it.
Yeah.
If we decimated, we would only have executed 1 out of 10. I have to keep reminding people about that.
So, is there any last bits that you'd like to bring up for folks to know about the case or the book or anything like that before we wrap everything up?
No, I don't think so. I think I can't recall anything else.
Okay.
I just think that people, I just think it's an interesting story that everyone should, know about it.
We agree.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it has been a lot of fun to get to chat with you. Again, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today.
Yeah. And
no, thank you very much. I had a lot of fun.
And also,
I hope I made sense.
You totally did. I tell best of luck with sales of your book. I hope it's a runaway bestseller, and I can picture it now with Tom Cruise as a handsome police detective and Denzel Washington as a serial killer. And so we'll see, we'll see what happens. You never know. I'll keep our fingers crossed for you.
Yeah, and whoever you want to play you.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Yes.
I was thinking Charlize Theron.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
All right, that works.
Good pick.
Yeah, that works.
Okay. Thank you again, and you have a good evening.
Yeah, thank you guys very much. I really appreciate it. Nice chatting with you guys.
Yeah.
You too. Right. Bye-bye. We'll see you next time. Bye.
Bye.
I'm Ricky Gervais. Coming up on today's show, Radiohead, Pulp, Oasis, Blur, Nirvana, Jesus and Mary Chain, Puff Daddy, The Smiths, Faith No More, The Cure, and kicking off with this little ditty. Mock Turtles, Can You Dig It? On XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais, with me, Steve. Do you remember that one?
It's a classic, Gervais.
Lovely, isn't it?
I used to play that when I used to run a mobile disco. There's nothing wrong with that.
Did you really?
That's a great way to get into radio.
Yeah.
You run yourself a mobile disco or, get involved with hospital radio.
Yeah, and the ladies come along and see the flashing lights and the big tunes and see you and...
Go home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the bloke.
Normally with a fella.
A human.
Anyway, moving on.
Coming up to today's show, as I said, we've got all the greatest hits of...
the greatest hits?
No,
that is what you said.
Now, I was going to say that there'd be no swearing on today's show. There's going to be none at all. No profanity or filth or anything like that on today's show. There was too much last week, and it's got to be stopped, seriously.
What, the boss, was it? Is he been nobbling you?
No, higher authority than him.
Really?
Yeah.
What, the radio authority?
No.
They've been on to you? I'll tell you, the reason is because you were just pushing it last night. I'm not surprised.
It was my mum. I got to stop swearing. Well, it was her birthday, and I phoned her in the week. And she launched straight into it. I was listen to this.
You taped your mum?
Yeah, listen.
Yep.
Happy birthday.
Oh, do you know you don't have to go far on your radio, don't you?
What?
Your language, my son.
What?
Well, arse and piss and C-T.
I didn't say it. Yeah, no, it's all bleeps out. It's all electronically cleaned up.
Yeah, I know. You take it steady. I didn't bring you up that way.
Yeah, well, I got it from you. You used to F and C all over the place when I was little.
No, I didn't.
Well, you used to come in with a bottle of gin in one hand and a cigar in the other.
You lying, kid.
Yeah, no. Yeah. From a bingo, right? You used to come in with a vicar.
Yeah.
Nicky's sherry. You used to come in, effing and blinding. I'm 5 years old. How am I meant to be?
You lying toad. You lying toad.
How old are you?
73.
73.
And I used to correct you in every way you spoke.
Yeah.
You didn't learn a lot. You got a real old Berkshire accent.
Well, yeah, I wonder where that came from.
And that other bloke, tell him your handle is Ricky.
Why? What's the matter?
And it's not Gervais, it's Gervais. So correct him when he's on the radio.
Yeah.
Your handle is Ricky.
Yeah. Would you want to give him a message? Because I'm taping this.
Oh, you ain't.
Yeah.
He said, do you want to give him a message? Because I'm taping it.
Faith No More from Out of Nowhere on XFM 104.9. Well. Yeah.
Pathetic.
What?
Gervais? Oh, it's got to be Ricky Gervais. My mummy says it's got to be Ricky Gervais.
You don't want to get on the wrong side of her.
Don't call me Gervais anymore. It's Ricky Gervais.
Honestly, you don't want to wind her up.
What's all that nonsense about handle? Your handle is Ricky Gervais. What handle? What's she talking about?
She was into CB, wasn't she?
What?
Yeah. She was not younger then. She was about 60.
Right.
When it was at its peak. And she used to go around, things like, I'm in the land of the brain buttles. I'll be at eyeball, pregnant roller skates. Talking about? I'm in the pub. Right? She used to have a gang.
What, your mum?
Yeah. Used to have, they're called the backyardies. They used to come out and, be in the garden.
Right.
Doing a bit of gardening and about crazy paving.
Right.
Hey, help me with that rockery, Lil Chill. That was her name.
Chill.
Yeah, it was next door. Her name was Lil, and she married Mr. Chill, so she was Lil Chill. Yeah, honestly, you don't want to wind her up. We've got an ad break, then Radiohead, and then the second half of the call. You know why I'm scared of her after this.
XFM.
Yeah, I was funny, right, because I was in Crowley's show earlier. Gary Crowley. Have you heard of Gary Crowley?
I don't know whether I have or not.
Gary Crowley's a DJ.
Oh.
You better say yes, you have, because he's going to listen to this.
I've heard of him, yeah.
Yeah. What do you think of him?
Not bad.
Oh.
But listen, we've taped all your last 3 weeks. I'm just going to send it to Larry today.
Yeah.
For him to hear.
Good.
You go careful. You don't have to go near the bone.
I bet you can't wait. You don't believe I'm going to play this, do you?
Not if there's any swearing on there, you better not.
Well, you wouldn't swear, would you?
No. I never taught you to swear anyway. I used to correct you in everything you said and done.
Yeah.
Even to the teas in the water. You remember? And the teas in the butter.
You've never had water?
No.
Unless it's mixed in with beer?
No.
Remember when you taught me to do the dustman's blow when you hold one nostril and blow it all out the others?
You filthy animal.
You taught me that.
I did not.
You used to come in and you used to, if I was naughty, you used to gob at me.
Ian, I'm talking filthy. You know I couldn't do that because things like that makes me sick anyway. Yeah.
I can't wait to play this on Sunday.
No, and I won't wait to get up there and get you.
Do us an ident. Say, Ricky Gervais is my son on XFM.
Ricky Gervais is my son on XFM.
104.9.
104.9?
Yeah. That's it.
I think that's a nice Berkshire accent.
Yeah. Yeah. Right, okay then, 73.
Yeah, don't tell everybody. They all want to join in.
Yeah. All right then. Well, I'll,
Right.
73.
And you go careful what you're saying.
All right then.
Right.
See you later.
Cheerio.
Bye. So, no swearing, Steve, yeah?
I can't believe you're scared of your mum.
I'm not scared of my mum.
You're scared of your mum.
And you said I was drinking last night on the show. Last time. I wasn't.
No, you weren't. Well, might not have been drinking. You were smoking.
Oh, she knows I don't smoke.
Well, no, she knows you don't smoke cigarettes.
You don't know her, Steve.
Hey, and what about does she know about the steroids? Hey, I mean, how do you explain that physique when you go around to see her?
She just thinks I work out a lot.
Well, it just seems to me, Gervais, that, no swearing on the Ricky Gervais show. I mean, that's what's made our name. That's our bread and butter.
Yeah.
I mean...
Butter, it is. There's 2 T's in butter.
It just seems to me, Gervais, that you're compromising the show. You're compromising the show.
I wouldn't compromise the show just when my mum's listening. It's Kenny Rogers. Brand Van 3000 on XFM 104.9.
Beautiful, Gervais. Are there any reasons, Gervais, for people to stay tuned? Gervais, I should say. Any reasons?
Leave it.
Any reasons?
You don't know her.
Well, any reasons, Gervais, for people to stay tuned to the show?
What, apart from Jesus and Mary Chain, Puff Daddy, The Smiths, The Cure, still to come? What, Oasis, Blur?
Incredible.
2 pairs of Jesus and Mary Chain tickets to give away.
Really?
And 5 pairs of wristbands for Embrace.
Embrace wristbands?
Yeah.
What, is that just like a little sort of memento?
You're an idiot, aren't you?
Have I embarrassed myself?
Yeah.
What are they?
They get you into the gig, don't they? It's like a ticket, but you can't forge it. You can't photocopy a ticket.
That's incredible.
I mean, a wristband.
Well, it's beautiful. Gervais, we're gabbling.
Yeah.
We're gabbling. Gervais, I've also got a great gag for you. Seems like we have a gag every week now. I've got a great gag for you. Plus, Gervais, I have come up with the perfect murder. Perfect murder, Gervais, later on XFM.
Brilliant.
Listening to your mum earlier on.
Yeah.
It's great. Old people are great.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah.
But I was thinking, because she reminds me a lot of my grandmother. My grandmother and my grandfather. I went to see them fairly recently. It was beautiful. And I go around there, and my granddad says to my grandmother things like, turn the heating down, Joan, would you? Switch off the telly, Joan.
Her name's not Joan. He's just lost it, I take it.
Well, he calls her Joan.
Yeah.
But her name's Irene.
You're joking.
Yeah.
You're joking.
Her name's Irene.
Oh no, will he really? Oh, sorry.
But he's not senile.
What?
It's not. See, that's the thing, is you think he's senile or something.
No.
It's not, right? He calls her Joan. Her name's Irene, right? I asked why, obviously. He said,
well, Dave, I'll tell you.
No, it's actually true. He's not senile, right? He calls her Joan, right? Because when they first met, he asked her, "What's your name?" And she went, "Joan." Her name's Irene. She said Joan. I said to her, "Why did you give him
the plot thickens?
Why did you give him a false name?" She said, "You can never be too sure. You can never be too careful." That's as much as she's told me. Ridiculous. What did she think she was going to achieve by giving him a false name? She didn't tell him, right, that her real name was Irene until 8 days before they got married. Incredible.
That is fantastic.
I don't know. I mean,
they're West Country, aren't they?
West Country.
Right. They should have known that. They're presumably cousins, weren't they?
Don't start, Gervais.
Okay, after the break, Jesus and Mary Chain, and those tickets to give away. PJ Harvey and Victory on XFM 104.9. Before that, it was Black and Jesus and Mary Chain. Don't forget, I've got 2 pairs of tickets to give away for the Jesus and Mary Chain gig on Saturday the 4th of July at the Royal Festival Hall. We've also got 5 pairs of wristbands for Embrace.
Well, I'll tell you about that, Gervais.
Yeah, let me do it. Oh, let me do something. You do it, Steve, then.
You can take the mick, Gervais.
Yeah.
All right? At least I'm not scared of my mum.
That's because she's your sister as well.
Gervais, this evening at the HMV on Oxford Street, right? HMV Music Shop. Embrace is going to be there.
Music Shop.
As opposed to the
hardware
sandwich
store.
The sandwich counter.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Go on.
Anyway, it's about 11 o'clock tonight. Yeah. Embrace are going to be there. They're going to be playing tracks, all right?
What are they?
It's they could have just been there. It's quite feasible. They were just there buying records or something.
So it's Embrace, that pop band. They're going to be doing some music.
No, they could have been there buying records or calendars.
Are you doing all right?
Anything.
Go on.
It should be fairly straightforward. All I've got to do is read out what it says here.
Yeah.
How hard can it be?
No, easy. Go on.
This is the kind of bread and butter of being a DJ.
Yeah.
Gervais, and we can't even pull this off.
No, I'm fine. You try and read it. Go on.
Anyway, Embrace are going to be there. I don't know the facts. Maybe they aren't going to be playing music.
Oh.
They might just be, I don't know, they could be doing pottery.
Really?
They could be bringing some stuff that they've made, perhaps pictures that they've drawn.
You really have brought the level down. But anyway,
maybe there's some sort
of important point
crochet
is you've got to come here between 8 and 10
Shut up,
tonight.
let me finish.
Go on then, have a go.
Embrace, there's something going on at HMV later on, all right, in Oxford Street. It features Embrace. It's to do with their album or whatever. It starts about 11 o'clock, all right? We've got wristbands, 5 pairs of wristbands to give away, right? So you can get in there and see them do whatever the hell they're doing, Morris dancing or whatever the hell it is, all right? But the thing is, all right, we're going to do the competition in a minute to win these wristbands, okay? You understand?
This is slick. This is good radio.
Super slick, Gervais.
Yeah.
We've got the wristbands and everything, right? But the thing is, before you phone in for them, in a minute, when the competition's launched, in a minute, right, not now.
Yeah.
It's going well.
Yeah.
You've got to be able to come down here to XFM, all right, this evening between 8 and 10 to have the wristbands attached to you, all right? Do you understand?
And if you're going with a guest, they have to come with you.
I was moving on to that.
Okay. It was just that I wanted to get on before July.
Oh,
really?
I think that's enough for now.
Yeah, I know. There's one thing that,
exhausted.
We're rubbish, right? But the most important thing is XFM 104.9. Say that on every item so they know what they're listening to. So if someone just tuning into the radio, it's, oh, what's this? I like this. XFM 104.9. Good. I'll listen tomorrow as well. It's bread and butter. That is fundamental.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
textbook.
Laurie,
that is textbook DJing. XFM 104.9.
Exactly. Which is what we do all the time. Laurie Halibut. Is it Halibut or Haddock?
I don't know what.
The bloke who does the review show after us.
I'm not sure he
comes in, he slags us off, he moans about the mess and everything. This was his first link last week. Listen to this.
No reason for playing it except someone else played it and I heard it and I thought that was good, so I'll play it too. Very good evening to you. It's Laurie Hallett with XFM's X-Rated Review Show on 104.7. And
I'll stop you there, Laurie.
Ricky and Steve out of the building. They've gone. They're
104.7.
104.7.
Do you think he's moonlighting?
He's a little bit embarrassed, I'd imagine. I don't know.
Excellent. Look.
104.7.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said. Excellent. And some people even make, some stations do whole jingles, musical jingles, so it helps you remember it. 95.3 capital FM, so you can't forget it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We should do that.
Definitely.
104.9 XF, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just so simple.
Yeah.
95.12 capital FM.
That's all, Bobby.
Scope, song for Bobby on XFM 104.9, just gone 5 o'clock. It's about time for a perfect murder.
Gervais, everybody knows somebody they want to kill.
Yeah.
All right? Everybody's thought about
murder. I'll just say, we're not actually saying that's a good thing.
Well, no, we're not advocating murder, but we're saying that it is something that crosses people's minds.
Yeah.
And, if you are tempted to murder somebody, why not?
At least get it right.
At least get it right, exactly. Yeah. Now, Gervais, I'm sure you yourself have realised, perhaps the reason you haven't committed murder yourself, this could be the reason you don't commit murder, is that what am I going to do with the murder weapon?
Yeah.
That's the stumbling block. You see, if there's a murder weapon, you can normally sort of trace the murder weapon back to the murderer. You see, if the murder weapon's a problem, you've got to dispose of it, whatever. See, now I have come up with the perfect murder, Gervais, all right? It's simple. It's so simple. I can't believe other people haven't thought of it, right? What you do is say the person you want to murder, right, lives in the street opposite, all right? Lives in the house opposite, say, right? What you do is you rent a room opposite theirs, all right? You wait until one day their window is open, all right? And then what you do is you take a block of ice, Gervais, all right? And you fashion from it an ice arrow, all right, with a very sharp point, all right? Then you get yourself a bow, all right? And you fire that ice arrow, okay, across the street, through the window, into the heart of the person you want to murder, right? Killing them instantly, all right? Yeah. They stumble, they fall to the ground. Yeah. And then the ice arrow melts, Gervais, murder weapon, it's gone. Gone into thin air. The wet patch dries, all right? The police arrive. They can't find the murder weapon. Safe.
This bow, is this made of ice?
The bow, see, all that is a bit of wooden string.
Right.
That could be anybody's bow.
Nevertheless, it is a bow, isn't it?
That could be anybody's bow.
Yeah, but then if you blow them just with a hammer, it could be anyone's hammer. Nevertheless, the fingerprints possibly will still be on the bow.
But the ice arrow, it's melted. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So what they'll do is they'll probably find you wandering around with a bow. Yeah. Look at this. Yeah. Yeah. They'll have motive because you presumably didn't like them.
I didn't.
Then there's the little hole in his heart with some water.
No, it's dried.
It's dried out, is it?
The water's dried. Oh, see, that's why it makes it the perfect murder, because the ice has melted and dried. Brilliant. That is brilliant.
Okay.
Fantastic. It's incredible. There's not one hole in that plan.
No. So, do you have to conveniently find somewhere that, has got a flat to let opposite him as well?
Wow. That is the perfect murder.
Right. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Presumably you've only got one ice arrow.
It's just the one.
Right.
You need one.
So, but you've been practicing presumably with other arrows, sort of to get your shot just right. Just as he walks in front of the window, you can release this fatal arrow of ice.
Are you mocking my plan?
No, it's good.
Are you mocking that?
This is Mudhoney. We'll talk about this after. Night of the Haunted by Mudhoney on XFM 104. What is it? 9.
Oh.
Yeah, it's 9.
104.9. Yeah.
Where do you make the ice arrow?
Well, you can do that in your living room or your kitchen.
So what do you do? Do you have a mould or do you carve it out of a big block of ice?
I think you just chip away at a big block of ice until
Where'd you get that from?
Arrow. Well, you can buy big blocks of ice, I expect.
Yeah. Okay. I'll be honest. I'm being a bit sarcastic. I think that it's the stupid idea. It would never work. You're an idiot. 0171 580 2000. Can we have some proper perfect murders, please?
0171 580 2000. Your perfect murders, or they could fax us. The perfect fax. 0171 580 1234. I think we should give away a pair of those Embrace wristbands to the perfect murder.
Yeah.
The best perfect murder.
I just went out the fax machine and there was no fax at all, but just a puddle of water by it.
Suspicious.
Yeah. After this break, Oasis.
104.9.
Nirvana on a plane, the four of our Oasis, and some might say...
Beautiful.
On XFM 104.9. I was listening to Capital the other day.
Oh, it's a fantastic station.
Great station.
It plays the hits from the 70s, 80s and 90s.
Well, it did actually play one.
Oh, really?
It reminds me of a story. Remember last week you were talking about you were bullied at school by Lionel Richie?
It was a nightmare.
I know, yeah, it was a big bloke. And I was bizarrely bullied by Hanson.
Odd.
Strange, yeah. But I mean, I went to school with another mega pop star.
You didn't?
Yeah.
What are the odds of that?
I know, it's amazing. But he wasn't. I didn't get into fights with him. He didn't bully me. But I found in retrospect, he was nicking all my ideas.
I can't believe it.
Yeah.
Who was it?
It was Paul Simon.
Well, Simon, he's got a reputation. I'm not surprised.
But I mean, I wrote this song when we were in music class, and it was called "Lots of Ways to Leave a Lover."
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, well, the one they played in the Capitol was 50 Ways to Leave Your Lover. And I listened, I went, hold on. And it goes, you just slip out the back, Jack. Make a new plan, Stan. You don't need to be coy, right? He's rhyming a name with a way of leaving your lover, right?
Yeah.
And I'll show you mine, you'll see the similarity. You just hop on the bus, Gus. You don't need to discuss much. Just drop off the key, Lee, and set yourself free, right?
Yeah.
Now, I had one like, run away, Jose.
Right, clever.
Tell her you'd like to end the relationship, Philip. But I mean, you can see the pattern. And there was one I had explain she should find a man who really loves her and live with him, Tim. Right?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
See, he hasn't improved on it.
No.
Has he?
He's probably made it a little bit snappier.
A bit snappier.
I mean, my favourite one was just sit her down and say, look, I don't think you're my ideal life partner. And although we've had a good time, I really don't think we should marry. Barry. You know,
And all he's done, he's put it in a pop format.
Yeah,
so
and he's sold millions of copies.
So I think I'm going to play him at his own game.
Go on.
Cut off your todger, Roger.
Obviously, yeah.
Cut off your nut, Bob. Cut off your dick, Rick. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Slice off your willy, Billy.
That'd do it. That'd do
it. Cut off your John Thomas. John Thomas.
Yeah, that works.
That works.
I don't think that one's like get off with her mate, Nate. That'd do it.
Yeah.
French kiss her dad, Brad.
Nice. Yeah.
That might.
See someone else.
Elsie. Doesn't work, does
Doesn't
it?
really work, but...
Telling you gay, Ray.
Telling you gay, Ray.
Yeah, that might end it. I wasn't prepared to give Hank any advice.
Forget about Hank.
This is Ian Camfield.
It's got 4. Your kingdom to dust.
Don't lie to me, Gervais. Is that who it was?
Yeah, it's got 4.
Thank God for that.
Yeah.
Gervais, I'm a little bit concerned, because we've had an awful big response to our perfect murder appeal.
Yeah.
Normally we say things like, phone in if you want money for free.
Yeah.
And nobody phones in.
No.
You mentioned murder. The lines start, red hot.
I think it's the type of listener that we attract.
Yeah, well, it worries me slightly. It's odd, we've had 2, which are exactly the same suggestion. Darren from...
that is suspicious.
Well, exactly. Darren from Carshalton, if that's a real place, I have no idea, and Sarah in Bickley have both come up with the idea of buying a leg of lamb, all right, freezing it.
I like it already.
Yeah, well, it's got lamb involved. It's got to be exciting. I think Darren was pork and Sarah was lamb. That's fair enough.
Something in that, isn't there?
There's got to be something. Anyway, yeah, you freeze your leg of lamb or your leg of pork. You club over, you use it as a club, basically. Beat someone to death with it.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you sort of cook up your leg of lamb or pork and serve it to investigating police officers. You see, rather cheekily. And of course, evidence of the murder weapon has disappeared.
Well, yeah, but then there'd be like bones and stuff and evidence of cooking. What I do is then surgically put it back on the sheep.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Slightly more ambitious, that one.
I know, but these days,
All right, we've got another one here. Keeping with the ice theme, remember my ice idea?
Yeah.
The perfect murder.
Great idea, yeah.
Well, the perfect murder would in fact be to freeze the feet of the victim, all right, by placing him in water. The ice, having a lower gravity than the water, would keep the victim's feet at the top and the head below water level. I'm bored.
Would he be in on this then? I presume this person wants to be murdered and therefore would allow you to put his feet in a fridge for
I'm not sure how
42
that one works.
minutes.
I'm not sure how that one works, but anyway, it ends up with him appearing to have drowned, which brilliant. I mean, I admire that. It's just a little bit too technical for me.
And all he's got to show for it is cold feet.
Particularly ambitious one from Greg in Harrow.
Yeah.
All right. He suggests, Gervais, that you invite the person that you want to murder. All right. On a little sort of outing. Okay. You go out on a very hot day. You take a stroll in Regent's Park. All right. You suggest to the person that perhaps you sunbathe for a while. Okay. They strip off. You say, shall I just cover you in sort of suntan lotion? Yeah. They say, fair enough. Yeah. You wait for them to fall asleep. Then you sprinkle crushed biscuits over their body.
Yeah.
And wait for squirrels to attack and sort of bite and nibble them to death. A little bit ambitious.
Well, this would be the well-known biscuit and flesh-eating squirrel of old Regent's Park.
Exactly.
So I've had the biscuit, I may as well keep going. There's a lovely little layer of ombre solaire there as well. It's like a little human trifle. It's perfect. Yeah. It's a 3-course meal for any vampire squirrel. That's brilliant, that is, yeah.
Well, actually, I still like that. I still like Greg's suggestion.
It's a great suggestion.
I'm going to give Greg a pair of these embrace wristbands if he'd like them. Now, he needs
They say the proof of the killing is in the eating. I'd like to see this proved possible first. Then we can give him a pair of embrace. So if you find a body and some fat squirrels with blood dripping and some crumbs on their coats, then you can have them. Go on and give them to him.
Yeah, so Greg, you need to come down between 8 and 10 this evening if you want these tickets. Bring along a friend if you want, and what's his name here, will attach some wristbands to you. They have to be sort of surgically attached to you, apparently.
Yeah.
Anyway, perhaps give us another ring, and what's his name can explain it all to you. But anyway, well done, Greg.
We've got 4 more pairs to give away.
Have we?
And it's not as complicated as that.
Right.
It's the first 4 people to phone up and say, I'll come. 0171 580 2000.
And they've got to say...
I'll come along.
0171 580 2000. Good luck.
They need it.
This story about a little girl I was on the beach. She was nice.
You've got a joke to tell us, haven't you?
Gervais, it seems like every week now we get a little gag in.
Yeah.
It's great, isn't it? It's so sort of Capital-like. Don't you think it's very pinkish?
Yeah. What's going on with that?
Is that a verb? To penk?
Yeah.
To be penk?
Yeah. If only his name was Pank, I could finish my song off. Right, go on.
Steve Pank.
Leave it, come on.
Gervais, you might have heard it before.
Go on.
Heard it last night from some fella.
Yeah.
Why are London buses red?
Go on.
You'd be red if you had to come every 10 minutes. What do you think?
It's great.
It's not bad, is it?
No, it's good.
It's a simple little joke.
I like it.
Eh?
Oh. Pulp and Babies on XFM 104.9.
Gervais, this evening, Embrace are playing at Oxford Street, HMV in Oxford Street. All right, we've already given away the 5 pairs of bracelets, which will get you into the gig. All right, and the winners, Gervais, Greg Robinson, all right, for his man-eating squirrel murder idea.
Yeah.
Also, Stephen Turton, Dave Newman, Simon Greenwood, and Tiru Thirulengam. I can't pronounce the surname. Anyway, listen to me very carefully. What you need to do is you need to come down here to XFM, which is situated at 97 Charlotte Street, just off Tottenham Court Road, all right? Look in your A to Z, 97 Charlotte Street. Come down here between 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock this evening, and Nick, who's here, he'll attach the bracelets to you. If you're bringing somebody along, all right, you need to bring them with you as well. He'll attach the bracelets, and then you can walk to a HMV in Oxford Street from here. That'd be beautiful. Wonderful evening. You'll see Embrace, all right?
The staples come out, don't they? Afterwards?
Yes, that's right, yeah.
We've also got 2 pairs of tickets to Jesus and Mary Chain.
Jesus and Mary Chain tickets to give away. It's too exciting.
I've got a letter here from Tracy Mahoney.
Lovely.
Ricky and Steve, I love you. Ricky's got the best voice, sense of humour and taste in music. And the thing I really like about Steve is, well, I respect him for what he is. So 2 sets of Jesus and Mary Chain tickets up for grabs. 0171 580 2000. What is he? Simple as that.
What am I?
Yeah.
This mocking has got to stop, Gervais.
This is actually for Tracy. This is Suede, and we are the pigs.
This has got to stop. At least I'm not scared of my mum.
Leave it. Cure, Close to Me on XFM 104.9.
Gervais, you've got 2 pairs of tickets to give away, all right, to see the Jesus and Mary Chain. Yeah. And your question was what?
What are you?
What are you?
Yeah.
Meaning, what am I?
Yeah.
All right, we've had a response, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
Not all positive.
No, it's a shame, isn't it?
Adam in Ealing, Steve is a lonely man. Tom in Maida Vale, Steve is an alien sex fiend. Steve is married to his sister. I mean, I've not proven anything, Gervais.
Although you've got very similar gills.
Steve is a murdering squirrel from down in Camden.
Yeah.
Steve is king of the insects. King of the insects! That is true, we all know that.
Yeah.
Steve is a love machine.
You made that one up?
Yeah.
Well, pick a couple of winners then.
I think the best 2.
What are your favourite? The favourite ones?
Steve is Jesus.
I'm not having that.
From Frew in Holloway Road.
Yeah.
And Steve is a Gabby Git from David in West.
Well, that wins. Obviously, that wins. So he wins one. Do you want to give the one to Steve?
I quite like Jesus.
Go on then. That's 1-0 in it then, because you've got a bit positive and then
a little bit negative.
Yeah.
Beautiful, nice response there. Is that almost it?
It is a little bit.
Pretty much it, isn't it?
You know what I mean? 10-2.
Yeah. What else? Anything else? Any other loose ends, Gervais? Gervais.
Oh yeah. When makes death? Honestly.
What? Sorry, what?
When can makes you death?
Oh, clever. Oh, not yeah. Clever.
Thinking sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know. Insufficient data to formulate a reply. What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hey, everyone. Thinking Sideways, the podcast.
Hey.
Again, as always.
Yeah.
I'm Devin, joined by...
Joe.
And Steve. As we point at each other, saying, you're it.
Yep, Steve is jumping the gun.
What?
Not our real names. So, tonight, Godzilla, fact or fiction?
No. No. Prepare for the onslaught of requests of, please actually do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Good job,
Unsolved
dude.
mystery. There was a
Good job.
documentary made in Japan in the 50s. But anyway.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. Okay.
I was live in the 50s. So we're going to do a listener suggestion tonight. So preemptively, thanks, Teresa, I think is how you say your name. Maybe it's Teresa.
I'm never sure
Teresa.
with Teresa and Teresa's.
Yeah. I'm so
Either way, we got our
sorry.
bases covered.
Yeah. So one of you, two ladies, thank you. Maybe both. I don't know. We're going to talk about, it's mostly just a story we're going to talk about tonight. There's not really theories. We're just going to tell a story, pretty much. It's a story of a boy named Larry, and it's kind of a sad story. Maybe. This is like the second time that I've done kind of just a really sad story about a
Yeah, you always
boy.
do the upbeat episodes.
I like upbeat things.
Mm-hmm.
I am a positive person, Steve.
Well, we're going to beat up this story.
Okay,
And
you guys
solve
ready?
the mystery of Larry, the lost boy.
The Lost Boy Larry. On August 7th, 1973, CB radio operators in California picked up a strange transmission. It was a cry for help coming from what I guess they soon found out was a 7-year-old boy who said his name was Larry. Larry said that he was stuck in an overturned truck in a ditch and unable to get out. His father, who had been driving the truck and by most reports had taken him hunting that day,
Yeah, rabbit hunting.
was either injured or dead, depending on what version of the story you read, or it's a little unclear. It may be that Larry just didn't know.
Well, there sounds like there's a little bit of interpretation, and I'm sure once we talk a little more about Larry, that'll kind of make itself a little more clear.
There is some interpretation happening here. Either way, Larry's transmissions were fairly sporadic. They faded in and out, and operators as far as Canada picked up his transmissions.
Mm-hmm.
And, I don't really understand how CB radio works very well, but that's a fairly large sprawl, I think, from Southern California to Canada.
It is, but actually, and we can talk about that more later. Are you going to talk anything about the phenomenon known as skipping?
I was going to let you talk a little bit about that because I think you probably have a better handle on it than I do. But suffice to say for now, apparently the fluctuations could be attributed to atmospheric phenomena, a fading battery, or this skipping situation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the skipping, that's one of the things is that's a kind of an intermittent situation. It has to do with what's going on in the ionosphere. And so as conditions change, then, suddenly the skipping that occurred a minute before goes away and it comes back.
Yeah.
So anyway, but back to your story.
When asked, Larry couldn't tell anyone what he had last seen before the truck flipped over. He couldn't tell anybody apparently where he lived, what his last name was, or a phone number, anything that would have helped authorities identify him or locate where he was. Larry said he had no food or water, and the CB operator, CB, I guess I should clarify, CB stands for Citizens Band Radio. So these were just amateur operators that picked it up initially, and these amateur operators, being concerned normal human beings, called the police.
Of course.
Somehow, and I'm still not totally sure how, they figured out, maybe with triangulation or something, that Larry's signal was coming from somewhere close to Albuquerque, New Mexico. Of course, now better known as the location of The One Who Knocks.
Mm-hmm.
If you get that reference.
If you get that. If you don't, well, hey.
I get it. That's all that's important.
I don't get it.
It's fine. So in the days that followed, a fairly massive search started. There were hundreds of volunteers, police, and planes combing through the mountains that they thought the transmissions were coming from. But of course, as one would expect, since this radio that Larry had access to was in a truck that was no longer running, his battery started to fade. So his transmissions became more and more sporadic. His signal was fading. They couldn't really track it, which is obviously a pretty big bummer in terms of being able to find him.
Right.
It would have been nice if Larry could have given him a few hints, looked out the windshield, and because he had to have known where did they go into the ditch, in the desert or in the mountains, in the forests. He could have given them some big old clues, but Larry was kind of useless.
He was pretty useless, and we're going to talk about that in a minute. The newspapers and TV shows, even though it isn't a 24-hour news cycle yet, are still, of course, gripping onto this story because it's fairly large news.
Oh, this is great news for them.
It's really great news. Oddly, no one had any kind of serious, credible reports about a husband and son, brother and nephew, neighbor, or anyone else missing that matched this description. There was one report that said a family had gone missing, but it was a whole family, a mother and a father and a couple kids.
One of whom was named Larry.
But
they found him.
They found them a couple days later, and it was a whole family. It wasn't a truck on a hunting trip.
Yeah.
And because of this publicity, the 1970s versions of whatever trolls are came out to play. And this is kind of a sad part of this story. A lot of people have CB radios or just like walkie-talkies, which broadcast on the same frequency, I believe. And people started filling the airwaves with copycat pleas. And also some taunts. There are some reports of people yelling, Larry, you're going to die out there, and,
nice
stuff like
people.
that. Really, really kind-hearted human beings.
Yeah.
Actually, if this was a hoax, then it could have been a whole group of CBers who knew each other.
Yeah.
So it could have been, the whole thing could have been engineered.
It's an inside joke.
Yeah, it was just a big inside.
It was code for bring beer to the house.
Yeah.
Or, I'm out of whiskey. Come bring some whiskey. I mean,
moonshine.
Potentially, yeah.
It was, we're moving the shipment over the border tonight. Albuquerque, New Mexico. It's right there.
Yeah.
And actually, Joe brings up a good point. We've kind of hinted at the fact that it kind of came out that this may have been a hoax. As this story went on, Larry was remaining unable to give any kind of helpful details, and all these other copycats are coming into play. Since authorities had very little proof that Larry was in fact real, they eventually decided that it was a hoax and called off the search. On August 10th, 1973, so this is 3 days after the initial contact was made, the New York Times actually ran a little, snippet on this story, and I thought that it was probably one of the best little snaps of what was actually going on at the time. So, Joe, if you wouldn't mind reading.
I'll put on my Walter Cronkite voice here.
Can you put on the glasses, too?
No, I can't read with my glasses on. Believe it or not. So, okay, here we go. Voice of Very Scared Boy on August 9th resumes broadcasting on Citizens Band radio frequency in foothills of central New Mexico. Searchers say they are closing in on area where 7-year-old is believed to be lost in his father's pickup truck. Boy, who says his first name is Larry, told rescuers on August 8th that he and his father were in an accident and that his father is dead. 3 pilots report sighting truck in Red Rock Canyon area on east side of Manzano Mountains, southeast of Albuquerque. Helicopter is dispatched to area. Army search plan had monitored transmission from Boy during night that led searchers to hills. Sergeant W.A. Schmidt says searchers lost contact with Boy for several hours and presumed that he had either gone to sleep or battery of his radio had gone dead. Says that searchers have not discounted possibility of hoax. Over 150 persons using radio monitors and directional finders are searching foothills.
That was the 10th. And on August 12th, Larry's signal just went silent. They had a few weak leads, but with the number of people hopping on and copying, giving false information, or otherwise, muddling everything.
Getting in the mix because they thought it was fun, basically.
Yeah, I think the police declared that it was a hoax and stopped the search, just called the whole thing off. And I guess for me, it's a bit disturbing because even like with our episode on the ferries, that was a massive hoax. And people tend to claim responsibility for their hoaxes.
Usually.
But nobody has ever, one person, one time, super unconvincingly claimed that this was a hoax and that they did it. But that's the only person who's ever claimed responsibility for this maybe being a hoax. And to me, that's fairly disturbing because it makes me believe more that it wasn't a hoax.
I don't know. I mean, if I committed this hoax, I don't think I'd confess to it because a lot of people would be really angry. And who knows? I mean, probably the statute of limitations has expired.
Oh, yeah.
But
no, it totally
you know,
is,
by
yeah.
this time, but obviously in the weeks and months immediately after that, or even a few years after that, you probably could still be arrested for something like this.
Sure,
Yeah.
but I mean, probably not years, right? I think.
I'm
I don't
sure
think
that-
after years, but that was a lot of manpower
That's
that
true.
that
That's
Larry
true,
put in.
yeah.
That's a big cost.
That's true.
A lot of people are going to be angry.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I hadn't really thought of that. One of the amateur CB operators that was listening the whole time said, quote, "I personally have never had any doubt that this is the real thing. I heard the kid crying. I just can't believe it isn't the real thing." And that sentiment is echoed fairly strongly throughout people who actually heard the broadcasts. There was a police chief who spoke to Larry for a long time, for I think 3 hours or something like that.
Didn't get any useful information.
He didn't get any useful information, but he also didn't seem to think it was a hoax.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a really interesting thing for somebody to say is, you know, this 7-year-old child who should be able to provide me with some kind of helpful information couldn't, but I still don't think it's a hoax. I think it's real. So I think that's very interesting. And I think one of the things that I haven't seen, which we'll discuss a little bit more, is reasons why Larry maybe couldn't. Not that he wasn't willing to give information, but maybe that he actually couldn't give information.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of good reasons.
I think so too. So there are some extra little fringe tidbits about Larry, or I guess this story. Most of the reports have Larry stuck inside the truck, which makes sense, right? That's the whole reason he's calling for help.
Right.
And, you know, can't say, oh, yeah, I'm in the middle of a desert, things like that. But there's one report that I read that said Larry claimed to have been outside the truck with a skinned knee. I don't really put a lot of stock into that.
And also there was another variation is that they flipped over and went into a ditch, which is why the doors were jammed shut.
Oh, that's the version that I hear the most.
Yeah, but
is
the
that
other
it was in a ditch, so he couldn't look out the window and say, "I'm seeing this." It was just dirt.
Yeah,
he couldn't get out because of that.
And then
so
another
this was
version said that he the truck was in a ravine. It flipped over and he rolled into a ravine.
Oh, I guess I wasn't reading carefully enough.
Yeah. Well, no, there's different versions of this floating around.
Well, every variation is like one sentence difference. It's very hard sometimes to find all these things.
Yeah. Other accounts say that Larry may have actually answered to either David or Larry, that maybe his name was David, not Larry. Which I think I generally read in conjunction with the "this is a hoax" theories.
Like somebody slipped up once when they were making the hoax.
Yeah.
Their name was actually David.
Yeah.
Accidentally said it.
Yeah. They also apparently, there are some stories, some tellings where the last name Peak, P-E-A-K.
As in the peak of a mountain?
Yeah, is attached to his name, so he's either Larry Peak or David Peak.
And where did that come from?
I couldn't find a good source for that. It may have been, you know, there are a lot of, at the time, like tiny little newspaper clippings that are floating around the internet, and I got to be honest, I did not read all 50 of them.
It's hard because a lot of them were repeated with a sentence change, like we said earlier.
Or like one, the addition of one last name, and I don't have a good answer for why that is. Yeah, I also just want to go ahead and point out again that theoretically he was in New Mexico in late August. It's super hot there.
Oh yeah.
If he was stuck in a truck with no water or food, reality is he didn't last more than a day or two.
Yeah. At best.
Yeah, at best. So I just want to go ahead and talk about that for a second, just mention it. And so I guess we're left with the two options, right? Is that either it was a hoax or it wasn't a hoax. And I think both of them are awful choices. In my mind, neither of those are good choices. Like either a 7-year-old boy died alone and scared, basically just cooked to death inside of a truck.
Next to his dead dad.
While people were like, yeah, you're going to die, Larry. Right? Or somebody was like, oh, you know, it'd be a funny prank is if I pretended to be a 7-year-old cooking alive next to their dead father in a truck.
Good job on making the trolls, if this is real, sounding like even bigger jerks.
Well, they are jerks.
Well, yeah, they're totally jerks, but way to go on upping the ante on that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing about this time period, too, is like the early to mid-'70s was the time of the CB craze. in America, so a lot more people had CBs back in those days than
well,
do
yeah,
today.
think of how many Burt Reynolds movies came out at that time where he was always on the CB. And
Breaker.
there was all these trucker movies. Everybody had a CD or CB. My mom had a car with a CB radio in it, for criminy sake.
Oh, yeah, everybody had CB.
Yeah. We all did. They were everywhere.
Yeah. We all did.
It was like the iPhone of the 70s.
Yeah, like the
Except it had
iPhone
no
of the
apps.
70s.
You know what else was really cool from that time period is 8-track tapes.
Yeah. I remember those too.
8-track tapes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Stop it.
So where are we at here?
I mean, I said already, everybody pretty much who heard Larry was fairly convinced that he was real. I mean, the police kind of were faced with a no choice. There's so many hoaxes going around. We don't have any good information. It's a hoax. Mm-hmm. But most of the people who talked with Larry said, no, this is a real small boy who's just scared and alone and, stuck somewhere, and we got to help him. Mm-hmm. He was able to describe the truck he was in. He said it was a red truck with a white camper attached to the back of it. Mm-hmm. He knew his name was Larry. He knew he'd been on a hunting trip.
But he didn't know what city he lived in or what his last name was.
But he didn't know what city he lived in or what his last name was, which actually, to me, makes some sense if you're... I mean, okay, so it's the 70s. Like, do you have your seatbelt fastened? Well, maybe not, right? Mm-hmm. If you're in a truck that gets flipped over and you wang the heck out of your head as a 7-year-old kid, the possibility for you to just forget everything in my mind is fairly high. I mean, like, no, am I saying that he's going to survive something like that for very long? No, but, he only had a couple days on this earth anyway.
And if he doesn't have water and food, that's going to impede his faculties.
And your inclination is to say, well, he's going to forget things like what color the truck is first. But he's sitting in the truck, and he can probably see parts of it, right? Mm-hmm. He's going to forget that he was on a camping trip. Well, maybe not. Maybe what he is going to forget, maybe where the bleed in his brain is in his older memories. Maybe his name wasn't Larry. Maybe he just thought his name was Larry. Maybe, maybe he just made up a name that he thought was there. Maybe
he wasn't 7. Maybe he was 35.
Maybe he was 35. Yeah. Maybe he was the father. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Actually, that's kind of plausible when you think about a head injury, but...
so for me, I guess I don't have a huge amount of trouble seeing how something like that could affect someone's memory. If you're in a horrible car crash, it happens all the time, but you get hospitalized because you get care.
The other thing that I would jump in here to say is, when was the last time either of you had a conversation with a 7-year-old? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And how fleeting is their memory?
Well,
yeah, but when I was 7, I knew my full name and I knew the city I lived in.
But there was a lot of times where you had that information in your brain, but you're 7. It's not easily retrieved. And think about what little kids that get lost in the mall are like. I mean, we all hear these stories, and this kid who's 7 gets lost in the mall, and they say, "What's your name?" "I don't know." "What's your mom's name?" "I don't know." "Where do you live?" "I don't know," because they're panicked, and it just it shuts that kind of cognizant recall down.
Well, yeah, but sooner or later, you can only flood your body with adrenaline for so long, and then you come down off of that, and you sort of gather your wits together. Even a 7-year-old, I think, sooner or later would calm down and assess the situation and realize that panicking is not really helping, and that what he needs to do is get some useful information to these people that he's talking to on the radio.
You're assigning a lot of adult thought to a 7-year-old brain. I have hung around 7-year-olds who are completely and totally irrational, and it's only because of the fact that they're 7. Yeah. They don't think about that. They get caught in flights of fancy and panic, and they just get all kinds of worked up. And it's easy, especially if dad is lying next to you and you don't know what's wrong with dad. That's going to continually cause panic. Mm-hmm. But I know 7-year-olds, they're just not real good with a lot of that details because they're 7.
Yeah, the other thing about 7-year-olds is they get often super cranky and panicked when they get tired. Mm-hmm. And if you're, steaming alive in a car with no food or water.
Slowly being
Nicest way to put this.
Yeah.
I mean, really, if and you're panicking because your dad's there and you can't get out and you're tired and you're thirsty and people are like yelling all different things to you and people are like, everybody's just asking you questions. I can understand how he would be a little freaked out and I don't know. I just want my mommy. I just, yeah.
It's very understandable.
I think so.
So here's I don't want to get off topic too much, but I do just want to try and understand something because Joe, you seem to understand it better than I do. Is
what's that?
If we're going to flip back to how so many people heard this and maybe this was a trolling situation?
Yeah.
So how does you gave kind of a basic explanation, but how does this skipping thing really happen? Because I couldn't get a good handle on it.
Yeah, now the way it works is, and I'm not a scientist, I don't understand it completely, but essentially it's...
We know you're not a scientist.
Yeah,
you always talk about the chupacabra.
Yeah, I know. Chupacabra's real. So anyway, so the ionosphere, which is, I don't know, what, about 53 miles up to about 260 miles above the surface of the Earth. And it's called the ionosphere because it's filled with ions, and apparently... particularly when the sun is going through periods of high sunspot activity. There's a lot of coronal flares and things like that. It sends a lot of ionized particles towards the Earth, and they collect in the ionosphere, and they charge it in a certain way that makes it conducive. Essentially, radio waves traveling up from the surface at, say, a 45-degree angle are refracted and bent around down. And according to one website I looked at, sometimes it can actually re-radiate the radio signals. So it picks up the charge from the radio signal and re-radiates it downward back to the surface. And so
basically recharges it?
Apparently that can happen, yeah. But in other cases, it just basically goes up, is refracted back downwards, bounces off the ground, goes up, is refracted back downwards. And so there have been cases of people skipping like halfway around the world, people in the U.S. talking to people in Australia on CBs. But they'll say most of the people that do that, usually they're using home-based stations. And a lot of people, even though you're not supposed to operate over 4 watts on a CB, you can actually get amplifiers and supercharge your CB. And so you're a lot more likely to be able to do skipping and actually be heard, for hundreds and hundreds of miles away. Because your average CB is very limited line of sight range.
So you just brought up a very good point, which suddenly makes me doubt this whole story.
Okay.
Absolutely valid point that I've never seen anywhere. You said you've got to have an antenna.
Yeah. Which this kid didn't have.
Because the truck is upside down.
Yeah.
If the truck is upside down, the antenna is likely broke.
Yeah.
Or partially buried.
Well, thanks for stealing my thunder.
And I hadn't even thought about that.
I was going to make.
Well, I hadn't even thought about that until you said the booster tower.
Yeah. So the next possibility after that. So obviously, if it's an in-dash radio, if it's mounted inside the truck, the radio is going to be completely useless.
Right.
But there's also handheld CBs.
Sure.
But that wouldn't work either because the kid's in a metal box. Steel reflects radio waves.
Mm-hmm.
So the only place that those radio waves are going to be able to get out through is maybe through the windshield, possibly, if that's not all covered with dirt and blocked. The kid was either in a ditch or in a ravine, depending on what version.
Or outside with a skinned knee.
Yeah. So a handheld CB is like, the street lights. There's a handheld walkie-talkie kind of CB, which under ideal conditions, say you're on a mountaintop and the person you're talking to is on a mountaintop 5 miles away, that handheld might make it the whole 5 miles to the listener. But obviously, this was less than optimal conditions for Larry here. So it's really unlikely to me that Larry even existed. This is why I don't believe this story, because there's no way he could have used either kind of CB to contact anybody. Not unless they were maybe a couple hundred yards away.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a really good point, actually.
Yeah, so Larry didn't exist.
Did you come across, there was some snippet, as you said, in the snippet section. There's a snippet in one of the stories that I read about somebody tracking down a kid with a handheld radio who was CB that was goofing around. Did either of you see that?
Yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah, it was 2 kids.
Yeah.
That were goofing.
And so I wonder if that's maybe where it came from. But how the heck did they triangulate this? That's what I still don't get.
I don't get it either.
I'm not sure.
You know, the one person who came forward and said, "Oh no, that was me," was this middle-aged dude in the Midwest, and he tried to prove that he had been the prankster by doing Larry's voice for everyone. And apparently it was just hilariously inaccurate. That it was clearly like just a Midwestern dude trying to do like a scared 7-year-old voice that just nobody really seemed to believe it. And he was claiming to have been broadcasting from the Midwest. And, you know, again, I don't know how they triangulated it. I don't know if there's the actual ability to triangulate it. But I kind of wonder if perhaps there is something lost in the history of this. You know, if Larry didn't say, "Oh, it was desert when we flipped over," or if, you know, they were able to somehow track something. I don't know how they do that.
I don't know either. It could have been somebody actually driving around the area in a car with a boosted CB. Maybe.
But they would have had to have been in the area, is my feeling. It's not that, you know, somebody in the Midwest could have been doing this unless they had been, you know, continually skipping to near Albuquerque.
Yeah, if they're actually skipping, I don't really see how you could triangulate that.
No.
It's somebody within line of sight, so somebody reasonably close by. So you have several CB operators, and they all pick up the same transmission, and they all see the signal strength of that transmission. Most radios, especially home ones, have, you know, little dials and knobs and stuff.
Yeah, little ham radios.
Yeah, so if you see the signal strength, and you know the signal strength for that thing from several different locations around it, you could sort of probably get a rough idea of where it originated from.
And I think that's maybe because I was rereading the piece from, is it the New York Times?
Yeah.
New York Times, and it was talking about the monitoring of the transmission.
Yeah.
And there's some stuff in there that leads me to believe that they were using multiple listening points to try and figure out it's stronger here, it's weaker here, you know, that kind of
so
accurate pinpointing of what you had at the time.
Yeah.
So that seems the only way I can see it plausibly that they could track it down.
That makes sense. Yeah.
So it's probably somebody in a car or a truck in the area broadcasting this thing, and that's not counting all the other copycats that are out there jumping in.
Sure. Yeah.
So that would be my best guess.
Okay. Well, you've totally ruined my best theory, which was super depressing and sad.
Oh, that he was real and he died horribly out in the desert?
Yeah, that he was real and that like the first, you know, maybe days worth of transmissions were actually him, and then just he died. And
how is that the best theory?
I said that was my theory.
Oh, okay.
Did I say best?
You said the best theory. At least I thought you said the best.
Oh, my best. It's my best theory.
Okay.
I apologize. I didn't mean for it to be like,
it was like, you creepazoid.
Fun, awesome theory. Yeah.
Well, no. But the other reason I think this was a hoax is it's been 41 years since this happened. They would have found the truck by now. Somebody would have stumbled across that thing, some hikers or somebody.
Yeah, the interesting thing was that I read reports, and in the New York Times article, it even mentions 3 pilots report sighting truck in Red Rock Canyon area. And there were other reports that some people saw an overturned truck in that kind of area, but there was never any follow up on that.
But the thing about it is they flip the truck and it goes into a ditch. Well, what's always right next to a ditch? A road.
Right.
A road that people are going to be driving up and down. In 41 years, there's got to have been at least a few people that's driven up and down that road and would have probably noticed a flipped over pickup truck.
Actually, I'll counter that.
Yeah?
If you go into a ditch or a ravine, even if it's near...
The ravine could be a different story.
Well,
if it's a ravine.
What is a ditch to you? Is that 3 feet deep or is that 10 feet deep? Because I've seen a lot of quote-unquote ditches that were actually 10 feet deep or something next to the side of a road, and they funnel a bunch of water through, and that winter there's a flood through. So we're talking Nevada or Arizona, right? New Mexico, excuse me. So that area is prone to flash flooding. So if you get a big swell of water that comes through, it's very possible they could have been buried in that first winter. One giant wash buries it under a bunch of crap, and yeah, you're right. It should have been found by now, but who knows how far it could have traveled?
Well, I guess I also, my other argument would be like, I don't know if they're still there or not, but when I was a kid and we'd go out to Forest Park, you'd walk on these trails, and there were like cars from the 70s and 60s that had just been abandoned in the middle of Forest Park, just like pushed into the forest a little bit and had been overgrown. And like, obviously, probably they weren't, part of a massive manhunt for a 7-year-old boy, but they were left there on public land just to, kind of
rot.
To basically rot. So I, things like that have happened, but I think you're probably right that there was enough publicity surrounding this thing that, assuming they were on a road, because if they were off-roading in the middle of the desert to go hunting, that's a different story.
Yeah.
But
still, a lot of other people are going to cross that desert. In 41 years, sooner or later, somebody's going to cross past.
No, I agree. You would think somebody would have found it, but enough time would pass. I bet you after 5 years, this is no longer in the public consciousness.
Oh, I'm sure. But
And so I come across some rusty old pickup truck and go, well, what a piece of junk, and I keep going.
Yeah, usually I shoot a few holes in it before I move on. But, well, so anyway,
You're the best, Joe.
Yeah, I know. But anyway, so to sum up all my reasons. Number one,
all of them.
The kid couldn't have been transmitting with the CB under the circumstances. I mean, or if he was, it wouldn't have reached more than 100 yards or so. Nobody ever found the wreck. No family member ever came forward and said, "Hey, my son and my husband are missing." I mean, none of that. Nobody. I mean, this guy, his father had to have had a job, right? When he failed to report to work the following Monday, do you think somebody would have maybe put two and two together, considering this is all over the headlines? Yeah, it's just none of it makes any sense.
I guess in the 70s, I can see somebody not having a job and being a single father. And, I don't know what, I think that the 10th was a Friday that year. So they went missing on a Tuesday. Who takes their kid hunting on a Tuesday except for somebody who doesn't have a job?
Yeah.
If he's an unemployed single dad, they don't have any living family. It's happened before.
That is possible.
I mean, it's not likely, right? Yeah. But it's possible, I guess. I think with your one fell swoop of, oh yeah, by the way, the CB radio couldn't have been broadcasting. Okay, I'm on your side.
Yeah.
But I am going to continue to say I think there's a lot of likelihood around Larry's story, whether or not.
And what was the Jane Doe something that you did the story on?
Yeah.
I can't remember
a lot of numbers. Jane Doe, lots of numbers.
Yeah, lots of numbers.
Yeah.
Same thing with her. We all said, well, how come nobody reported her missing? Well, it could have been as simple as people went, oh, well, they moved. Oh, I guess they moved out of the house. There was a story I just read from the BBC of they found some woman in her flat dead. She had been there for 6.5 years.
Yeah.
Because her car was gone, and her neighbors just assumed that she had moved. Okay, this guy's red pickup with a camper is gone, and they just go, oh, I guess he moved. I've told you both about the neighbor I had who just randomly disappeared for a couple of months, and I thought, well, I guess that guy just moved until I found out what the story was.
Not dead, by the way.
Not dead. Very simple story. Just kind of took off for a while, was on Walkabout.
Yep.
But the same thing. Yeah. It's like, oh, well, I guess my neighbor moved out. Well, the landlord will do something about it when they do something about it, or the owner of the property, whoever, and maybe it takes a long time. They don't figure it out.
Well, and even, I mean, I guess not to like push this too hard, but even if he's not unemployed, he takes the day, right? But if he's a single parent and he's a delinquent, maybe he like doesn't show up, he's late a lot, his manager just assumes, oh, John decided to quit. Didn't show up. Better fire him.
Oh, well.
Oh, well.
Yeah, that's possible. Or his manager could, having just read the newspaper, could put two and two together and say, gee, I wonder if it's John's kid that's trapped in that pickup truck.
Yeah, that would take...
The kid doesn't show up for school, but maybe the school authorities will just say, oh, must have moved, Well,
again,
the guy stops paying his rent, so the landlord finally comes by and realizes there's nobody there, and two and two together and tells the authorities.
But you're expecting a lot of people who read very small snippets. You got to. I don't think what a lot of people don't understand when we're doing this story, because I was looking at the clippings because people have scanned them in. That New York Times bit that you read was probably one of the larger stories that's out there.
Yeah.
Most of them are about a paragraph and a half on page 97B.
Next to the obits.
Next to the obits. So it's very easy to get missed. It's not like today where we have, and I've said this before and I'll say it again, where there's social media cramming all of this in front of us. Instead, it's back there, and I might read it, and I might work at the same place but not make the connection, but you're the manager, but you don't read it, so you don't make the connection, and I don't think to tell you anything because I'm busy doing my job, because we don't stand around and chit-chat and email these stories to each other.
And, I guess it was started and finished within, what, like...
Within a week.
8
Within a week, yeah.
Yeah.
But
at the same time, it did get a lot of local play, because don't forget, 150 volunteers showed up to comb.
It absolutely did.
So
so it's kind of
the word was out.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. I think it's there's good arguments on both sides. Yeah. Do you guys have? I mean, I know Joe's favorite theory is that Larry wasn't real.
Larry,
Steve, what do you think?
I was ambivalent at the start, but I also don't believe that Larry was real.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah. It reminds me of that episode of The Simpsons.
What show? The best shows always end with "reminds me of an episode of The Simpsons."
Yeah,
please do tell, sir.
Oh well, Bart gets his he gets a walkie-talkie set, so he lowers one of the walkie-talkies down this really, really deep well. And then he gets on the other one, and he's like, "Oh, somebody help me!" It's soon the whole town of Springfield. It's like, "Oh my God!" I forget what he calls himself. Maybe he called himself Larry. But he's like, he's got everybody all concerned, and anyway. So,
you know what's funny is I think I've seen like 10 episodes of The Simpsons in my life.
Yeah.
And that is one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe they were sort of riffing on Larry in that particular episode.
That's the genius of The Simpsons, right? Is that like they make references that are so
obscure pop culture references
that only a few people get them
years
later, and
it's
still good.
Yeah.
Still so good.
Yeah.
I guess.
So anyway, Larry, if I'm wrong, I apologize to your little desiccated skeleton somewhere out there in the desert. But I don't think I'm wrong. Nah, Larry.
So many people hate you now.
Yeah, Larry's fine. Whoever was the voice of Larry is
living in Fiji.
Yeah, he's middle-aged adult now, and
middle-aged.
Yeah.
No.
Well, he would have been born in, assuming he was actually 7, he would have been born in the mid-60s.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he'd be middle-aged.
What is middle age?
Middle age is like 30 to 60 or something like that.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I never know. I always hear I'm middle aged. I never know what the classification
anymore.
Is.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think middle aged is half the average lifespan.
Okay.
I always tend to think of it as around 50 or so.
Me too.
But then I was like at my doctor's years ago, and well, not that many years ago, I guess. But,
decades
ago. And he said I was like 33, and he says, you're a middle-aged white male. And I go, what are you talking about?
33?
33.
What?
Apparently, that's the way doctors see it, is like 30 to 60 or something like
Crap.
that.
I better start taking better care of myself. I'm going to be middle-aged soon.
Yeah, you are.
Crap. Well, I guess...
now that we've solved the mystery, it's time for the closing credits.
Yeah, it actually totally is. Pictures, there's no photographs of anything, because obviously, we don't know where it was from, but a picture probably of this news snippet we'll put up, but also the links.
I did go out to the web, and there are lots of pictures of red and white pickup trucks.
That's fair.
Yeah, go out to the web, you'll find those.
Yeah, we'll put those on the website.
Yeah.
No, we won't. We won't. But links to a couple links. There's not a whole lot of links around the internet.
No,
there really aren't.
And also, you may be listening on our website, thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. You can always find us on iTunes. If you do listen to us on iTunes, if you're not already subscribed, subscribe and leave us a comment and a rating.
Wait, how does that tune go again?
Nope, you got it once.
Dang it!
You can loop it. You edit these shows.
I am so looping that now.
Man. I don't know.
Good call. Good call.
If you forget,
we're gonna get the Devon subscribe song.
Subscribe.
Yeah.
That will not be in there, Joe.
Mix them together. This is gonna be perfect.
No. His falsetto was terrible.
Oh, I got a beautiful falsetto.
Oh, if you forget to download us, you can always stream us straight from Stitcher on any mobile device.
Except
I guess.
for CB. Huh.
Except for a CB, they don't have any apps, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Although we may just broadcast the show on CB anyways. Just use our ham radio.
No.
That seems like too much work to you?
The only ham I have comes in plastic packages.
It's
not a radio kind.
Yeah, I don't have a CB either.
Somebody bring me some ham. No? Okay. You can find us on Facebook.
You just turned into a musical.
And like us. Don't forget to like us.
Yeah, you can either like us or
you can really
join
like
the
us.
fan page. I guess that's the terminology.
The group.
There's lots of stuff going on there.
Yeah.
Actually, right now.
It's good times.
And if you're Larry, or you heard Larry, or you just want to talk to us, send us an email. That email address, as always, as Steve would say, is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com.
Yeah.
I guess on that super awesome, upbeat, short note.
Yeah.
We're going to get out of here.
All right. Well, so long, everybody.
Breaker Niner. We'll talk to you next week.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, and Larry, give us a call.
Oh, my gosh.
Bono, you should be a weatherman, because once again you've predicted wrongly. It's not a beautiful day at all, is it, Stephen? That was you two, XFM 104.9. Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Claire Sturgis.
Claire Sturgis in for Carl Pilkington.
Carl Pilkington is on holiday, as we speak.
Where has he got? Mauritius, was it?
Madeira. I think, with his girlfriend's parents. You remember last week he was worried they'd never been abroad, and her dad was saying, what's the way to pack tea bags?
Yeah.
Carl's going, you get him over there. And he's going, we'll put him in a jar. He goes, put him in a jar. I phoned him up in the week, just before he went, I think Friday, said, have a nice time. And, out Sunday, and he said, guess what he's doing now? What? He said, he's packing margarine.
Of course he is.
Bless him.
My dad does that. My parents always take tea bags wherever they're going.
Really?
You know, for fear of there being some kind of tea bag drought in France.
Yeah.
You know.
Is it wrong? But I mean,
I don't know. Is it because of maybe English breakfast tea you can't get over there? So
but you can.
Can you though? I mean,
you can
get peach
tips. You know,
tea is probably the single most popular drink in the world.
I know, but what about the fancy foreign teas, your Earl Greys and the like?
Well, I don't know.
Because I want good English breakfast. Don't bother me with Earl Grey. I don't know what that cup of tea is. It's not tea to me. It's laughable. It's weak. It's pathetic.
Do you know what? Earl Grey with a little bit of skimmed milk isn't so bad.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Oh.
And is your husband a fan?
We've started. It's all off already.
All right,
it's all
started.
We'll go at each other. Sometimes sort of pretending, you know.
Sometimes pretending we're not close mates. You know,
and
friends, you know.
all that innuendo and that.
Smutty.
And I got freaky goggle-eyed thing. I go too far. I sometimes go too far. I do ruin it when I go too far. So let's be nice. Wow. Let's have a bit of Blur.
Ooh.
Well,
Clever man. The fat man.
We're not out of time. We've got a whole hour and 50 minutes to go on the Ricky Gervais Steve Merchant Show. XFM 104.9.
I hope we have one of those after every record. They're great, aren't they? I think if you were actually like a proper DJ, if you actually tried to do the Dr. Fox thing, I think you'd be quite good.
Really? I think I could only survive doing that sort of post 11 p.m. Ooh, quiet things down now. I love all that.
Yeah. That sort of radio.
Yeah. That American jock type thing as well. I listen to Saga radio now sometimes.
What?
It's on digital. I think it's radio for the over 50s.
Yeah.
And it plays. It was playing Cliff Richard this morning. It played Sammy Davis Jr. It played the Beatles' Here Comes the Sun, and I was loving it. I was thinking,
it's aimed at your age group.
Yeah, exactly. And I've got a bad back. I've been complaining of a bad back all week. He's been ill.
Don't even start.
We haven't worked this week. He's been ill with the flu.
Still not bad. I'll tell you this. I Wednesday morning, I think it was, I woke up and I had the head, the sore throat, the aching body, and I immediately thought I've got the SARS virus. I really did. I genuinely, because I've always been a bit of a hypochondriac. I mean, Ricky pretends to be, but I genuinely was petrified.
That doesn't make sense, does it? How can you pretend to be a hypochondriac? No, I am a hypochondriac, and you are genuinely always ill. you've always got a bit of a snuffle off.
So I'm justified in thinking it might be the deadly.
You're a sickly child. I don't know what's happened to you.
Well, I think I will be.
It's so much to do with West Country breeding, and you haven't. I don't know. No, he hasn't got normal sort of barriers to sort of flu and cold.
His immune system is all
Claire, look at him.
I'm quite a weak child.
Yeah, I know.
I'll probably die in a garret having written some bloody brilliant poetry. But then I'll die of consumption.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I went online to check out what exactly the symptoms of the SARS virus were. And
seriously,
I did. I was so panicked, and I went straight online, and it was exactly what I had. It
is a strain of flu. That's why.
Exactly. That was the thing. That's what I had. So I was thinking to myself, because it said the incubation period was between 2 and 7 days. I thought, well, where have I been that I could maybe have got contact with people from? And then I thought, wait a minute, BAFTAs. I think I brushed against a couple of the guys from Banzai.
I know.
I'm thinking, hang on.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so I was suddenly getting a little bit eggy, because, I mean, there was a lot of people, there's like 1,500 people at the BAFTAs, so, I mean, any one of them could be carrying it.
Yeah.
So I was really just panicked, but, you know, I didn't immediately rush to the doctors.
No.
Because you've got to wait for ages down there. Dr. Shah's brilliant, but you've got to queue up for ages, because it's down in, Swiss Cottage where I live, and I'll tell you, there's some dregs in there, in the waiting room. Oh, man alive. People who've just gone in there to read the magazines. And they just sat there. There's some people who just waste the doctor's time. That's what annoys me. A lot of old people, a lot of Saga listeners, who just waste people's time.
I know. I went to accident emergency once because I'd done my leg in, and I'll tell you what, you look round and you think, oh, look at all these people. Look at these, they should be, there's hardly any of them weren't handcuffed to someone.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? You go to Casualty on a Friday night and it's like, oh, awful.
Yeah, and there's, and so, I mean, it was that thing, well, I could either go to Dr. Shah, but that's NHS, or I could go to one of the Medi centres. They charge money, Claire. And I mean, I know it's a killer disease, but, you know, I'm not making cash.
You don't want to, you don't want to,
because what if it isn't? That's money wasted.
You don't get your money back, do you?
I mean, I really need him to say, you've got the deadly SARS virus, for it to be worth the 80 quid, you know?
Exactly.
And as I suspected that, you know, it was 50-50, I decided not. I decided to ride it out. And, thankfully, so far, I've not died.
Looking all right.
No, you're all right. You're all right.
I'm okay, so...
you're all right, yeah, well, that's lucky. So,
I noticed that I phoned him up, I said, I don't think I can work. And, I mean, Ricky's a close friend of mine, I've known him for a time now, and I really consider him one of my best mates, but I'll be honest with you didn't rush round with a bowl of soup. Well, this was the implication, because it wasn't that you explicitly said, in this relationship, you're the one that's expendable. But that was the sort of underlying suggestion I felt.
No, I just thought, to be honest, I thought I could do with a day off as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I thought, well, don't worry then, don't worry. Tennis.
Yeah.
No, but, I was,
what's wrong with your back then, Rick?
I don't know, I think it's just age. I don't know, I don't get things seen to, so it's just been, hurts when I tie my shoelaces. That's why I'm wearing clogs. It's so much easier. Drawstring trousers and clogs, you know.
You used to go to the doctor a lot more, though. You don't tend to do it now.
Well, I'm not paranoid anymore. I had two flashes when my mum died of cancer. Twice, I think, I said, oh, there's a lump. Once
I've been to the doctors twice with him.
Yeah.
Have you? Seriously?
I've seriously sat in a waiting room with him twice.
Well, I just went for the. You know, I thought, oh God, I felt them. I didn't need to do it then, did I? I naturally just touched my. But
we should point out that Ricky's mother didn't die of testicular cancer. That it just
no. But I thought, oh God, well I've got it now. And I think I went along once with testicular cancer, didn't I?
Yeah, you had the testy problem once. I remember because I remember sitting in the waiting room looking through an old Argos catalogue with you for some reason. I think that was the only thing to read.
Then I thought I had throat cancer, didn't I?
Yeah, because I think you had a bit of a sore throat, didn't you?
But then I think I'm over that. I was just like, sent me a bit. So, it's just a bad back.
Why were you fiddling around down below? Because I mean, it wasn't like I called on you to do some work and you said I've got to rush to the doctors. I think it was like lunchtime. Yeah. So you'd obviously be meddling around down there.
Well, I tested a few times, but I'm never sure.
What, during the day? I mean, can't you do that when you first get, maybe before you go to bed? Not in a restaurant when we're eating dinner.
Yeah, but he likes to, he has to
certainly not spaghetti and kumquats.
Exactly.
That confused me. I don't know where the hands were.
You put me right off my meatballs.
Oh dear.
But Ricky, just to clear it, you are okay, aren't you?
Yeah, of course. Back. Yeah, just a bad back. Yeah, let's have a record, shall we? A bit of Bruce Springsteen, be lovely. Cheering breaks and Painkiller on XFM 104.9. Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Claire Sturgis.
Yeah, no, it's good to be here. I'm missing hearing Carl, actually.
Shouldn't mention him because people will remember them. They go, oh yeah.
I know.
We're trying to pretend.
How are you, Sturgis, by the way? We've not really said hello to you.
I'm very well, thank you. Yeah.
Do you look forward to these occasions when you get to stand in for Carl?
I get a little bit nervous.
Is it intimidating?
It is a bit intimidating because he's such a funny man. But, you know, once I'm here, I'm okay.
He doesn't know he is. It's not like he's doing it on purpose. It's you know what I mean? So...
He's a natural.
At least you know what you're saying.
Yes, good point, yeah.
It's not all downhill, is it?
No, exactly, yeah. I mean,
no, it'll be fine. It's only an hour and a half to go, we'll be okay. Can we talk about, Can we talk about the BAFTAs? I don't want to sort of go on about, the awards and everything.
I don't like to talk about it.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Claire, I mean...
what do you want to know? What do you want to know?
What do you want to know? How many you won? Or?
Well, of course we... Well, I know how many you won. We're all watching, obviously.
Not everyone does, though, Claire. I mean...
How many did you win, Steve?
You might want to remind me.
What, in all, or what? What are you talking about? How many...
Do you mean this year and last?
It's 2 now. 2 last year, 4 in all.
So it's 4 in all. 2 of those are Ricky's, specifically his.
No, Steve, what I really want to talk about was Ricky's white suit.
Oh, yeah. OK, well, listen. Well, let me explain. Wow. Never mind all that. One, it's actually... I bought it for a photo shoot, because I'm doing this thing... I've got a DVD coming out in October, and I'm doing a spoof of the front cover of Thriller, so I bought a white suit. Nice. And I got it, right? And I thought, well, I might as well wear that then now and get it dry clean.
I thought you blagged it.
And I thought when I put it on, I looked a bit like Sean Connery as James Bond. Apparently, I looked like Tattoo from Fantasy Island.
The little midget guy.
Yeah.
Sure.
Which was, you know, I did watch it back, and you know, there are some resemblances. At one point, I did plan, which was I don't know why.
Yeah.
I thought.
Well, when he suggested he was going to wear it, I said that's crazy. I said it's madness because I knew it would come back and haunt him. I
got away with it though.
Well, did you?
No.
I mean, what was it I said to you? We were talking about it, and he said...
Oh, no, he said, what are you wearing it with, a sort of white shirt and a white tie? I went, no. I wear a black tie. He said, right. He went, you should do it with the white shirt and the white tie. He went, you know, do that whole Randall Hopkirk thing. And I went, that's what I'm worried about. He went, what, you're worried people think you're a ghost?
I mean, pathetic. I didn't think it was a good idea. I just love the way that if you're a celebrity, somehow you're allowed to wear, like, nonsense, outrageous clothes, because it's kind of expected of you, because, you know, you're...
But it wasn't mental. It wasn't like Graham Norton going in curtains, or Jonathan Ross dressing up as Lawrence Llewellyn-Bowen. It was just a white suit,
But it's just that thing of, you know, I am. It's cheeky Ricky Gervais here. Look what I'm wearing.
I was worried there was going to be chocolate mousse, though.
Yeah.
Or Johnny Vegas was going to greet me and throw up immediately. Yeah. It was sort of like I had to keep away from people.
And what you're sitting on. But I tell you what, I think it worked with Anne Robinson, didn't it?
Do you think
she winked at you when you went... She liked you.
She just can't stop that.
No,
she's made it into a catchphraase, but...
You made her giggle like a little schoolgirl.
I knew it was safe, though, to say that thing about her drinking, because I'd done a non-broadcast pilot with her this year. For a friend was the producer, and it's a new show called Look Who's Coming to Dinner. And the premise is I choose sort of 6 heroes that are alive, and so... I knew it was all right, so I didn't just go out there and start insulting this poor middle-aged woman. I sort of knew she could take a joke. She's all right. She's obviously she's not really like that. So, yeah.
No, but I love the way she just giggled like a little girl.
I think she was quite good, actually. I think it's better when she's sort of ad-libbing. I don't think she's as good when she's sort of got lines and she's hitting marks. She's quite good when she's sort of. Like when Peter Kay came on, she went, "Have you dyed your hair?" Yeah. And he went, "Have I dyed my hair?" I said, "What sort of talk is that?" Which I thought was quite nice.
Your quote was good though.
What?
When he went, peace, or war.
I just hate it when, oh God, celebrities get their political, I've got to say something political, because there's all that suffering in the world. And I don't know, it's like those things you see in the papers where it's got, general elections or war, and it's got a picture of Billie Piper, just a picture, and it goes, Labour. Or, it's got, you know, Ross Kemp. No to war. But when would that be influential?
No idea.
It's sort of like someone goes to you, what do you think of war? I go, war, I don't know. I've made your mind up. Well, no, it's difficult, isn't it? Is it? Well, yeah, you know, because on the one hand...
I don't know where I stand.
Well, exactly, on the one hand you could say that, you know, war is wrong because it caused suffering, but on the other hand, you know, that's a knee-jerk reaction, and some wars are justified, you know, like stopping, you know, fascism or whatever, and, you know, like pacifism, sometimes you have to have defence, so it's not clear and cut. I go, okay, let's make it easier for you. What do you think of the little black one in Sugar Babes? I think she's brilliant. She hates war. That's me. That's me done then.
Exactly. Does that help sway your mind?
Yeah, but I don't know when it is influential.
Remember when that young au pair was over in America and she got arrested for the murder or the death rather of that young child. I forget her name. Do you remember that story?
Louise Woodward.
Well, do you remember there was a whole section in the paper there where there was I think it was members of Coronation Street saying, release her, please release her.
I remember you said you fancied her.
Who's that?
You said you fancied her when it was all happening.
Well, he
said, I think he was the danger.
There was an element of that. Do you know what I thought it was?
I would love you to go out with Louise Woodward.
The thing about Wooders...
what's she doing now?
The thing about Wooders is that she, my suspicion was that when she came back and she'd been cleared of it,
she hadn't been cleared of it.
Yes, she was.
No, she wasn't.
Wasn't she?
No.
I don't think she. I think
no,
they just
it was
let her
she'd
out.
done her time, and it was. I think it was manslaughter.
I think.
I'm not sure about this.
Teetering on the edge of getting.
Well, no, someone knows. Call up. You know, we don't know this, so don't.
Yeah, but I think you're right.
Well, either way, it was a tragic accident, and she wasn't a murderess. That was the clear point, and it just struck me that. Nevertheless, there would probably be a certain stigma. You know, so she was down, you know, kind of Monroe's on a Wednesday night, you know, looking for a dance. Probably there weren't going to be a lot of guys queuing up for her because they were conscious that, you know, she had this certain reputation. Whereas Ding Dong, Gentleman Steve, I'm happy to step in.
Do you know what? I'd let her babysit because she'd be so careful, wouldn't she? Do you know what I mean? She'd be on real best behaviour.
Yeah.
So maybe we shouldn't be talking about it.
But I do wonder what she's up to now.
Well, if you know...
08700 800 1234.
If you're a lawyer and we've said something wrong, let us know now. We'll apologise quickly.
Yeah.
You know.
But no, anyway, good luck to you, Louise. If you're out there listening, good luck. And you know, ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk. That's the
I don't want my name attached in case.
Get in touch.
Yeah. You're free tonight, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm free. I'm free. For the next 8 years, I think.
Play a record.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sweet. 10-story love song. Love song? Yeah, 10-story love song from the Stone Dozes.
Yeah, see, it's not as easy as it looks, is it?
It's not. And I'll tell you, also because I'm a little under the weather still.
Yeah.
So, that's my excuse.
You've had a week off.
I'll tell
Concentrate.
I mean, I've got cable TV, but there is nothing on, is there, in the daytime? It is just... I mean, I loved Today with Des and Mel.
That's good, it's all like that. Was Joe Pasquale on again? He always pops up. I love it when he pops up.
Joe Pasquale is an absolute joy.
I love Joe. Genuinely, without irony, I really like Joe Pasquale.
Do you know him? Have you met him?
No, I haven't, no, but I really, really like him. I think he's really funny.
He's really good.
Yeah.
One of his jokes that I've always enjoyed is, why is there a lock on the door of the 24/7 shop? It's good.
He's a thoughtful man.
It's good. You know, it's open all the time, Claire.
No, I just like his squeaky voice.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't like jokes.
But, no, I only caught the end the other day, but it was brilliant. Des was singing a medley of Buddy Holly songs.
He doesn't quite sing, does he?
He's sort of talking.
It's like pulling your punch. Oh, my it's on my way from nothing.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? He can't actually...
He's not actually singing, it's talking. It's kind of talking the words.
Yeah.
But he knew Buddy, apparently, and he toured with him, so...
I am an antichrist. I'm an antichrist. He never quite finished. It's lovely.
No, he's great.
He's got no breath.
But, but it's the adverts in between.
He is 73 though.
He's amazing for it.
Doing well, isn't he?
Yeah. No, I mean, you know, he's a good.
Sorry, who's 73?
Des O'Connor.
Is he seriously?
Yeah, I think so.
Amazing.
Yeah, he's doing well.
Yeah, good luck to him. A toast to Des O'Connor.
Yeah.
Raise your glasses, and all you listening at home. So
I'd love to see him interview Louise Woodward.
Yeah, indeed.
Do you want to hear some Louise Woodward? I have had some calls.
But I don't know if they're true or not, though, do you? What did you hear?
Well, I think one of the...
we mustn't...
law.
No, we mustn't say that shop that she works in.
No, wouldn't say that. But
in case it's...
I'm sure I read the same thing, Steve. Someone said they read that she was studying law, and I think I read that because she knows so much about it.
Yeah.
Now she decided
She's never through the system,
You never know when it comes in useful.
But she has been spotted in various parts of the country selling all manner of things.
Okay, brilliant.
So
what, door to door?
Yeah, exactly.
Hello, I'm from Mothercare.
We've got to stop this now. We've got to stop this now. It's not fair.
That's that.
It's all water under the bridge.
Anyway, let's play a record. Let's play a record, Claire. No, I'll talk about it later.
We're scared
I think,
now.
Yeah, we've just got ourselves in trouble. I think we just need to go and consult our lawyers.
Would you like some Peter Gabriel?
Oh, this is a beautiful track. And it was Guy, so a bit of resurgence. This is Salisbury Hill. Peter Gabriel, what a lovely track that is. Salisbury Hill on XFM 104.9. Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Claire Sturgis.
You know, if Carl was here, do you know what he'd want now?
Probably ads, no.
Some adverts.
Yeah. Do you want some now?
Oh, it's what Carl would have wanted.
Okay, for Carl then, some ads.
Excellent. Placebo and Bitter End. XFM 104.9, Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant. Claire Sturgis in for Carl Pilkington.
Doing a good
who's
job.
in Madeira.
Indeed. Is that where the cake's from?
Yep. It's named after, I think, yeah.
Excellent,
yeah.
excellent.
It's nice, lovely. It's sort of,
I don't know where Madeira is.
It's sort of off Africa.
Okay.
But it's, I think,
there are a lot of
Portuguese.
old people go there.
There are a lot of old people there. There are a lot of old people
Carl
there.
is essentially a 50-year-old man in the body of a 30-year-old.
Yeah.
I know, yeah. I think
Whereas Ricky Gervais...
Whoa. Party by the pool, it was. It was actually really good. I'd much prefer that than, we went to, Greece once, and we wandered in this place by mistake, going through this, and it was just full of people in Everton shirts and Liverpool shirts and just drinking lager. Like, oh, where's the fun in that? And just, I can't, the idea of Butlins, millions of families screaming around would drive me mental.
Butlins is the most extraordinary place I've ever been to. I went there with a bunch of friends.
We can't slag it off, but, I mean, not Butlins specifically, just anything.
No, I'm not slagging Butlins off.
No.
It's just,
it was
I've never been to Butlins.
It's an extraordinary place. The bar's themed. One bar themed in the Wild West style.
Brilliant.
But a tribute band to Status Quo playing.
Really?
It was extraordinary. So you walk in the swing doors, and there's Status Quo playing, and everyone else is, all the staff dressed in cowboy outfits, and cowgirl outfits, serving drinks.
I've told you this before, but I sneaked into Butlins. We sneaked in one night, and we didn't know what was on, and they were serving lager and chips, and there's just loads of families and lots of northern men in short-sleeve shirts and kids running around and stuff. And, so they just arranged the chairs in the sort of dance hall, and they went, and now, ladies and gentlemen, the entertainment for this evening is David Copperfield, not the magician. And it was the bloke from Three of a Kind.
Of course.
He came out. He did it all. He did all the jokes. He did all the, hello, how are you? Oh, you're nice. You know, to people in the audience. And then his finale was he stood on a chair because there wasn't a stage, and he did classical gas, seriously, on guitar. And then they went out, right, and he went, thanks for it. He went off, and they stopped clapping, and he came back on to get his jacket.
Oh, dear. Oh, no.
Yeah. It was great. There was also a girl-boy duo in blue satin called Joint Effort, which I was loving. And at the end, right, it was on, I think it was on a Saturday night, so people were leaving sort of the next day, or Friday night, they're leaving the next day, and the kids and that were sort of like going to Redcoats, and they were crying, right? And all the Redcoats and Joint Effort, and they did We Are the World.
Oh, wow.
Amazing. What an amazing night that was.
Extraordinary.
Yeah.
They are incredible places.
Yeah.
Joint Effort. I don't think... I saw a documentary, I'm sure I saw a documentary, which is finding out what the likes of David Copperfield are up to now.
Yeah.
And he was a thatcher, wasn't he? Wasn't he mending roofs?
I think so, yeah. I think you're right,
I saw him saying... They said, would you not want to be back on primetime TV? And he said, do you know, I think I prefer mending roofs.
Well,
I'm not sure.
Well, he's probably the same as David Van Day with that advert when he said he got to the point where I prefer to sell burgers than records.
No, you didn't. You never preferred selling burgers, David.
Have you watched any of the Reborn in the Odyssey?
I love it.
You see,
absolutely love it.
I missed it, and I'm gutted.
It's Hadley or Cox. It's Hadley or Cox all the way, I reckon.
Who's Cox?
We close our eyes, we never lose him.
What band is that?
Go West.
Go West.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he's probably the best singer in a sort of stand-up cabaret
and how does it work? Do they get voted out as they go around?
Yeah.
So it's Sonia's gone, isn't
No, there's two from the studio audience, two are nominated, the lowest, I think the lowest people, and then people in Britain vote one back on the bus.
Can I just ask why they're doing it in the States? Why didn't they just do it in this country?
Well, because it was meant to be relaunch their career without prejudice, I assume.
Okay.
And also as an excuse to go to America, I suppose, and people not know him. Although fame is creeping in. I think a lot of people recognise Tony Hadley.
Yeah.
Particularly when he sang True at karaoke.
Yes.
No, but,
is he as good as ever?
He's fine. He's a bit dramatic, but he's alright.
Now, from your sort of, your brief pop phase, are any of these faces familiar to you? Did you ever bump into them?
Oh, no, but no, no.
You never hung out with Hadley, or...?
No, we all lived in the same house.
Yeah, you did have, didn't you have a run-in with Bucks Fizz?
Oh, yeah.
No,
once when we were going up to do, a TV show, and A&R man had just forgotten about us, and we were there, we were at the airport, we didn't have the tickets, and so Bucks Fizz were doing the same show, and I remember they tried to smuggle us through. They had sort of like them and their crew, and they just like showed us the tickets and went through, and they went, well, like that would work. They went, okay, sorry.
Did the two girls stand in the lobby and whip off their skirts? Everyone was sidetracked while you legged it through.
Well, I was on the shoulders of Bobby G, and wearing a really long coat. Yeah. And they went, Bobby, what a lot? He went, yes, I am taller now.
You're not taller in the flesh than you are on top of the pops.
Yeah.
And fatter.
I wasn't fat then.
You weren't fat then, no, you're right.
Yeah, no, but I love it. And the other thing I've been watching is American Pop Idol.
Right,
that was last night. It's great, really good, yeah.
This is Simon Cowell?
Ruben's going to win. Huh?
Is that the one that Jerry Halliwell is part of?
No, this is Randy Jackson, What's Up Dog, Paula Abdul, and Simon Cowell. Yeah. But Simon Cowell makes so much more sense in that context. Yeah. Because they're all... you're great, and they stand up and they clap, and he goes, sit down, it was all right, and it makes so much more sense, you know what I mean? Over here it's a bit of a pantomime sort of drama queen, but over there, he's the sort of voice of sanity, exactly, yeah, but that's the trash TV that I watch.
That you've watched.
Yeah, but
recently.
no, Reborn's funny, but once again, public are stupid. They voted out, Dollar. That was driving everyone mad, and there was fights.
Really? Because they really were nasty
yeah,
to
because,
Sonia.
they really went for it. They voted out Chris Eubank.
Yeah, in Celebrity Big Brother.
Keep him in.
I don't think the public should be allowed to vote on TV shows. I don't think they know what's best for them. It does strike me that, like, in the golden age of EastEnders, if people had said, do you want to vote out, Dirty Den, they'd have gone, yeah, he's nasty.
I know, yeah. It's that confusion, either with entertainment and punishing people, yeah. They should keep them in and then make them lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you've had all the best of both worlds.
What about the new celebrity, I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of
Now,
Here?
who's in that? The one...
Daniela Westbrook.
Yeah.
Catalina, that model.
Yeah. Don't know her.
Yeah, exactly.
The one
Anthony Worrell Thompson, why? Why does he want to...
You've got someone to cook, ain't you?
Well,
that one from Changing... Yeah, no, girl from Changing Rooms.
Yeah, Linda Barker.
Yeah. Oh, Phil Tufnell.
Who?
Phil Tufnell, cricketer. I'm going to put some money on him to win. I reckon he's going to win. Because apparently he's sort of funny and nice and everything. And, yeah.
Would you ever do any of those?
Absolutely not. No.
I genuinely think if you were in the Celebrity Big Brother
immediately
house, you would be voted out. It would be before the public get a chance to vote.
Yeah.
The housemates would have got you out somehow.
Yeah.
They'd
have left.
Or they'd have left. Yeah,
I might win. I might win by default.
They'd have all climbed over the roof like that guy Sandy.
Yeah.
They'd have all climbed out like within the first 10 minutes.
I saw Sandy the other day actually.
Still on the run, is he?
Just climbing over.
It's over, Sandy.
Get off my roof.
I got really excited in Selfridges.
Does he look like a wombat up close?
No, he's really good looking.
Shut up.
No, seriously. I saw him in the hat section at Selfridges because he's a personal shopper telling someone they look gorgeous.
Jane went there specifically to meet Sandy.
No,
just for like, yeah.
I got really excited.
Is he working there?
Yeah,
he's a
he
personal
always was.
shopper. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Does he sign autographs and stuff?
I'm sure
No, he calls himself Alex now.
What?
Eh?
Yeah, he's not allowed to call him Sandy. Selfridges wouldn't... What should we say and get him sacked? Get him voted out of the Selfridges household. Oh,
what, is he a personal shopper?
Yeah.
That's just to me the epitome of indulgence. If you've got money to spend on a personal shopper,
I'd love to do that.
Man alive!
No,
is that someone who pushes your trolley?
No,
is that how it works?
You just say.
Can I get one of those in Waitrose?
No. It's like asking an assistant. You go, I need some black trousers and some brown shoes and this range. And they go, okay, and they go and get you a range, so you don't have to go. It's not like.
Yeah, but I still love it.
Yeah.
But you have to pay for it. It's not.
No, you don't pay for the service. You pay for the clothes if you buy them. It's
really?
not. Yeah, it's not like Lady Di having Harrods opened for her.
So I could walk in there and get Sandy.
Of course you
Big
could.
Brother to just do some shopping.
In fact, I'd love you to.
But could I get him once he's finished in Selfridges? Could he pop to the Co-op for me?
No, he can't do that. No, he can't do that.
What?
No.
Seriously? So there'd be people queuing up, wouldn't there?
Well, why? Selfridges, you can't... People don't go and shop in Selfridges for the sake of it, to meet Sandy, do they?
No, but to get a personal shopper... Why wouldn't everyone have one? I don't understand why everyone wouldn't do it if they're not charging you for it.
Oh, Steve, you and me later on.
I'll tell you this, I don't think people realise that, Rick. He's going to be inundated now.
You know when you go to Selfridges, you will not be able to buy that suit you got for £97. It's a lot more expensive than that.
What?
You can't you can't get shoes for £29 in there.
I'm not bothering.
No, exactly. You see, that's where you're going to come unstuck.
It's not worth
I'd love a great record now, Claire.
Okay.
I'm going back to Bristol this weekend.
Oh, yeah?
I am going to be... I've got £100 to spend, so I'm looking to get a 3-piece suite.
Yeah.
dinner suit.
Yeah.
You know, and who knows?
A wife.
Well. Possibly. You know, I think my sister's back.
The new single from Radiohead.
What do you make of it?
I love Radiohead,
Yeah.
so I'm prejudiced, and I like just about everything they do. You know, I still play the Bends regularly. I had to replace it on CD because I wore it out.
Really?
I just think it's amazing. I think they're great. They're coming in, aren't they?
Yeah, well, they're coming in a couple of times. I think Phil and Ed, two of my favourites, are doing Zoe in a few weeks. And I think Tom York is going to be doing John Kennedy on Exposure, doing one of those album playbacks where he comes in and talks about each track.
He's so shy as well.
Yeah.
He came into Eula once, and he was just so shy. He hated it all because people were looking at him. And, he's great. He's brilliant.
A toast.
Funny little
for
fella.
Radiohead.
Yeah.
Happy Easter, Tom, and all that.
Don't eat too many eggs, boys.
Oh, calm down, you crazy guys. No, we were talking earlier about the fact, because I've been ill this week, and so I've just been lying on the sofa, you know, dosed up. I was a bit feverish as well in the week, and I, at one point, I had a real kind of movie. If I'm ill, I like to be like you're ill in the movies, and I was tossing and turning in bed. I had the fever. I was waking up. I was sweating, all sorts, and I keep waking up really early, and I'm sort of watching daytime TV for hours, and the adverts that you see in the daytime, I mean, because we do actually work. A lot of people think we just doss around all day, but we do actually work, and so I don't get to see TV in the day much. And the adverts, it's not adverts you see at night during. I know. They're incredible, and it's like.
Was it for surgical stockings?
Well, a lot of them are either aimed at people who basically are waiting to die.
Right.
It would seem. Or
I love that advert. Waiting to die.
Well, they are a bit. With Christopher Timothy, he sat in a pub on his own, just having a pint in the afternoon. I think this was before he. Became a doctor. He's having a pint on his own, looking through the job
He's
ads.
like a career, any vet, doctor. I think he's always wanted to play a lawyer.
Yeah. And he basically says in so many words, I can't remember it verbatim, but he basically says, you know, you're probably getting on a bit. You're not going to be around forever. You could drop dead tomorrow. Have you made provisions for your children and your family and your wife? And I think you at home were supposed to go, oh Christ, I haven't.
Oh.
And I was feeling my testicles earlier. They are a bit lumpy.
Yeah.
Oh no. You know, or
I had to bend down quite low to feel them.
Exactly.
So, you know, I am getting on a bit.
Exactly.
In fact, what I do now is pull them towards me and kick them up like Beckham with the ball.
Yeah.
And on the way back down, I have a quick feel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or when the kids come to visit.
Yeah.
And,
stop playing with Grandad's testicles. Where have you put them? Where have you put them? We put them on the mantel. Oh, you little devils, go on with you. Do you want a Werther's original?
And that's another advert you see constantly, Werther's Originals. So they've got those, and then they've got the adverts which I always love, which are adverts for any kind of, you know, Claims Direct or any of those things. It's just invariably there's a reconstruction of an accident that might have happened. Someone tripping over a paving slab. There's one which is particularly chilling of a guy who I think he's with his kid watching football. And he's thinking to himself, you know, I bet he's looking, he's thinking, I wish I could join in. And it flashes back, and there he is up a ladder, on a very shiny surface with no one supporting it, frankly.
He's asking for trouble.
Frankly, I blame him.
Yeah.
And then it topples for no reason. I don't know why it topples.
Right.
Wind, let's say.
Yeah.
Whenever I see it, I always think...
he never walks again.
Well, he falls off it.
Did he smash his face in? Did he fall on a spike? Because if he's going to go up that ladder on a shiny surface with no one holding it, right? Did he fall backwards on his head? The little...
Worse still,
right, did he do the splits and crush his nuts?
Worse than that.
What?
He made a considerable lump sum of cash thanks to the efforts of one of those claims companies.
Oh, no.
All right. His negligence has seen him $3,000 richer.
Steve, was there a yokel with a pitchfork looking up as he fell on it?
Nothing.
Oh,
he fell off. I think he must have bruised his ankle or strained a ligament.
That's not enough. That hasn't taught him anything.
Well, it's not taught him a lesson. In fact, if anything, it has encouraged him to just be more foolhardy in the future. Because if you're going to dish out $5 grand willy-nilly to these people, these lunatics, these oafs, these simpletons.
Do you know one of my favourite adverts was the one in sort of the back of those glossy magazines you get given away, and there was always an old woman, and she'd fallen right in her front porch or whatever, and she was just reaching out, but she was too weak to reach the phone. So it was sort of like you carry a little button around with you that you press. Yeah. I love the idea of that. She looked so vulnerable. That was my.
But I always feel with those kind of those claims adverts that it's almost like saying, I'm not going to say it explicitly.
Yeah.
Here are some ideas for you.
Yeah.
You know, paving slabs.
Yeah.
Is there one near you?
Yeah.
Could you have a little trip?
Exactly, yeah.
If you've got a stepladder.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything,
but maybe, you know,
read between the lines.
The shiny floor.
There is money to be made.
There's adverts in the back of those. Do you remember Innovations catalogue?
Well, I just read this week, Innovations catalogue is being closed down.
Gutted.
Yeah. The Innovations
really?
catalogue, which is, it used to go to something like 50 million homes or something.
I love the Innovations catalogue. You do think, well, I could do with that. Because I want...
I've never thought that.
No, I do. I want to spend money on an advantage in life. Like, you know, I want the power packs and hoverboards and things that like to see through walls. Just for 19.99.
Yeah,
they don't work, do they? I bought oxygen. Did you really? I bought oxygen.
What do you mean you bought oxygen?
Well, me and my mate were sort of like running. It was about like I don't know 1987, and me and my mate Wally, we were doing long distance running together. We were trying to get good, and I thought I'll just have some oxygen before the race.
What do you mean some oxygen? It's there, free in the air. What's going on?
Big canisters.
A canister of oxygen.
It didn't work. It just smelled like you were sniffing mints. I couldn't get any in. What
was it supposed to do?
Well, you know, oxygenate the blood so you can.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know why.
How much was it?
I don't know. I can't remember. But
mine was 19.99. It was a big canister.
It was rubbish.
Why did you buy it? I mean, he was at least doing a job.
Doing a job.
I was
but it does seem to me that because the problem with the Innovations catalogue is that for the few idiots that buy stuff like you, there are hundreds, thousands who just looked through it and laughed at the absurdity of a motorised tie rack.
I bought the Abs Master.
Who is so lazy that they need that?
Yeah.
The Abs Master. I worked for a while answering the mail and opening the mail for returns. It wasn't the Innovations people, but it was if that's the kind of middle class version, this was a very much more working class thing. It was how to get hot dogs out of a tin and all the rest of it. And there was stuff in there was incredible. There was one item that was in the catalogue, and it was. I know, like me, you've probably thought to yourself, I just haven't got time to boil the kettle and fill up my hot water bottle. You thought that takes upwards of a minute and a half to do. What I need is some kind of state-of-the-art kind of plastic container with some kind of blue gel inside, which I put in the microwave, and that heats up, right? So that was what this device was. You put it in the microwave, you buzz it in there for like 30 seconds, saving yourself, a minute of preparation time. And we used to get them sent back. I swear to God, they would send that. They'd be split.
Yeah, they
old
exploded,
women saying, I'd heated something in the microwave, I went to sleep, it split asunder, and the blue gel scorched my legs. I've got third-degree burns. And do you know
woman with a scolding? Call claims direct.
But do you know what we used to do? I used to say, do they not sue over this stuff? And they told me, they said, they never sue, they're not, they're old ladies, they don't realise they can sue. What we normally do is send them a replacement. So I'd have to send replacements back to these old women who had scalded their legs. We didn't even send them the money back. We just sent them a replacement. I mean, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Sometimes I always felt
and a new pair of tights, at least.
At least.
And sheets, bed sheets, yeah.
Oh, dear.
Imagine that, though.
I did have an Abs Master, one of those things that, you try it on. Jane bought it for me for a birthday once. And, the electronic thing, you put it on, right?
Hurts, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, I turned it full up, right? And at one point...
Now, what's this? Sorry, I don't understand what this is.
You try it... Put it round you, it sticks to your body, and it's an electrical charge, and it's like doing sit-ups. Every time it does it, it's like you're doing a sit-up, but without you sitting up, right? And at one point, I had it on, I'd done it for a few weeks, and at one point, I was laying on the couch in my pants with this on, watching telly, drinking a bottle of wine and eating cheese. She said, I don't think it works like that. I thought, if this works, it's the greatest invention of all time.
So it's like you can eat, and it's it's kind of working it off for you as you're eating.
I know, yeah. Oh, dear. That'd be great. I did see one thing in one of those little magazines once, and this is hilarious, right? What it was, it's a bloke in a wheelchair, right? And then there's another one of him, and it's raining, so he's got a cagoule on that covers him and his wheelchair.
Oh, no.
And just his little face. So it looks like somebody's covered a motorbike in, and it's just his little face. I thought that was great. Oh, dear. Oh.
Innovations is finished.
That is great. It's all over. Should we have a record? It'd be lovely.
A toast to the Innovations.
A toast to Innovations.
You have provided nothing of much use for 15 years.
Happy Easter.
Happy egg. Well, I mean...
Are you sure that's not part of the song? Because, you know, Pink Floyd, you know what they're like?
These
they're
newfangled
tricks.
Newfangled sort of trickery and that weirdness.
I mean, like...
Well, it's a shame. It is a shame.
It is a great song.
Yeah, but it's too annoying. We've got to stop it.
Yeah. Are we putting a pay to it? It's gone.
Yeah.
I'll switch it off, Claire.
Yeah.
I don't know, because that always plays fine on my home system, so I don't know if it's something that Sturgis has done. You haven't got your big greasy thumbprints over it, have you? What were you eating earlier? Because I saw you eating a huge hog roast as I came in.
And throwing the bones behind
exactly, like Henry VIII.
Okay.
Nothing changes, Ricky.
Oh dear, never mind. Well,
see, the problem
that's ruined the whole show for me. It was going so well.
What worries me, Rick, is because this show is so carefully planned, that's left a minute and a half gap.
That can throw us all out.
Timings.
Adverts.
Do you think that'll be it? People love them.
Great.
We'll go back tomorrow. Wise words unless you're talking about pension plans. That's Feeder on XFM 104.9. Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Claire Sturgis. Competition time. I haven't got the usual competitions of songs of phrase and monkey news and the other Carl nonsense. You know, I'm not.
There's no cheapest chimps. There's no cheapest chimps this week. I'm devastated.
It's back next week.
I don't know.
Although let's just do a quick cheapest chimps. Okay. So, chimpanzee that. Cheapest chimps. Do you know how much a chimp is, Steve, to buy?
Really, no.
55 grand. Okay, the competition is this. We've got 5 tickets.
No,
5 pairs of tickets, to give away to the new Spike Lee film, 25th Hour. And I've seen this, and it's really great. It's got Ed Norton in it and Philip Seymour Hoffman. Really, really good. It's an 18 certificate, so you can only call up and get into this free if you are over 18.
Or... unless you look 18.
Yeah, let's face it, as long as you look 18. Yeah.
I don't think they're going to ask for ID on the door.
Yeah.
But if you look like 14, then there's no chance.
And you probably get some fags and beer as well on the way
exactly.
in.
But if you're 16, 17, you look old enough, you've got a bit of facial hair, go for it.
Yeah. Or wear a long beard.
Yeah, whatever, yeah.
No, we're not going to condone that. Please be 18 years or over.
Yeah.
It is an illegal offence.
Exactly.
Call 08700 800 1234, and as it is such a great film, we're going to do the competition is this. Do you want to go to this? A, yes. B, no. So
C, I'm not sure I can make it Wednesday. Any chance Thursday?
D, I think I'll wait for it to come out on video, you know.
E, I don't really like Spike Lee. I'm a racist.
Call in. So
hang on, we should just point out that, it's Wednesday at 6 o'clock. Did we make that clear?
Yeah, Wednesday at 6 o'clock. Yeah. A, yes. B, no. C, Wednesday's no good for me. D, I'll wait for it to come on video. E, I don't like Spike Lee. I'm a racist.
Yeah. What is it? 08700 800 1234?
That's the number, yeah.
Okay, bother Claire with that.
The answer's A, by the way. Correct answer.
Nice
if you want to go, that is.
Yeah.
But tell the truth.
I'd love to have some more music.
Yeah, sweet.
I feel some Smiths.
Oh,
classic.
Yeah.
Reel Around the Fountain.
Good choice.
Smiths, Reel Around the Fountain, XFM 104.9. Well, we've given those away then.
Yeah, it went very well.
Have you got enough now? You don't need more.
Yeah, got them all. Yeah, everyone said the correct answer. They would love to go. One person actually, who was it? It was Tom said C, but his sister Sarah would love to go. So
well, good luck to Sarah. I hope she's over 18.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because otherwise that is illegal. Here's to the rules. Cheers.
Happy Easter.
I don't know why. I'm just in a mood for toast. It's Easter.
Yeah. And we know what that means, don't we?
God bless him.
Eggs. Go on.
Absolutely. Well, we were chatting about the Innovations catalogue, and it just because I've just been flipping here through the TV magazine, which comes free with the Sun, and
is there anything on the back? A plate or a figure?
The white trash that must buy this rubbish. I mean, this one. I don't know how you describe that. There.
Oh,
classy, isn't it?
Oh,
it's
dear.
A porcelain doll of a young woman.
Looks like Ginger Spice with her hair up in a blue dress.
Yeah, it is strictly limited to 9,500.
Oh, am I going to get one? Well, why did we waste time with this show? Shouldn't I have been calling?
Well, look, it says.
How much is it?
Well, she can be yours for the special half-price offer of just £94.50.
Is that all, really? You're not winding me up, are you, Steve? You're not winding me up, because if I look at it, it's 940, because I think it should be. I will go mental, because I would love that porcelain piece of shit for 100 quid on my shelf.
Hang on a minute, Rick. Let me just read you some of the write-up.
Who buys that? They think it's art.
It's classy. Well, hang on, I think this blurb will change your mind.
Go on then. Okay, well, I'm just... Okay.
Her name is quite simply Dearest Rose.
I'll have it.
And she's portrayed here holding a beautiful...
Well, I mean, of course it's going to be Dearest Rose, isn't it?
Let me read it,
it's not going to be... Her name is Bert.
Dearest Rose is portrayed here holding a beautiful bouquet of roses given to her by her lover. She has gently plucked some of them and placed them in her chestnut hair.
Oh,
she is wearing a gown.
Oh, that's filthy. She is as well. She's stuffing them
on her head.
Oh, all right, go on.
She is wearing a gown of beautiful turquoise silk. Her skirt flows to the floor, and from beneath it, you can see her dainty shoe just peeping out, decorated with a tiny handmade rose.
That is brilliant. 94
and it is beautiful, and it's and you can pay £9.45 a month for 10 months.
Yeah,
and that can be yours. And I think you'll agree, it is just beautiful.
I mean, the best one I've ever seen. There was one that was a doll. Right, like a realistic doll, you know, a horrible, scary doll, and it was something like, you know, £100, and it said, "Call your family and tell them it's a girl." And I just imagined this 45-year-old woman with bunches and rouge on her hair, still dressed in her ballerina outfit, going, "I've had a baby, mother." "You haven't." "I have, it's a bloody baby." "Why do you hate me?" "It's a doll." "Why do you hate me?" I mean,
I know.
What sort of people are they preying on?
Well, there was one...
just had a baby. Sorry? Call the doctor. Call the doctor. Don't call the doctor! I've had a bloody baby!
Well, I remember seeing one which just was extraordinary. I mean, again, I'm thinking specifically of the people that buy it. It was about 3 foot tall. Yeah. It was, I think, again, made of porcelain or possibly plastic. It was a baby. It was like a kind of 1-year-old baby. Like, that was the design. Wearing a Harley Davidson biker outfit. The leather cap, the jacket, the nappy.
Rather like Marlon Brando did in The Wild Bunch.
Unbelievable.
Oh, dear.
I mean, the scum. I saw recently, I was flipping through one, it was wedding rings. There was a selection of exclusive wedding rings. Imagine getting down on one knee and giving your beloved a themed Lord of the Ring wedding ring.
Oh, that is brilliant.
Will you be my wife? Better still, my troll.
Oh, dear.
The scum that they're preying on, like you say. I mean, unbelievable.
It's those sort of houses that I remember going into as a child sometimes when you met a friend from school, and you'd go into their house, and it was like a shrine. I remember some people kept the polythene on their 3-piece suite.
Yeah.
There was some when you weren't allowed in the front room. Like, we couldn't go in the front room. And it's sort of, you look around and there's all these dolls and that, and it's just like, oh, God, scary. What in God's name happens in this house after dark? You know what I mean?
But the people who keep the polythene on their sofas, it's like, who are you waiting for? What day are you going to use this? Because I'll tell you this, the Queen's never coming to tea.
Tony Blair's not going to pop in unannounced covered in grease.
No, exactly.
In dungarees.
Exactly.
I won't sit down. You can sit down. Yeah. You can sit down, Tony. I've been waiting for 40 years. Look, I've had a baby. It's not a real baby. It is a baby!
Is this door locked?
Why do you hate me?
Oh, dear.
God. Call your friends and tell them it's a girl.
So if you're one of the scum that have ever bought anything from one
Trash.
of those, normally you'll get maybe commemorative plates.
I know. I'll tell you what, if I ever win the lottery, I'm going to buy all them up.
Yeah.
I'm going to buy all them up in one foul swoop.
Well,
That'd be amazing.
I think it was Cliff Richard. It was a commemorative plate of Cliff Richard.
That'd be great.
It said, "Cliff never ages." Cliff never ages, and neither will this.
Really? Did it say that?
Yeah.
Tell your friends and tell you've married Cliff Richard.
Yeah.
Look, I've married... It's a plate. It's not a plate!
I sleep with it!
I've married Cliff Richard! Remember that mental case that was, thought she was married to, Mike Reed?
No, I don't remember that.
Oh.
No, I do.
Now, is this Mike Reed, the former DJ, or Mike Reed, the entertainer stroke actor?
It's former DJ. Mm-hmm. And it had a shot of her just prancing around in the nude with a feather boa on, saying... I'm married to Mike Reed or something.
Wow.
She was obsessed with him. That's libelous.
I mean, is she still looking for a fellow?
Yeah. Oh, what would you do? Imagine you were in a love triangle between her
me
and Louise Woodward.
Oh, right, okay.
Would you? And they were fighting over you. And I think they can both get pretty violent.
Yeah.
I mean, if you know, fight. I mean, no, but I mean, I'm not. I don't know
I'll tell you what I do. I do what any gentleman would do in that situation, and I'd let them wrestle it out, nude, in a hotel room. And just see how they go.
Let's have a record. Sorry to
call the lawyers and tell them it's a girl.
Coldplay, XFM 104.9.
In fact, can I just plug something?
Go on.
Because you can hear Coldplay live tonight from 7 o'clock, the whole Earl's Court gig on XFM from 7.
Blimey.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
To Coldplay.
To Coldplay.
Happy Easter.
Happy egg. Well, that's about it from us, isn't it? We got, to be honest, I didn't miss Carl at all.
I didn't miss Carl. In fact, I felt we worked harder. We did a better show without him. I think he's dead wood.
Well, I think that we should, tell him that we don't need him. If he turns up, it's fine. If not, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that will wind him up.
Oh, he'll be livid.
If you could send, could you send Carly emails saying, to Ricky or something, because he gets all those, doesn't he? Or to Carl, saying the show was better without Carl.
Yeah.
Can you please do that for us? We'll tell him the truth. He'll hear it. He'll come back and hear it. So we know it's a wind-up. But I just want to see his crushed little face Monday. As if you can send as many emails as possible saying this show was better without Carl. Yeah. I will be grateful. And I promise I'll tell him the truth next week. Do you think I can do that for us?
I think so.
Is it carl.pilkington@xfm.co.uk?
Yeah. And it's Carl with a K.
Yeah, and send some to me, because he'll read those next week as well.
Yeah, ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk.
Yeah, send some to me as well. And
pass them on, yeah.
And to the head of XFM.
Oh, what's his one?
Yeah.
Because he won't get in trouble, because obviously Andrew's listening, so he'll know it's a joke. But
Andrew.phillips@xfm.co.uk.
In fact, could you send a load...
marketing manager, Charlotte Susan at
Yeah, Andrew.phillips@xfm.co.uk. Just saying, it's so much better without Carl, because it's got a bit self-indulgent. He just does his same old stuff about Auntie Nora farting, and it's not big and it's not clever, and the man's a fool. Yeah. So if you do something like that, make stuff up as well. Thanks very much. Happy egg.
Happy egg indeed. Can I just end with a tune?
Yeah,
Ed Harcourt. I don't know if you've listened to his current album.
Yeah,
but there's some nice treats on there. And this is one called The Birds Will Sing For Us. A nice way to end.
See you later. Cheers.
Happy Easter.
Do the email thing. Egg.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the last podcast.
On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
So, okay, what if I did get my own show on InfoWars? And I mean, honestly, like Kissel does on Fox News, I'd be the moderate one. I'd be the cool one. The hip, liberal.
Hold on a second. How confused are you about yourself?
I don't know.
In what world do you think you would be the moderate one, even on InfoWars?
On InfoWars, I would be Trevor Noah.
on InfoWars, you would make Alex Jones seem like the moderate one, and therefore would help him.
That's right. You pull all attention to me. I take the heat. I hit on a grenade. I'm the Bruno Mars. InfoWars.
Well, you know what? If you will it, it will be.
Yes.
Okay. Welcome.
Technically, it's happened enough.
It is. Welcome to the last podcast on the left, everyone. I am Ben Kissel. That's Marcus Parks. We got H-Bone in Los Angeles.
Oh, my God. Today is the day to be reckoned with. I got my official acceptance letter from MUFON.
Oh, my God.
I am a VIP investigator.
Wow.
And today we're talking about one of the most controversial and well-documented abduction stories of all time. Fire in the sky.
Yeah.
The Travis Walton story.
That's it. The Travis Walton story. Fire in the sky. I can't believe you're officially a nerd. You actually got it put into print.
He paid to be a nerd.
Wow. All right.
My polo has yet to arrive. It is because they are moving offices, quote-unquote moving offices. They still have a very official-looking email background. When my polo comes, and my cap comes, and my lanyard comes, then I can just walk in. I also get a coffee mug, because you need the caffeine to stay up all night investigating. Once I get that lanyard, I think I can walk onto crime scenes.
I'm pretty sure, yeah. So basically, you're going to be a nerdier Ken Bone, and you're going to dress like the dude who interrupted the baseball play for the Cubs in the early 2000s.
I'm going to be a sexier Ken Bone. I'm taking the Ken Bone aesthetic, and I'm going to sex it up. I'm going to walk the walk. I'm going to talk the talk. And when I get out there, and shit like what goes down, the infighting between the GSW, NICAP, and APRO that we're going to be covering today, that kind of shit is going to end on my watch.
All right. I can't wait to see Detective Zabrowski out there finding all the UFOs.
Well, the Travis Walton abduction occurred on November 5th, 1975, outside the small Mormon mountain town of Snowflake, Arizona. It was witnessed by no less than 7 people, including Travis Walton, the abductee in question.
Can you imagine how hot it is to be a Mormon in Arizona.
Oh, yeah.
You have to wear a full button-down shirt and a tie and slacks. It's 110, but it's a dry heat.
These are the mountains. It's actually chilly up there. Once you get up to northern Arizona, yeah, actually at nights there it gets below freezing.
It's true. Travis Walton makes several desperate attempts to be like, you guys don't seem to understand that Arizona's not just deserts and Indians attacking us left and right. There are trees. Like, he's so defensive of the trees. But you could just see one Mormon turning to the other and just being like, man, oh man, Brother Jim, it certainly is hot out here. It's like, yep, it does strengthen a Mormon brother, Brother Thomas. It does strengthen to have the sweat roll down your khakis, down your legs. It's like, yes, but thanks be to Jesus that we have this mission. Yes, Brother Thomas, yes. Do you know that if I put my penis in your butt, we're still both virgins?
Isn't that something? You got to a dick joke.
Well, although from Travis's perspective, he had only been gone a couple of hours, when he reappeared following the abduction, he found that he had been missing for 5 days.
Ooh.
By the time Travis was back in his own home, he found that his story had gone worldwide before he ever said a word about it himself.
This abduction has been maligned again and again. It's been attacked. It's been extensively attempted to be debunked, especially by one piece of shit named Philip Klasser we're going to get into. And many different alien groups, like MUFON does stand by Travis Walton. It is a very controversial case, so I beg you to hear us out. Okay? Hear us out.
Well, I'm excited to hear why it's a controversial case because, this is cut and dry. Of course the aliens abducted this sweaty individual in Arizona.
I'm already mad at you.
No, what did I do?
I'm already mad. Here it is, Kissel, already going against the common man, saying he's not good enough for a UFO abduction.
Henry's not the common man. He's got a card that says he's no longer one of us.
I'm a VIP investigator.
Now, you may have already heard the tale of Travis Walton before this episode. In 1993, Walton's story was adapted for the movie Fire in the Sky, starring the guy who played the Liquid Terminator and the dude who created Friday Night Lights.
All the best.
I just watched Terminator 2 again. It holds up.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah, it's super fun.
And there's nothing that makes you feel more old than watching Edward Furlong and then Googling him and seeing what time has done to that poor man.
Yes. It's a really good warning for how not to live your life, how not to squander the green light given to you by Hollywood.
I just don't know what happened to him.
And Fire in the Sky, it's really fun. I would recommend going and watch it. It's I think on like Amazon Prime. But while the movie does stick to the true events in many ways, the real story is, as it always is with aliens, much more complicated, much weirder, and much dumber than the movies portray. So without further ado, here is the true story of Travis Walton.
Yeah, you fucking idiots. We're getting into this shit. I'm so excited.
Here we go.
On November 5th, 1975, Travis Walton, his best friend Mike Rogers, and 5 other loggers, Ken Peterson, John Goulet, Stephen Pierce, Alan Dallas, and Dwayne Smith, were on a job near Turkey Springs, Arizona.
Now, this is important to remember. This is a logger story, okay? This is not, there's different, right? Because like with drifters that we've covered before, drifters are chaotic evil in the D&D alignment world, right? We'll do anything for a buck. But loggers are chaotic good.
Yeah.
And they will do things the right way. And here is a description that Travis Walton wrote himself of the very nature of the soul of the logger. So you can understand where these people come from, who these people are.
Yeah.
And why you got to take their word for it, whatever the fuck it is that they say. Because they've seen some shit.
I guarantee you, loggers are a trustworthy people. You can't lie. Trees know it.
You can't. So this is from The Walton Experience by Travis Walton. The Walton Experience does sound like a prog rock band, but it's kind of fun. For a man out there on the mountain, his battle, in a way, really isn't with the baking sun, chilling winds, steep terrain, thorn bushes, or dangerous equipment. His battle isn't with the rough roads, mud holes, biting insects, or gnarly thickets. The real struggle is with the inner self. Call it fiber, backbone, or grit. True toughness is internal. The ability to keep going when he's hot, thirsty, out of breath, when his hands hurt and his muscles ache, while bark, bugs, pine needles, and sawdust are falling down his shirt to stick in his sweat. The ability to say yes to more of this and no to the beckoning shade tree. Because he knows he ought to. Because that's what he said he'd do. This can help give a man the power to say yes or no in the right instances to just about anything. And to act consistently with what he says. And to confront daily the inflexible realities of a quote-unquote real world that has teeth and bites back with immediate logical consequences regardless of sophistical argument or politically correct rationalization can teach someone else in short supply common sense.
Common sense. I feel like that's what he wrote for his Tinder profile and then realized that he only has a limited amount of characters and then just went back to, I'm a logger.
I'm a logger.
I'm a logger. That is kind of erotica as well. You get the visual of the man sweating and sort of like, all the wood chips going in his hairy chest like bizarre Plinko chips.
Yeah, they're super sexy. And Travis Walton and Mike Rogers were way into karate.
Oh, look at that.
Now, here's what Logan had to do with the UFO abduction. See, Mike had a contract with the Forest Service to clear out some brush, but as he had taken on 2 other jobs at the same time, he was behind schedule. So the crew was working dawn till dusk to try to fulfill the contract in time.
It's hard to be a logger. You are always on call. If a tree needs to be felled, call a logger. If a tree needs to be rolled down a hill, call a logger. Brush needs to be slimmed. Call a logger. Does your daughter need her virginity cracked wide open? Call a logger.
Beavers are the loggers of the animal world. And isn't that fun?
Well, I think that beavers vaginas got the nickname beavers from loggers fucking them all the time while lonely on the mountain.
I'm not sure if that's the case.
I am.
You are?
Oh, yeah.
100% sure about
98?
that? I don't know how that term came to be. Wood chipping, I think it's some sort of analogy there.
So at around 6 p.m., the 7 men were on their way back to Snowflake when they saw a strange, fire-like yellowish light just above the tree line. But they smelled no smoke, and they heard nothing.
Their first theory is that they thought it was night hunting for deer, which sounds incredibly dangerous.
Yeah.
Right?
It's spotlight hunting, and you usually do it from a moving truck.
Oh.
It's pretty fun. We used to go spotlighting or shining, as it was called, but we never shot any of the deer. We just look at them.
Now, as the men got closer, they saw that the light was emanating from a golden UFO hanging in the air. Your classic 2-pie flying saucer.
2-pie.
That's a 2-pie?
2-pie tins on top of each other.
Oh.
Now, Mike Rogers stopped the truck and turned off the key, and the 7 men stared as the craft didn't move an inch, projecting a soft blue light directly below. By Travis Walton's reckoning, the saucer was 15 to 20 feet wide and 8 to 10 feet thick. And then, for reasons that will become clear later, Travis decided he absolutely had to have a closer look.
The only one with the grit.
Henry, you know a lot about
the toughness.
Yeah, you know about the aliens. What is it about the sort of the working class people that the aliens are drawn to?
Their eyes have been opened by their treatment by the government, by the treatment of smug, quote-unquote, liberal, or what he puts in here, metropolitan society, how they view the logger.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, the working man has a third eye open just a little bit wider than your, say, Wall Street type.
We're not going to get into their diet here, but yeah.
Guess all.
Yeah. Travis opened the passenger side door and walked toward the saucer, much to the protest of the other 6 men who were now yelling at Mike to get the fuck back in the truck so they could get the hell out of there.
But the truth is that Travis Walton, he says that I've now watched several speeches of his, and each one he says, he's been like, I was out there, yes, I'm an impetuous sort. I've been known to jump onto a jet ski or even take a trapeze lesson if circus ever came to town, which never did. But I was out there. I was obviously yucking it up for my crew members. He says he was doing it as a lark, because he always will do that, because he collected old cars.
Oh, that is kind of fun.
Now, as Travis drew closer to the UFO's beam, he said he could hear a mix of low and high-pitched sounds, beep beep superimposed over the sound of heavy machinery that was somehow softened.
Wait, what does that sound like?
Beep beep beep
beep beep beep beep beep. So a semi-truck was backing up while listening to like Pink Floyd. Is that what that was? Did they just get abducted by a trucker?
That's possible.
They just all got abducted by David Parker Ray, yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I hate the Toy Box Killer. Oh,
it really does bring a new meaning to the term logger.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And when Travis was directly underneath the UFO's beam, the sound got louder as if huge turbines were spooling up. The craft then moved for the first time, wobbling from side to side. And at this point, Travis realized he was screwing around with something he probably shouldn't have been and figured it was a good idea to back up a bit. But before he could get out from under the glow, the light suddenly changed from blue to a blue-green.
And then what he said is that his first instinct was that he saw a log next to, like, that was sticking up right underneath the UFO, and he jumped behind it because that's a logger's first line of defense. Use the trees.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Second line of defense, you piss on your enemy.
Yeah.
That's a very big thing, is that if you really want to make sure you're safe in any sort of hand-to-hand combat, you take off your pants and you just start pissing.
Wow, VIP. MUFON VIP advice. It's that kind of advice that he got with that card. An unbelievable amount of knowledge that you've learned, that you've earned over these hard years of research.
You're welcome.
But you would think it's ironic that he used the tree to protect him, because these are they're massacres. They're the Goebbels of the tree world. These people are murdering trees.
Ben, his log does not judge.
No. And guess what?
That log didn't judge him?
No. That judge knows, because trees know that time is a circle, right? Like in True Detective.
Yes.
Flat circles. And then also, they were not just felling trees. They were thinning the brush. What they were doing is they take all the dead saplings that nature would normally take hundreds of years of, and speeding up the process of cleaning out all the dead and diseased trees to give more room for feeding of bears, for sexing of bears.
I see.
To put in new animals in there, toucans, rabbits, that stuff like that.
I love toucans.
Well, just after the light changed from blue to blue-green, Travis was lifted into the air and knocked back 10 feet as if a great force had been exerted upon him, and he landed hard on his right shoulder. Somewhat understandably, Mike Rogers started the truck back up and got the hell out of there, smashing through tree branches and boulders, almost destroying his truck trying to get away from this goddamn thing.
So it's fun to know that your friends will not help you.
Yes.
This was just definitive proof that his friends were just like, when push comes to shove, it's like, we're just going to go.
Let's get the fuck out of here. Well, they said immediately they thought that it murdered him. And also, the drive up there was very, very treacherous. And they said they was filled with lumps in the road that they called thank you ma'ams, because when they hit the bottom of the truck, it would go wham bam. They're so fucking clever, these fucking loggers.
That's fun. That's trucker humor mixed with construction work humor.
That's
logger humor.
That's what a logger is. A logger is a trucker mixed with a construction worker.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yes.
Yeah, they're like drifters with skills.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yes.
I like loggers.
Now, the men finally stopped a few miles down the road and argued amongst themselves as to whether or not they should go back. Now, it was eventually agreed that some of the men would build a campfire and stay behind, while a few of the others would go back to see if Travis was dead, alive, or missing altogether. But just as Mike Rogers was about to get back into the truck, he saw off in the distance the UFO rise up away, as these things do, at an impossible speed.
Marcus, you say impossible, I say improbable.
That's it. VIP expert.
VIP investigator Henry Zabrowski, open to challenges. Everything is a challenge. Everything is a puzzle to be solved.
How much did you pay for your official nerd card?
$200. And the card has yet to arrive. The card is yet to arrive either. So I don't have any of my swag yet. But I did get an email confirming that they got my money. So that is good.
Today's last podcast on the left is brought to you by Casper Mattresses. The Casper is an obsessively engineered mattress at a shockingly fair price. Supportive memory foams create an award-winning sleep surface with just the right sink and just the right bounce. Try Casper for 100 nights risk-free in your own home. If you don't love it, they will pick it up and refund you everything. Casper understands the importance of truly sleeping on a mattress before you commit, especially considering you're gonna spend a third of your life on it. They got free shipping and returns to the United States and Canada, so no worries there. With over 20,000 reviews and an average of 4.8 stars, it's quickly becoming the internet's favorite mattress. I got a Casper mattress, Henry's got a Casper mattress, Ben has a Casper mattress, and we all absolutely love the damn things. Right now, you can get $50 towards any mattress purchase by visiting www.casper.com/LEFT and using the offer code LEFT. That's www.casper.com/LEFT. Offer code LEFT. Terms and conditions apply. Now that the craft was gone, all of them agreed to go back together. But when they arrived back at the site, they found no trace of Travis Walton. They drove back to civilization and called the police at about 7:30, an hour and a half after the alleged incident.
You also remember, these are also like the progeny of Mormons, a lot of these guys. So it's something like, man, what a tough day logging. Better have some cool iced tea. Yes. Oh, you don't know, no, Brother Jim. No, absolutely not. That has caffeine in it. God damn it. I guess we could do that non-virginating sex thing again. Yes, that does relieve the tension, doesn't it, Brother Jim?
Well, being Mormon actually gives them a lot more credibility, though. Yeah. They're definitely sober. They're honest people. The Mormons don't lie.
Well, not all of them were Mormon. We'll see later on.
Some of them?
Sober. Some of them were Mormon.
They're Mormon stock.
I see.
Yeah.
Now, did they call the sheriff department, and was it the sheriff's last day? Did he say he was too old for this shit? Is it possible that happened? Because I would like to see that storyline as well. Like, God damn it. Hey, you're one day from retirement.
No.
Well, Deputy Sheriff Chuck Ellison met the boys in a shopping center parking lot and found all of them visibly upset, with a couple of them even having tears in their eyes. And Ellison said about their behavior,
if they were acting, they were awfully good at it. And I know for a fact that they are not, because I saw their fall season rendition of Pippin. It was uninspired.
Oh, Pippin.
Well, Ellison called up his superior officer, who gathered up a small crew to search the site, but they found nothing. Police then informed Travis's mother, a stoic mountain woman, who acted calm when she heard the news. A little too calm, according to some.
Really? Mm-hmm. Did the mother take Travis?
No, she's just Mormon and she doesn't feel anything. They're all just like, oh. Like, I'm not sure. That may be a generalization.
Oh, they feel.
But when it comes down to it, sometimes what helps an investigation is broad generalizations. Because that's what helps. Yeah. I'm a MUFON member. Make things easier for yourself. That's the first thing. That's one of the first rules I got in the handbook.
That's it.
Is that make it easier. But it's true, right? But you have these 5 guys, these 6 guys. You're kind of used to being like local yucksters, but they show up and they're very, very upset. So at first, of course, they're freaking out because Ellison's watching these guys come and say we saw a UFO, and he's trying to sort of like let the line out because we're going to find out he's slowly but he's trying to build a case.
And actually, now that I think about it, I remember we did a great show in Salt Lake City, had a wonderful time, and Mormons are drunk as hell. Well, so I completely take back what I said regarding their sobriety, because we were there over. It was the Final Four weekend for NCAA basketball. Uh-huh. It was St. Patrick's Day.
Yep.
And then there was also Comic-Con.
Yeah.
It was the drunkest place I have been in a long time.
And they were very emotional, but like unstable emotional.
I didn't mess with them. They were messing with me, though.
They were a big guy.
Big guy.
Big guy. Now, of course, the news of the abduction spread like wildfire. Within 2 days, the Travis Walton story had been picked up worldwide, and UFO investigators descended upon Snowflake, Arizona in the dozens.
Because when they showed back, because we didn't even say that, right? Because they did go back to the site, and he wasn't there. And then they went back with Ellison to go look at him again. They went to go look, and he wasn't there. So they had no clue where he went.
Right.
They know the UFO left, and so they're just sitting there. But of course, now makes them look very guilty as a group of 6 loggers.
All right, but we're in the early 90s here, right?
No, this is 1975.
1975.
The movie was in the early 90s.
We don't have the internet. We don't have anything. We barely have. We're still in the Pony Express days. How did it get? I don't know. I don't know about time very well. But how did it get so far? How did the story spread so quickly?
Well, it's one of those things where it goes on the local news and it gets picked up by the AP wire. It goes on the AP wire, and then they start picking it up in Australia. They start picking it up in Japan. I mean, everybody. People around the world knew about this story.
Did Dan Rather cover it?
I don't think Dan Rather covered it, no.
Okay.
I tell you what, Dan Rather would not. But you see there are so many. That's a good joke.
Bang!
Pow! That is a good joke. But
wham bam.
Wham bam. That's a longer joke right there. But it's the truth is that you also you have no respect for the true tenacity of UFO groups and what they will do when they hear a hot fucking case ready to show up, because they're basically coming at like, we're all on the fucking look out for the real jizz.
And this is a good story.
Sure.
You've got a lot of witnesses. There's a lot of meat here to chew on. And you got 6 people. You got 6 people to interview.
6 witnesses.
Yeah, 6 witnesses. So there's a lot going. There's a lot that the news media can sink their teeth into, and a lot of people that UFO investigators can talk to. Usually, it's one shell-shocked person that they have to try to get an answer out of.
Right.
But now they've got 6 tough logger dudes, and actually, they said that these guys were at least some of the other UFO investigators that came from Australia. A couple of them wrote that they're like, they were the meanest rough and tumble cowboys you ever saw.
I don't know.
I can believe it.
But think about this too, right? Because there were plenty of believers, but there were also a bunch of skeptics, like the local police, because immediately they're treating this whole thing like a missing persons case, as they should have, which Marcus notes here. They definitely should have, but a part of that is true, right? So now you have, that's even juicier. You've got a UFO story that could be masking a murder case.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
So there is just one lucky buffet in Snowflake, Arizona that is just about to close up their doors until they see dozens of nerds coming through, and they're like, honey, put the pork roast back in the oven. We're staying in business for another month.
Honey, hide the dice from our favorite board games. They're going to be role-playing.
So this whole town is just overrun now with UFO people out of nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the local police's working theory was that one or all of the 6 men had murdered Travis Walton, either on purpose or by accident, and had concocted the UFO story to explain away the disappearance. When Travis hadn't showed back up by Monday, all 6 of the loggers were subjected to a polygraph test, the first of dozens to be had over the course of this story.
That is a thing that I will break with the UFO community on. I do not think that polygraph tests are the be-all, end-all of, like, that's a truth, now it's a lie.
Yes.
It's all just the dumb. They just love these things because they just think it's just like, but it's called a lie detector test.
No, they go even further.
See, it detects lies.
They go even further than like, actually, it's not a lie detector. Lie detector is the popular nomenclature. The preferred nomenclature is polygraph test. It does not actually detect lies. It detects reactions to questions, which can then be interpreted as truth or falsehood.
Shut up, Terry!
My goodness. Yes, the polygraph test is, we haven't really gotten that much more evolved than when we were hanging witches in Salem. That's basically, the polygraph test is totally useless, basically.
Well, the loggers were asked, among other things, if they had caused serious physical injury to Travis, if his body was buried or hidden somewhere around Turkey Springs, and if they had actually seen a UFO. They answered no to the first 2 questions and yes to the third. 5 out of the 6 men passed the test, with the 6th coming out inconclusive because the guy, Alan Dallas, was a shifty drifter who just didn't like being asked questions.
Don't ask him questions.
Here's the thing. Drifters can't be trusted. Loggers are like the Bookhouse Boys from Twin Peaks. They are a brotherhood of good men that do good deeds under the shadow of night. Drifter amongst a logger is like a dwarf amongst an elf. They're different races. They need different space.
I see. Okay.
Also, Alan Dallas, and they say several times within the Fire in the Sky book, is that he had a beard. He had a naughty beard that the rest of them couldn't trade. He was shady. Alan Dallas, he was the only one with the full beard. And they were like, couldn't trust him because you can't see his chin.
Yeah, all the rest of them either had nice, thick, full man mustaches or wispy, thin teen mustaches.
Make a calendar out of these guys. Wow. That is hot stuff.
Now, the believers actually outweighed the skeptics in Snowflake, with Travis's brother and mother being the ones most ready to believe the story. See, the Walton family were not necessarily UFO experts in the sense that, say, a Henry is an expert.
Thank you, VIP investigator Henry Saprowski. If you would please call me that from now on, that is my new title. That is officially my title. It'll be on my letterhead.
But the mother and the brother definitely discussed the possibility of life on other planets visiting Earth on many a late night.
Okay, so they're open to the idea.
Yeah, they're open to the idea. And in an interview with ufologist Fred Sylvanus.
I hate you.
I like ufologist. I like it called UFOs better.
UFOs.
Yeah, UFO. It sounds like a fun shoe that squeaks.
Makes me fucking mad. Makes me crazy. Makes me fucking... I'm like an Oregonian over here.
Oh,
mad
my
at names.
Goodness. Oregon.
Well, in an interview with ufologist Fred Sylvanus, Travis's brother Dwayne calmly said that the UFOs were friendly and that he had, quote, a feeling, a strong feeling, that Travis would be returned safely.
Now, Dwayne is really the center of all of the UFO organization's activities in this story. Dwayne obviously contacted some people as soon as he heard the story. Dwayne has been waiting for this moment. Dwayne is me. Dwayne is a dude that he has been into UFOs for a long time. He claims to have seen one. It's pretty sweet.
Well, maybe he's too into it, though, huh? It seems like he's
Shut up.
ready to go here.
No.
He might be...
No, he did the fucking work, Kissel.
What if they all
did the proper work? He did the reading, and he was the only one.
What if they all...
No, I was immediately start yelling. He was the only one that had the guts and the know-how to save his brother.
But he didn't save him, because they just went away immediately.
Well, just because somebody has prior knowledge of a subject is not that they experienced said subject complete and total falsehood.
That's a coincidence?
It's a coincidence, of course.
Okay.
It's a coincidence.
Say Henry saw a UFO. Would you automatically say he was lying?
Henry, yes.
Yes.
I will always say...
I would never lie about that.
I need to see...
This is the difference.
I need to see so much documentation if you ever see a UFO.
I'm standing up in my own home to tell you this, is that I would say that I will never fucking lie about seeing a UFO because of my knowledge of the fact, and I will not add to the ammo of the critiques about my fucking beloved science, ufology.
AKA sipping whiskey while getting stoned, staring at the sky from your roof.
Yes.
Well, if you put it like that, I kind of like it too.
Yeah. Now, Dwayne was so confident that Travis wasn't in any danger. Dwayne said the only thing that bothered him was that he wasn't along for the ride.
Fuck yeah!
See, the brothers had many a conversation over the years about what they would do if they ever saw a UFO. Both agreed that the best tactic would be to, quote, immediately get as directly underneath the object as physically possible to maximize their chance of abduction.
Oh, they wanted to get abducted.
Yeah, exactly right. They wanted to. Of course he did. It's the ultimate fucking adventure, you idiot.
Oh my
exactly
God.
What it is.
These
you
guys...
get to zip zop around the fucking skies, different dimensions. You're hanging out with the Flight of the Navigator dude.
Okay.
Who turned out to be a child molester, but that's not his fault. Technically, that's not the character's fault.
It's never a good... Why would they want to be abducted? No abduction story is very good. They're out there like Woody Harrelson in White Men Can't Jump, trying to entice their way into the game. We saw what happened in that movie. A lot of controversy.
Well, there is a theory as to why the Walton brothers were so into UFOs. Apparently, their father was a huge UFO fanatic, and he abandoned them at a young age and disappeared. They never saw him again.
Well, it's very sad. So the story is based in ultimate sadness and childhood loneliness.
That is sad.
Now I understand a little bit more.
It's deep-seated trauma.
I was legitimately thinking, if you see an alien, you gotta squeeze yourself. You know what I'm talking about? You gotta milk yourself. You gotta get it all out. So then the aliens say, oh, he's on empty, we don't want him.
So you mean if an alien's trying to abduct you, you immediately start masturbating?
However you got to do it.
I would do the same exact thing. That's what they want, right? I would do the same exact thing, but I'm actually already pretty emptied.
Always go out empty.
That I would be a good candidate.
Henry, when you go on your missions as Lieutenant Detective Henry Zabrowski, VIP MUFON, always go out empty.
Yeah.
And as soon as you start to feel yourself getting full, clock out of work.
Cause do you have that thing that your balls tingle like 45 minutes after you jerk off?
Yeah.
No.
Hell yeah. Yeah, because that's just filling it back. That's it, filling it back.
I don't know if that's how it works.
As fast as it possibly can.
Roll them up. Roll them up, boys. Get up. Come on, boys. Come on, boys.
Well, to do a different...
Like loggers felling trees under a deadline.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry I brought us here. This is all my fault, actually.
Well, Dwayne and Travis both said that once aboard, whoever got abducted would convince the abductors to go pick up the other brother so they could both enjoy it together. But it seemed like to Dwayne that this was not the scenario that played out.
Yeah, because you can't get abducted and be like, hey, aliens, we got 2 stops. Like, they're going to wherever they want to take you.
No, it's like going to an after party with somebody else who's, like, in the show that you were going to see and having to introduce them and being like, this is my friend Henry. He's also an actor. You know, like, which just never works out.
Never heard of him. Oh, is that a VIP lanyard for MUFON?
Yes.
Welcome, Mr. Zabrowski.
I am an investigator.
Now, Fred Sylvanas was not the only ufologist to contact the Walton family in those first few days. They were also contacted by a man named William Spaulding. He was the Western Director of the Ground Saucer Watch, a.k.a. the GSW.
Wait, hold on, what?
Western Director of the GSW.
The Ground Sausage Watch?
No, saucer.
Ground Saucer Watch,
Okay, I heard Ground Sausage Watch, and I'm like, what kind of Midwestern polka bizarre family is this? We're the Ground Sausage Watch.
But you have to remember, so the Condon Report came out in 1968. The Condon Report was the official government line that UFOs mean nothing, and it made them close Project Blue Book and Project Gleam, right? So they closed everything down. They said, essentially, we don't give a shit about UFOs. They are not real. So when 1968 happened, and all of the official avenues for UFO investigation were shut down, that's really where civilians took over. That's where people came in, like the GSW popped out, APRO, which is the Aerial Phenomenon Research Organization, popped out, NICAP came out. All of these different groups popped up, run by very driven, broke nerds that just started hitting the streets being like, if the government's not going to handle our shit, we as American citizens, proud sovereign nations, each unto our own, are going to go out there and we are going to investigate UFOs for everyone else.
Well, now you're putting it in terms that I like, Henry.
Yeah, there were some of them who operated in an unofficial capacity.
Oh, I see.
No lanyard.
No lanyard. Lanyard.
At least I have a lanyard.
Not yet.
Well, Spaulding told Duane that he would provide a free medical examination of Travis upon Travis's return, emphasizing the importance of securing a sample of Travis's, quote, first voided specimen.
Hold on a second. Who is this guy that's going to give him this thing?
William Spaulding, Western Director of the Ground Saucer Watch.
Okay, so I'm assuming he's a lot wide.
Bill Spaulding.
Bill Spaulding. So whatever happens to Travis when he's up there in the sky, we know what occurs. A lot of milkings, a lot of things like that. And then he comes back to Earth, and now this guy's going to fiddle with him?
No, well,
Leave this guy alone.
He's not going to fiddle with him. He just wants his first voided specimen.
Kissel, come on. Get with the program. All right, it's his first voided specimen. You have to remember this, all right? And you have to fucking promise me this, boys, is that if I'm ever abducted and I return, the first thing I do is going to come to you with a jar of piss, and you must send it to MUFON. You have to send it, because that is your duty as my friend, you are my emergency reach out.
I'll tell you what, man, when it happens, we'll flip for it.
We'll flip for it. That's fine. We'll look for all the weird marks on Henry's body, and most of them, I'm sure Henry will just be like, that was there before the abduction. No, that was there before the abduction as well. Be like, just what's wrong with you? And then we diagnose him with stage 4 cancer. We actually save his life.
Well, William Spaulding, Duane Walton, and everybody else would get their shot at that first voided specimen when Travis returned on November 10th. At 12:05 a.m., Travis's sister got a collect phone call. Travis had called her from an Exxon station in Heber, Arizona, some 33 miles away. They called Duane, piled in a truck, and headed on over. There they found Travis Walton, dehydrated, incoherent, and highly agitated, slumped over inside a phone booth.
Oh, man, it's like the world's saddest Terminator.
It is.
But instead of letting the authorities know that the man who had been missing for 5 days under suspicion of murder had been found, Duane immediately called William Spaulding of the GSW to take him up on that free doctor offer.
You do the same exact thing for me. I don't want any police involved until we've caught the alien ourselves.
Right.
So the crew drove 144 miles in the middle of the night. It's almost 3 hours from Heber, Arizona to Phoenix, where they met with a Dr. Lester Stewart. But when they asked for his credentials, they discovered that he was not a doctor. He was a hypnotherapist.
Yes, can you imagine them showing up and he's like, 1, 2, 3, you're out. Now, when I snap, your ass is a vase. 1, 2, 3, you're back up. Oh, look, I found these beautiful flowers, Travis.
But this guy markets himself as a doctor.
Oh, absolutely. Well, the GSW told them that, like, we have a doctor that will examine you. But I'm pretty sure what it was, the GSW was one of the poor fucks. They were one of the super poor organizations. And the only person they could find who might have had some sort of medical experience was a hypnotherapist they knew named Lester.
Okay.
He was a medic in the Army.
Oh, okay.
That's what he came out. He said he was a medic in the Army, and he got the name. He got the doctor title by just printing it on a piece of paper and putting it up on his wall. Yeah. So, but he was not a doctor.
Oh, okay.
He was not a doctor.
So 45 minutes later, the Waltons had already headed on back to Snowflake. They weren't going to let the hypnotherapist poke around Travis. But to the GSW's credit, Before Travis left, that first voided specimen was indeed sampled and analyzed.
What is the specimen?
Piss! When the results came back, Travis tested negative for drugs and alcohol. However, according to the doctor, he did not himself witness Travis fill the jar. According to the doctor, Dwayne just handed him a jar of piss and said it was Travis's. Could have been anyone's.
Oh, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. I mean, loggers do keep jar of pisses, like, ready to go. Like, that is true. That's a part of, because they have to cover themselves with their own piss to make themselves invisible to skunk. I'm actually not really sure how nature works.
I think I'm pretty sure you have to cover yourself with the urine of the animal that you don't want to be eaten by, right?
Well, I mean, if you want to hunt an animal, then you cover it. You cover it to mask your scent, to make it not human. Like if you want to hunt deer, you cover yourself in deer piss.
Yeah, but that's what Jeffrey Dahmer did. But we know when he was hunting, and I don't want to get into it.
Was that what our president was doing in Russia?
Hunting.
Was he just trying to make himself invisible to hookers?
Sex workers, Henry, please.
Yeah.
For crying out loud.
And I found out strippers are sex workers.
I know. That's what I said
yes,
that
we found
for.
that out, and we are learning. We're learning. I'm sorry. Every day I learn.
My
What,
goodness.
I always thought they were exotic dancers.
Well, they are wonderful people. That's what I call everyone.
Anybody who dances is so free.
It is sad when they dance like no one's looking, though, because then they're ignoring you. And that's kind of sad.
Yeah,
all these exotic dancers, all these sex workers are dancing like no one's looking. What am I paying for? Anyway, if I did it.
If I did it. So Travis returned to Snowflake Tuesday morning, and by Tuesday night, the Waltons had gotten a phone call from another UFO team, the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, a.k.a. APRO.
Ooh.
Unlike the GSW, APRO had a powerful and well-known ally, the National Enquirer. Now, back then, the National Enquirer was only half celebrity gossip. The other half was dedicated to UFOs, Bigfoots, and post-1977, Elvis sighting.
But they actually looked for legit cases. They would try to make these things as airtight as possible, because one of the weird things about the National Enquirer is that because it's always sensational news and ridiculous bullshit in there, they couch it with like real UFO stories, and that was sort of like that was like an avenue to get a UFO story out to the mass public.
Yeah.
And also they provided funds for research, which all of these civilian UFO groups desperately need.
Yeah.
And so when they showed up and basically said, like, we'll fund this whole research thing, they're like, okay. And so you just kind of sign a deal with the devil to know, like, well, at least we'll get all of this done quote unquote legitimately as much as possible.
And if you want to understand how messed up our current world is, the National Enquirer endorsed Donald Trump. He's very good friends with the head of the National Enquirer.
Yeah.
And they also stumble upon the truth on occasion. They broke the John Edwards scandal, for example, when he had the affair.
Yep.
Snippets of truth in there.
Yeah,
very weird.
Little things here and there, but yep, they went from a UFO to a mouthpiece for the president.
Isn't that
in
insane?
Just a short few decades.
Wow, we are losing touch with reality on a regular basis all around the world.
You just got to believe in yourself. That's all it
guess.
shows me. It actually gives me hope. You just go out there and you make something out of yourself. You can do it.
If you make your own reality, then no one else's reality matters.
Isn't that lying? Is that called lying, or does that not exist anymore? That doesn't exist anymore? Okay. All right, I'm sorry.
Well, this whole APRO National Enquirer alliance is where the first split in the UFO community concerning the Travis Walton abduction began. Any listener of last podcast knows that no academic discipline has more infighting than the UFO paranormal community.
We have to unite the groups. We have to unite the gangs. And when I become commandant of MUFON, which I think is the name of the top position at MUFON, which I will become, I will unite the gangs.
So you're going to be like the Cyrus of alien organizations?
We will become one front. And then will we truly be a force to be reckoned with?
When you say the gangs, you mean different sects of alienologists?
UFologists.
Ufologists?
Ufologists.
Yeah, sure.
You racist.
I'm sorry.
You're a racist.
Well, really, that's not for lack of trying. People try bringing together these guys from time to time. For example, this is an excerpt from an article published in the Ground Saucer Watch newsletter concerning the discord in the UFO community.
Okay.
During October of last year, I was a participant in a national UFO conference at Fort Smith, Arkansas. The theme of the meeting was United for Objectivity. In all fairness to Bill Pitts, the organizer of this broad undertaking, it was a monumental achievement, bringing together all the major civilian organizations' leaders in one building at one time.
We left Fort Smith with mixed but good feelings. Unfortunately, no high-level resolutions were established, nor were any serious objectives planned for the future. On the plus side, I felt the petty ill feelings existing between the organizations was settled, and now some constructive teamwork could have been accomplished in the 70s.
That's great. Meanwhile, there's one guy dressed like Worf, just completely confused on what the convention was all about, thinking it was more of a cosplay event.
This is 1975. It's long before Worf.
I know.
He would be Spock.
Yeah, you are inaccurate.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter. It does. Ben, these are alien episodes. Alien episodes are required to be factually accurate if we are ever to be taken seriously. You cannot have an anachronism in this episode, Ben.
But
because all critics, they're looking for their spot. They're looking for the hole in the armor. And you fucking pieces of shit, as soon as we get a chink in the armor, they come for us, man. And I'm ready for it. This is like the mafia.
I just feel like the whole thing, I'm not going to get into it.
But alas, 3 weeks after that meeting in Fort Smith, Arkansas, Travis Walton was abducted and the fragile peace collapsed. Today's last podcast on the left is brought to you by the new Paramount Pictures film, Mother. A couple's relationship is tested when uninvited guests arrive at their home, disrupting their tranquil existence. From filmmaker Darren Aronofsky, director of Black Swan and Requiem for a Dream, Mother stars Jennifer Lawrence, Javier Bardem, Ed Harris, and Michelle Pfeiffer in this riveting psychological thriller about love, devotion, and sacrifice. Mother is darkly intelligent, well acted, and rumored to be one of the most controversial films to come out of Hollywood in a long time. It's the kind of smart and scary psychological thriller director Darren Aronofsky is known for, and is sure to generate a lot of discussion after the credits have ended. Mother is out in theaters September 15th. Go see it, and don't miss the movie everyone will be talking about. That's Mother, out September 15th. Coming to a theater near you. So after the incident with the hypnotherapist, Dwayne, who had at this point pretty much had taken over for Travis, decided to cut ties with the GSW and sided with APRO instead, who had admittedly thrown in with the National Enquirer for their vast financial resources, of which APRO had none.
I will say, when groups use acronyms, it does sound much more intense. It seems like, something's happening.
They know that. Nerds love it. Nerds love acronyms. It is fantastic. It's great because then it makes you sound like you work for the CIA.
Yeah, and you also get to kind of like make a little puzzle.
Yeah,
because you got to have an acronym that you can just say as a word.
Right.
So you get to rearrange all the words of your organization to make it sound like MUFON.
Yeah.
Nightcap.
Yeah. And one day I'm gonna have a polo that says MUFON on it, and when I have it, it's gonna look like I work at a much more important Best Buy.
All right.
And through the resources from the National Enquirer, APRO was able to hire their own hypnotherapist who was able to unlock Travis's memories to give us the full story of just what happened after his friends sped off into the darkness to leave him at the mercy of extraterrestrial beings. What follows is the account Travis gave to Penthouse Magazine, which, along with all the letters and piss, actually had some pretty good journalism here and there.
All right.
Unfortunate, the really good condensed version of his abduction was in Penthouse Magazine. But I do back up this complete account because I have listened to, and I swear to God, I've listened to 7 different Travis Walton speeches. I'm talking over 12 hours of Travis Walton I've listened to over the last week. And he hits all these exactly. He has the story down.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
I back this up.
Now, the moment the beam hit Travis, he blacked out. He didn't even remember hitting the ground. For a time, he faded in and out of consciousness. The only thing he remembered from that period was a light a few feet above and intense pain in his head and chest. And when he woke up fully, he was lying on a table and noticed that the room he was in was hot and humid, the air so wet he could hardly breathe.
And loggers thrive in that because their chest hairs can actually, loggers' chest hair can actually bring in moisture like a plant.
Makes sense.
Then Travis heard movement. As his eyes adjusted, Travis saw that he was in the presence of 3 alien creatures. They were a little under 5 feet tall, with large, bald, domed heads. Their eyes were gigantic and, surprisingly, brown. With no eyelashes and no eyebrows. And when they blinked, the lids slid down and rolled back up again like pull-down window shades.
Ooh. Oh, you don't gotta tell me.
And their skin was white and marshmallowy.
That was his words. That is Travis Walton's words.
Marshmallowy?
Yeah, marshmallowy.
Take a little bite out of them.
Their mouths, ears, and noses were tiny, but Travis does admit they may have been normal-sized features on a huge head, making them look tiny, like Haley Joel Osment.
Yeah, he's got like he's got a boy's face on a big fat alcoholic's head.
Right.
He's kind of like it's like Paul Giamatti if he had alopecia. They're very intense looking. Yeah. The drawings of them, they're very, obviously very otherworldly. We're going to see a lot of different variations in the idea of grays. He said that they did look like robots. That's another thing he described, that they moved very strangely and they were very soft.
Interesting. You're also describing, if she shaved her head, Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Yes. Just a tiny little face, and there's so much stuff around.
Yeah, she's got a tiny face.
Very strange.
Yeah, very strange indeed. Now, Travis, understandably, freaked out once he realized aliens were standing over him, so he lashed out and hit the creatures to his right, who he said was surprisingly light, and fell into the next one, knocking them both over.
The way it seems like, it's like, if you ever wanted to look at like a 85-year-old woman and know you could just like snap her arms by pulling on her wrists.
Yeah.
Like you could just grab an old woman and like push her down real hard and it'd be really easy. It was like that.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I really don't do that.
Yeah, you never thought about that?
Beating up an old woman?
Not beating up an old woman, how easy it would be to beat up an old woman.
I'm 6'7". I look at you and I think that. Even though you're wiry and tough.
Yeah, I am.
Stringy.
I'm like
deceptively strong.
Oh, yeah, man. Like a piece of jerky that's just been sitting out on a cabinet for weeks.
You're not old trapper jerky.
I can't be knocked over.
I know. No one's ever knocked you over.
So Travis stood up and staggered backwards against the wall near some shelves. He saw a clear tube and figured he could break off the end and use it as a stabbing tool, bar fight style. But when he tried to break it, he found that the tube was unbreakable and was too light to be used as a club. Travis said as he was smashing the tube into the shelf over and over again, the aliens held up their hands in what sounds like the universal gesture for just be cool, man, calm down.
Be cool, I am Klaxar, this is my friend. I think his name is also Klaxar. We've never exchanged names before. Hi, hello. We've been working together for 6 months. We should have had some sort of intro by now. But listen, we just need you to cool out. We're gonna put this tube up your penis. It will be fine, trust us. Ask Barney Hill, he loved it.
Horrified.
When Travis refused to cool out, the aliens turned and hurried out the room through a hallway. Travis, at a loss for what to do, walked the same way. But as the aliens had turned right down the corridor, Travis took left.
There's also there's a part of the way that he describes the environment of the UFO, I think is very important, is that it looks like brush metal gray. It is all gray. It's like it looks like aluminum foil, the other side of it. And there's no seams on the walls. He's in this big triangle shaped room that leads to another weirdly organically shaped tube that he goes back out into the hallway. So it feels like, which is another interesting, because I was reading Richard Dolan's new book, UFOs for the 21st Century Mind, and he brought up another idea of that the idea of a craft is also alive, that the craft could also possibly be an entity. Why are you fucking snickering at me?
Yeah, because that was in fucking Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah, good for them. So somebody read UFOs for the 21st Century Mind.
Yeah. When did UFOs for the 21st Century Mind come out?
Go fuck yourself. I'm looking at this thing now.
Don't get into a nerd battle over this.
It's 2014. 2014, yes.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying.
Yeah, Battlestar Galactica was 2007.
Richard Dolan's UFOs for the 21st Century Mind is a very good collection of all
Hold that cover up for...
Look at it. Look how cool that cover is. It's Richard Dolan, his head cop.
What was that TV show as a kid?
That's Monty Python.
Yes, Monty Python.
Yeah, it's like the art of Terry Gilliam, the animation of Terry Gilliam.
Wonderful artist.
No, but technically he can just say anything, right?
Yeah.
No. I am just in a snit today. I am the angriest I've ever been.
I'm sorry.
So Travis walked down the hallway until a door opened to his right. He walked in to find a round room with nothing but a metal chair on a single pole sitting in the middle, facing the other direction. Travis carefully approached the chair, thinking he might find someone sitting there waiting for him. But he found that as he walked closer and closer, the lights grew dimmer, and the darker it got, the more stars Travis could see all around him, above, below, everywhere, like an all-encompassing And when he got to the chair, Travis saw that there was a panel of buttons and a small green screen on the right armrest, while the left only had a lever. Travis looked across the room and saw some rectangular patterns, which he figured to be doors, and he thought that maybe one of the buttons on the chair armrest might open the door, so he just started pushing them.
Henry, is this how you would react if you were abducted? It seems like just a drunk father trying to watch the Super Bowl, and he can't figure out how to turn the TV on.
Well, he is not nearly as prepared as Dwayne. So he got there, of course, he's very scared, he's very disoriented, he's in a lot of pain. He was thrown by the blue beam, his shoulder hurts, he's all fucked up, he doesn't want to do so, he's scrambling. What I imagine I would do is coolly, calmly sit, go through the investigation with the aliens. I would describe to them honestly. I am just as invested in this phenomenon as you are as workers, as your subject, and I'm willing to meet you 50-50 to really get to the crux of what it is you're discovering. What are you trying to discover? How can I help you?
Huh, all right.
Well, when nothing happened when Travis pressed all the buttons, he decided to try the lever.
Uh-oh.
He found that when he pushed the lever, the stars moved while staying in their same astrological position. It sounds to me like Travis stumbled upon some sort of super cool interactive star map.
Yeah, that's fucking awesome. That's fucking cool as shit.
Yeah.
Dude, you plug that into your PS4, man? That's some cool shit.
But after a bit, Travis figured he should probably stop screwing around with mysterious buttons and levers, and he left it all alone. But as soon as he stopped, he heard a noise. He turned around and saw a man standing there, just a regular run-of-the-mill white dude. The only thing that set him apart physically were his eyes, which looked slightly larger than normal and were shining bright gold.
Ooh. Like Shia LaBeouf.
Yes. Travis said the guy was about 6 foot, well-built, and wore a tight blue jumpsuit with a clear bubble helmet. Travis started yelling and screaming, but the stranger gave no answer. He just smiled.
Oh.
Oh. He waited for Travis to calm down and took him by the arm to lead him out of the star room. Travis figured the guy hadn't answered because he couldn't hear on account of the helmet. So Travis went along, hoping for answers down the line should the helmet be removed.
You would think that they would have like some kind of device in the helmet that would allow the person to hear.
Yes.
Maybe like a sound.
Not as prepared as Dwayne.
But that was Travis's idea, not as prepared as Dwayne. And that was also Travis, his immediate response to say he couldn't hear because of the helmet. But we don't know, but maybe he didn't want to talk. Or maybe he was not in fact a human, but in fact a Nordic and could not speak to him.
Okay. Well, they walked together to an airlock, and when they got to the other side, the atmosphere seemed to change. The dank wetness was replaced by a cool freshness. And Travis said the...
What? No, it just sounds like trying new deodorant.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
The dank wetness will be replaced with a cool whatever. The
freshness. Travis said the light was bright like sunlight. They walked through what Travis assumed to be a hangar of sorts, as he saw 3 UFOs similar to the one that had taken him parked inside. Once they were through the hangar, the stranger brought Travis through the hallway to another room where 2 men and a woman were waiting. These 3 weren't wearing helmets and all had long, dirty blonde hair. The stranger sat Travis down and left the room. Travis tried to ask him where the hell he was and what the hell they were doing, but again, they just smiled and stared.
Welcome to Los Angeles. So glad that you moved here.
So what kind of race are we talking here?
Nordic.
With the aliens.
Nordics.
These are Nordics. And what are they all about again?
Sex. We're going to get into an episode about this at some point where I wanted to do another episode we will do is that we will talk about specifically Nordic abductions. And I got to tell you what. It's pretty fucking saucy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they milk you, but they milk you in a good way.
Oh, I see. Good milking. Okay.
Well, the woman then stood up, took Travis by the arm, and started leading him to another table. Travis started to get a little agitated again, so they pulled something like an oxygen mask over Travis's face, and before he could reach up to pull it off, he was unconscious again. And the next thing he knew, he was standing next to the highway outside Haber, Arizona, watching one of the craft he'd seen in the hangar hovering above him. A light went out as if a hatch was closing, and the UFO shot straight up into the air without a sound. And out of the 5 days that he'd been missing, Travis claims this was the only chunk of time he remembered.
And what he said was that all told, when he talked to the hypnotherapist afterwards, it seemed like it's really just, he remembers about 20 minutes of that time period.
So 5 days total, though, huh?
Yeah, 5 days he was gone.
Yikes.
So after Travis returned safe and sound in Snowflake, the battle for the truth began, with APRO and the National Enquirer on one side, and the GSW and an old fuddy-duddy dickhead named Philip Klass on the other.
I fucking hate Philip Klass. I hate him so much. I hate him.
What's wrong with Philip Klass?
Classic wet blanket.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Classic wet blanket. He was smug. He was condescending. He's the guy, he liked to write in all caps for emphasis in letters and articles, as if that just made his point stronger.
He was pretty much a professional UFO debunker. He is the one that created the concept of that UFOs are ball lightning. That his whole thing is ball lightning and plasma flares.
Ball lightning?
Ball lightning.
He was the guy that said if you could prove conclusively that UFOs existed, he would pay you $10,000.
Oh.
But you had to take him up on the offer. And if you took him up on the offer, then you had to give him $100 for every year that UFOs did not go discovered.
So he's like the world's dumbest Mr. Wonderful from Shark Tank? He's making money on top of money? That is... all right, I see what you're saying now. He's a total prick.
Yeah, Klass is known in the UFO community for suppressing and distorting evidence to fit his own personal agenda, personal attacks, and, as we shall see, decades-long campaigns of harassment towards those who disagree with him. He even purposely sabotaged our man Stanton Friedman in his quest to link American UFO cover-ups with those conducted in Canada. Klass is the type of guy hardcore skeptics love. A real top-grade asshole.
Go fuck yourself, Philip Klass. I hope you're listening to this. Oh, wait, you're dead. Good. I'm glad you're fucking dead.
Is he a goner?
He's a goner.
Okay.
Yeah, he's like those guys on the internet now that like take Carl Sagan way too seriously. They start all their arguments with, "Well, actually."
Yeah,
he's like the proto "well, actually" guy.
I see. Okay.
Now let's actually hear Philip Klass from a televised debate he had with Travis Walton and Mike Rogers on the Larry King Show. The first voice you're going to hear is going to be Mike Rogers, and then Larry Klass is going to interrupt him like a dickhead.
The man has used character assassination, mudslinging, and outright fabrications in an attempt to cover up the truth.
You are a goddamned liar, Mike Rogers, and I have caught you in falsehood after falsehood,
no, you have
and
not,
you
sir.
know it.
No.
I love it. I literally just...
Honestly...
I don't believe in time travel, but that was the closest I've ever felt to being in 7th grade eating family dinner. Like that, I could just fall asleep. I just want to pet a dog.
Are a goddamn liar. Because that the first voice you're hearing was Mike Rogers' voice. And then he comes in, he hates UFOs so much, it's almost kind of like he was abducted by a UFO a long time ago, and he really fucking liked it, and they saw what a fucking big old slut he was for it, and they decided not to pick him up again.
He hates UFOs like Jeff Sessions hates weed.
I see. Very interesting.
He's just up there just being like, yeah, you're a goddamn liar saying you won't put that tube up my penis.
Right,
because I'm ready to shoot all night long, you tiny brown-eyed little seductors. You little fucking sweet succubuses. Come and check my asshole. Snapping my fucking asshole. Snap.
Meanwhile, he's at a Minneapolis airport tapping his foot underneath a stall somewhere trying to solicit a BJ from some random traveler.
Hey. You an alien? I fucking hate you aliens so much. Suck my dick.
I'm writing legislation to get you out of this bathroom, alien.
So APRO set up a full medical examination for Travis Walton after the failed attempt with the hypnotherapist in GSW. They found that Travis had a small red spot at the crease of his right elbow, which appeared to be from a hypodermic needle. The urinalysis also showed a lack of ketones.
What does that mean?
See, when a person doesn't eat, their body starts to eat itself, breaking down stored fat to keep it going. And while Travis claimed to not remember eating anything, there were no ketones in his urine, implying that he had been well fed for the last 5 days.
Yes. Interesting. You know, when I lost 180 pounds, that was actually the visual that really helped me. My body eating itself. I thought about little like Pac-Mans eating all the fat.
That's really scary.
I don't know. I thought it was kind of cool. That helped.
So you thought that you just had that your body was like filled with Langoliers?
Yeah, basically. It was kind of a cool thing.
Now, before you say that Travis might have been fed intravenously through the needle hole by the aliens, the spot was not on a large artery, which is how one is fed in such a manner.
Oh.
This means that either Travis was being fed another way by the aliens, or was just hanging out watching TV for 5 days. But others also claim that the ketone test was, quote-unquote, inconclusive.
Okay.
What's harder to explain, though, was the lack of bruises on Travis's body. If things happened the way the logger said it happened, then Travis should have had a huge bruise on his right shoulder from being thrown 10 feet by an energy beam. But when he was examined, no bruises were found. Now, this could actually somewhat be explained by a recent revelation Travis had about his abduction. He believes that the aliens did not abduct him for testing or sperm harvesting or any of the other typical reasons aliens have. Travis believes that they took him in because they had accidentally injured him with their propulsion system.
Oh.
Now, this is actually, in my estimation, this is pretty legit. Travis had some sort of psychic communication with the aliens. This is how they work, right? And so I think this thing that you're about to break down, which is what Travis laid out, I think it's actually pretty close to the truth of what could have happened.
Yeah.
And in no way did I laugh when Henry said that. I'm getting so good. I want to be with you, Henry. I'm supporting you.
Yeah, you want to believe.
I want to
believe that I want Henry to be happy. That's
Thank you.
Now, in this scenario, the aliens were parked out in the middle of nowhere, minding their own business, when some yokel walks up and starts gawking. Travis.
Hey, look, hey! Hey, look, ha! I want to go. Can you get my brother Dwayne? Can we go get my brother Dwayne?
I wonder what the aliens are thinking when they just see this guy.
Well, what they think is...
he's going to be no good to us. He has recently emptied.
Well, what they're thinking is that they need to get the hell out of there, so they turn on their engine and leave, but the idiot outside ends up walking into the spaceship equivalent of a jet turbine. And so they feel bad because they almost killed this guy.
Because imagine, right, UFO's engine, the way they say, are gravitational. They create a hole in gravity in front of them and it pulls them forward, which requires gigantic spinning electromagnets inside of it, right? It's some weird kind of thing. So when it takes off, it builds this huge field. And when he pops into it and he gets too close, he like pops the bubble, and it's like when you touch like the big like electro balls. It's just like, it just you pop it and then you get the energy in you.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not a scientist. I am just an investigator. Yeah, I am more of a person.
I remember that paper, reading that scientific paper, get the energy into you.
Ah, yes, I loved that one. That one got me a D in high school. I can already see what's the movie with Jake Gyllenhaal where he ends up setting up all the crime scenes so he can take
Nightcrawler?
Nightcrawler.
Yeah.
Henry is going to be the MUFON version of Nightcrawler.
Yes. Make the news.
It's gonna get dark and it's gonna get scary.
So when Travis gets hurt by the aliens feel bad. They bring him onto the ship and they spend 4.5 days repairing his broken body. Travis accidentally wakes up while the Greys are doing their job. He freaks out. The Nordics swoop in to clean up the mess, and they drop him back close enough to where they picked him up, just about 30 miles away. This is one possible scenario.
And if you could just for a second be serious, both of you, and just think about this. This is a pretty valid explanation. I hear the judgment.
No, I
feel it.
It's a good story.
Everywhere I go.
It's a very good story.
So, it makes sense. The aliens abducted a logger, and then they messed it up because he woke up because they didn't do enough anesthesia, which happens to people.
It happens.
And then Greys came and they cleaned up the mess.
The Nordics came and cleaned up the mess.
Oh, of course, yeah. And then they just dropped him off, just kind of 30 miles outside of town. Yeah, no, that's beyond reasonable.
Our last sponsor on Last Podcast on the Left today is ZipRecruiter. Are you hiring? Do you know where to post your job to find the best candidates? Finding great talent can be tough. Thankfully, with ZipRecruiter, you can post your job to 100-plus job sites with just one click. Then, their powerful technology efficiently matches the right people to your job better than anyone else. That's why ZipRecruiter is different. Unlike other job sites, ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you, it finds them. In fact, over 80% of employees who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a qualified candidate in just 24 hours. No juggling emails or calls to your office. Simply screen, rate, and manage candidates all in one place with ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use dashboard. Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used by businesses of all sizes to find the most qualified job candidates with immediate results. And right now, our listeners can post jobs on ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/LEFT. That's ZipRecruiter.com/LEFT. One more time. Try it for free. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/LEFT. So after the medical examination, APRO set up a polygraph test for Travis. This first test was conducted by John McCarthy of the Arizona Polygraph Laboratory. McCarthy is the same breed as Philip Klass. Both came into the story as biased non-believers, and both are big fans of ad hominem attacks, meaning they attack the person. They don't attack the argument.
But I honestly don't understand the character traits in someone. Why even get into the UFO phenomenon if you don't want to have a good time with it?
It's called being a fucking blogger. Yeah. It's called being someone that does the same shit. It's literally like you hate it so much that you want to be up in it because you're desperate to believe. These are the saddest of all, because all they ever wanted to do, they had their hearts broken when they found out Santa Claus wasn't real a long time ago. Sorry, kids. But you went out there, it's like they were so disappointed that the Easter Bunny wasn't fucking their mom. I don't know what they thought it was. That now they're the psychiatrist from the movie The Santa Claus.
Oh. Yeah, it's what is that saying? It's like inside every cynic is a wounded optimist. I say, get over yourself.
I never heard that saying before.
You like it?
I love it. I love it.
That'll happen.
That'll happen. That's very interesting. My parents never let me know that Santa Claus was ever real, but they always told me Santa Claus was fake. But Jesus, very real. Very real.
Well, during questioning, McCarthy discovered that Travis had smoked weed a few times. And sure, he'd done a little speed and maybe dropped acid a time or two. But for fuck's sake, this is 1975.
Yeah, he's a logger.
Yeah, these aren't exactly rare occurrences. Mm-mm. But that didn't stop Klass from bringing it up again and again throughout the years. Every single time he talked about this case, he always was like, well, he was a known drug user in the past.
Oh, Have you ever seen anything like that while on acid or on mushrooms?
No.
Have you ever seen a full apparition once? I've done it dozens of times. I did mushrooms. I wanted to see this kind of shit. I mean, I went once I had a very intense trip once where I saw I broke away and I saw a weird ass alien spirit guy that was in the shape of the dude from Big Lebowski, and I saw these 3D planes of information, but I was also closing my eyes and allowing my mind to drift. I didn't just see it.
Yeah, I once rode a roller coaster out of hell into space.
Really?
Yeah. But my eyes were closed. Yeah. I've never. Well, what Philip Klass hypothesizes is the puncture wound was from Travis Walton injecting a mixture of acid and angel dust.
Wow.
What are you even talking about?
I don't even know if that's a combo. Is that a drug combo?
I Googled it. It wasn't really a drug combo because that sounds like that's how you murder your mother.
I think, yes. I think technically it's called a silver dollar pancake.
Uh-oh.
And you can get it in certain parts of Nebraska.
Not a tree in sight.
Well, right after Klass brought up the occasional drug use, he'd also bring up another youthful indiscretion that Travis had taken part in as a teenager. He and a friend had apparently stolen and forged some payroll checks for a little bit of quick cash. They were 16. They were stupid kids. Again, not great, but not the worst thing in the world either.
I don't think that makes you make up a story about alien abductions.
No, absolutely not.
Maybe I wouldn't trust the guy if he was running a car dealership, perhaps, or being a plastic surgeon.
But being a logger, that is all you need to be a logger. Is a little bit of a
logger.
Yeah, he's a logger. He's a little bit of a risk taker. He loves old cars and karate. He understands what he has to do. He understands what he's needed. He just needs to be his own moral compass.
Absolutely.
Ben, between the ages of 12 and 18, how many felonies did you commit?
None. I never got arrested. I will say we had a lot of cigarettes in my high school. And I will also say we did not pay for a lot of cigarettes. And a lot of beer.
So after discovering the weed and the theft, McCarthy decided to turn the screws on Travis a little. He asked Travis if he had quote-unquote colluded with anyone else to cook up this whole story. And when Travis had to admit he didn't know what the word colluded meant, McCarthy aggressively said that colluding meant conspiring with others, just had Travis had colluded to forge payroll checks.
They're getting Robert Mueller on the case. This is going to be huge.
It's huge.
Yeah, it isn't a UFO case until somebody mentions the word colluded.
Collusion. Collusion is big, like what Eisenhower did.
And at the end of it all, McCarthy concluded that Travis was lying, saying that Travis had periodically tried to hold his breath in an effort to, quote-unquote, beat the machine. According to APRO, Travis's agitated state from being abducted by a UFO, along with the aggressive nature of McCarthy's questioning, rendered the test meaningless.
Well, that was all the thing. McCarthy included his judgments in the cover letter of the test results, which is what a polygraph tester is not supposed to do. You're supposed to just kind of be like super neutral and be like, okay, here you go. These are my recordings, and someone else is supposed to analyze them. And he did this whole like smearing him. He hated UFOs.
I see. He put some bias in it, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the results, which were paid for by the National Enquirer, were not released. And many debunkers claim that this suppression is direct evidence that Travis and the other 6 men were lying all along. This is despite them passing every polygraph test they took from then on up till present day. But whether any of these tests mean anything at all depends on how much credence you give polygraph tests.
None. Polygraph, I mean, they're no longer used in a court of law. Can you imagine how many people are currently imprisoned who are innocent because of a polygraph test? But that's for a different show.
It is.
We will talk about that.
It is.
So after Travis took a second polygraph test and passed, he and Coral Lorenzen.
What was that?
Coral Lorenzen.
So do you have to be drunk? Do you have to be drunk to say the name, or can you try to do it sober?
Yes,
Coral Lorenzen.
I gotta say, you're the prettiest woman I've ever met that's named after a C structure.
Coral Lorenzen.
She was the co-founder of APRO with her husband.
Okay.
They decided that it was time to start doing interviews. Travis's first interview was with KOOL, Cool TV, on the show Face the State, hosted by Jim Ryerson and Chuck Diamond.
Face the State also sounds like a death penalty show, where you just line up and
It does. There's a lot of death penalty.
Welcome to Face the State. Today, it's like a version of the movie Running Man.
Yeah.
Face the State.
Now, I've read the transcript of the interview, and the interesting thing about Travis's account is, as Henry said, 40 years later, it has remained the same from this very first interview.
It is very solid. It is a very solid story. He repeats it again and again. It's on the money every time. He doesn't embellish anything. It's really, because that's kind of the things, like Fire in the Sky kind of blew this up into something that it definitely was not. Like, it was, the abduction is way more what we talked about at the beginning. It's dumb and weird, but idiosyncratic. It's like a thing where obviously he has very specific memories.
Yeah, I mean, UFO abductions don't follow pacing and plot points. You know, they have to be stylized quite a bit. And Fire in the Sky, the alien abduction scenes, that's why you watch the movie, because the alien abduction scene at the end is amazing. It's one of the coolest alien abduction scenes ever filmed.
Yes, but also at the same time, remember, which is my full, it happens almost in a dreamlike state. I do again believe that we create 50% of the phenomenon. There's like, we're meeting these entities halfway with creating the way that we play, the way that they are sort of like allowed to come into the world and interact with us.
Well, you know, none of the 7 men have...
I did not laugh again.
Thank you.
No problem.
Well, none of the 7 men have ever changed their story or altered it in any way since they came out of the woods that night. This is what Tracy Torme, writer of the Fire in the Sky screenplay, had to say about the group, because she interviewed all of these guys.
Outside of Rogers and Walton, the other guys were extremely unimaginative, semi-literate, yet their stories hung together perfectly in minute detail more than 10 years later, even when I tried to trick them by saying things that were a little off.
But that did not stop the debunkers, specifically Philip Klass.
Well, really, her argument was that his argument.
Tracy Torme is a man. And the son of Mel Torme.
No kidding.
No.
Velvet Fog.
I love Mel Torme.
Yeah, also wrote a bunch of Star Trek Battlestar Galactica episodes.
No kidding.
Yeah. Tracy Torme, a force in science fiction.
So, but one of the main arguments is they're too dumb to lie.
Yes.
Some of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But that didn't stop the debunker, specifically Philip Klass. His campaign against Travis Walton began in an article he wrote in the newsletter for the National Investigators Committee on Aerial Phenomena, aka NICAP. He actually laid out a pretty good argument, even though almost half of it was written in all caps like he was screaming at the reader. But some readers didn't agree with Klass, and this will give you an idea of how these people speak to each other.
I would like to see a book written in all italics, just so I know the author's a little insecure.
Ooh. Now, this reader, named Donald L. Klein, wrote a rebuttal to the newsletter, issuing a 3-page point-by-point takedown of Klass's assertions. Now, this is how he ended the letter, and this is 100% real.
I submit. Philip J. Klass disproves himself every time he publishes the results of one of his quote-unquote investigations. It has been said before by one more illustrious than I, and it shall no doubt be said again as long as Klass continues to publish. Klass dismissed. P.S. I do not wish to be associated with an organization so indifferent to an in-depth investigation and fair reporting. Please consider my resignation as a member of NICAP as being effective immediately.
I love it. I can see the kids going down the alligator run as this guy sits sipping a pina colada in an inflatable pool, just wearing fun short shorts that have like Garfield on them.
I cannot wait to send my strongly worded letters with my letterhead. I'm going to have a full letterhead. I'm going to send typewritten letters denouncing people.
It must be written with at least 7 inches of water. You have to be somewhat submerged in order to really write these.
No, that's just one tiny example of the infighting between these people. MUFON, that's the Mutual UFO Network, actually compiled a 375-page dossier collecting dozens upon dozens of documents related to the Travis Walton case.
It is thick. We made it through I made it through 95 pages. I think I read of it.
I read a lot of it.
And it's a lot.
I read quite a bit of it. But there were the parts that I started skipping over. Some of the barbs thrown between GSW and APRO, like those were kind of fun. But the vast majority of the letters that I skimmed are between Klass and Mike Rogers, the best friend who was driving the truck that night and kind of became the spokesperson after Dwayne kind of lost interest a little bit. See, Mike was acting as the point man for all this, for what came to be known as, quote, the 9 test subjects, which was the name the 7 dudes and a couple of people from APRO gave themselves. For years, and I mean years, Klass berated these guys, writing letters, making phone calls, tracking them down, even after they moved and did not leave forwarding addresses. He came to their homes, all trying to get them to recant their story.
And this is the telling right here. This next bit about offering Steve Pierce, the youngest witness, who also took much umbrage with the fact that Travis Walton always described him as crying when the police came.
Yeah. He was 16. He was young. He was scared.
It's emotional, yeah.
Yeah, this guy, Klass, he offered Stephen Pierce $10,000 to go back on what he said.
But he didn't do it.
He didn't do it.
Wow.
He was going to do it.
He didn't do it.
He was going to do it, and then he didn't do it because he has honor.
Well, he's a logger. He's a logger. He's got a fucking backbone. He knows the only thing he can trust is fellow loggers and trees. And if you break that trust between another logger, you can't go back. Squirrels will attack you if you know that you've been ousted by a logger. Because actually that is what Mike actually said to him was that if you do this, you're out.
Uh-oh.
Like he said the terms "you're out," which is sad. We have here a piece of an interview from Stephen Pierce. This is 2015. Stephen Pierce never came out and spoke out loud about this. Travis Walton and Mike Rogers were doing this on their own. The other buddies kind of split, and they were like, well, we don't want to be involved with all of the UFO bullshit and UFO conference stuff. But he came out and finally did an interview in 2015.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it wasn't just harassment from Klass that did these guys in. Check out this interview.
I didn't leave Arizona because of Philip Klass. I didn't leave Texas because of Philip Klass. I left those places I left Arizona because I was tired of being harassed by everybody. I can't sleep at night. I stress all the time. I'm scared of the woods. I cannot sleep in the woods by myself. In my family, they do not believe me. That's what really hurts the most. My ex-wife used to tell me not to tell nobody because they thought I was nuts. You know, you can't don't be going to somebody's house and telling them the story because it's embarrassing. They think you're nuts. You know, I don't even believe she really believed the story.
But why was he sleeping in the woods alone?
Because he's camping.
That's
not an unreasonable thing.
Of course you can't sleep.
It's not a reasonable thing for a logger to do.
Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, in the
or
logging
any
bit,
sort of woodsy man.
Sleeping in the woods alone?
Yeah.
He looks trustworthy. I will say he has a trustworthy face.
What does this guy get out of after all these years coming back and talking about this shit? They're not making money. I think that's a big thing that they all say that, like, oh, these guys make so much money. You know, like, they get all these books. It's like, book deals, it's like the advance is not that much money. The money goes away fast. Then you have, like, especially because the book it's not like Communion, right? The book is out of print. I had to pay $45 to get the Walton Experience. Like, that is not, and that money's not going to him. It's going to used bookstores. The movie only made so much money. The money goes. This guy is just kind of sad.
It was very sad.
I don't know.
Yeah.
And this guy wasn't the only one. Another one of the guys, Ken Peterson, he was so scarred by the event in the aftermath, he actually left the Mormon church. He gave up his religion and moved to Mexico. And these guys weren't the only ones involved. Over the years, they brought in a whole new cast of characters. And one of them was this guy named Cleve Baxter, who was supposed to administer a new polygraph test at class's request.
Cleve is an underappreciated name.
I never heard the name Cleve before, but I do kind of like it.
But Cleve was Mike's guy, and class rejected him because he found out Cleve claimed that his polygraph test proved that plants have feelings and can tell when they're loved.
They can. And you know, when you mow the grass, that's actually that smell. It's not good. It's them crying. Yes. So you shouldn't mow your grass.
You have to mow your grass.
I understand, but grass is feeling that too.
You do have to mow your grass.
Sacrifices must be made. The idea, eggs have to be cracked to make omelets. Omelets have to be eaten by people getting breakfast.
Yeah. So Cleve is telling these guys they got to take a new polygraph test. Mike comes back, hey, I got Cleve. Class says this guy's no good. And Mike says, fuck you, we're not using anybody else. And so class says, never mind. And nothing was ever resolved between these guys. And fucking in class, he was still writing about this story 20 years later.
They need each other, though, and you get the feeling they really should just be friends.
Yeah. Yeah, but no, the fucking class has no true friends.
I see.
Yeah, class is like what? He's Mr. Wilson.
Yeah, they don't have
Wilson?
They don't have friends. They just have ex-wives.
Oh, and children playing around the yard that are mischievous.
What I will say is, so most of the time you read about all of these guys have ex-wives. No, they're all alone, except for Travis Walton. Travis Walton's still with his wife, Dana, and they were very madly in love. As a matter of fact, they bumped up from girlfriend to wife after the event.
Really?
Yeah. And Travis Walton married Mike Rogers' sister.
Bam!
Look at that.
And that's one of the things that's like super sad about Fire in the Sky. The epilogue to the movie, you know, every time they do a true story, there's always an epilogue.
Yeah.
The only thing they say about Mike Rogers is like, he got divorced.
That's
and
it,
then they said,
yes,
Travis Walton got married.
Look at that.
And that's it.
Well, at least it wasn't the same woman involved in both scenarios.
Especially since it was one of their sisters.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's a good
Hell yeah. That's called a logger. A logger's right. A logger has the right to fuck your sister, but you have to marry them.
I don't know if that's true, but...
No, really, I will give class a little bit of credit for bringing up a couple of questions concerning the story. Now, first of all, as we said before, Dwayne Walton was a UFO buff, and just before the abduction, ABC aired a TV movie called The UFO Incident, which told the story of Betty and Barney Hill, which our listeners are already familiar with.
Of course.
And coincidentally, if you'll remember, Betty and Barney Hill were also accused of taking their story from a TV show. In their case, it was an episode of The Outer Limits.
It's just, people just watch sci-fi, goddammit. They just watch sci-fi.
And also, perhaps, quote-unquote, coincidentally, the aliens described by Travis Walton sounded suspiciously similar to how the aliens were portrayed in the Betty and Barney movie. Even the way he described how the aliens blinked seemed to be taken straight from the program.
Well, now I think I'm on the side of class.
That's it? That's all it takes for you?
I heard they watched a movie about Betty and Barney Hill, and the aliens were the exact same.
But I don't know if they actually... I don't think that they showed them the aliens in the movie. I believe they just described them. So, yeah. Go fuck yourself.
All right.
I'm investigating.
Not yet. You haven't had you don't have your lanyard yet, so.
Well, God damn it!
The thing is about Class that I really don't agree with is his motivation that he says that all these guys had just doesn't add up. It's not a big enough motivation to go through all this trouble. Class's big sticking point is log related.
Of course, they're loggers.
Now, Class's contention was that the entire story was concocted so Mike Rogers could weasel out of the logging contract he and his men were working on during the abduction. That was the whole motivation.
They're weaseling out of contracts.
Beginning to end.
Yeah, but they were basically saying, but he would not have gotten the money anyway. It's not that much money. It was this weird ass thing about because he would have to pay a penalty fee for not finishing a job on time, which makes no sense because they wanted to say it was an act of God that this UFO showed up and they would play off this whole insurance scam, which is so complicated.
I did hear this Travis Walton guy forged some checks when he was 16, and I did also hear he was an intravenous drug user.
I want to clothesline you.
That's what I heard.
No, really, there are 4 possibilities here. 1, all this happened as a physical event, more or less how the guys say it did. 2, all this happened as a psychic or hallucinatory event, more or less how the men perceived it to be.
Yes.
3, it was a total hoax.
Uh-huh.
Or 4, it was a partial hoax that only a couple of them were in on. The partial hoax theory says that Mike Rogers and Travis Walton ordered a fake UFO from the back of a comic book and put on an expert-level light show with stunts just to avoid a penalty fee for extending their deadline.
Ooh, I want number 4 to be real.
Yeah, it would be one.
Yeah, it's the best
because
movie.
It shows that they just wanted to perform.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's definitely, but I don't know.
No. And you know what? As it is with every single one of these stories, we'll never know.
We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know.
We'll never know.
I know. I tell you what I do know.
What do you know?
I know.
What do you know?
I know. I just know. I just know. That's the story. That is the Travis Walton experience.
That is the fire in the sky. Yes, and my goodness, now I'm reminded I have to go rewatch that movie. That movie horrified me when I was a kid.
It has a bit of a slow start.
Oh, yeah.
But the acting is great. It's like every actor you like from the 90s is somehow in that movie.
Yep. It's great. Everyone from the TV show Wings.
Yes. I honestly do think that someone from Wings is on it. Henry Thomas from E.T., which is actually what a part of the reason why I was named Henry Thomas, except for the fact that I'm a junior. But my mom was always loved Henry Thomas, the actor.
Yep. Huh. Yeah, Henry Thomas from E.T. is in it. D.B. Cooper's in it.
Very cool.
D.B. Sweeney. Excuse me. D.B. Cooper
is a different kind of person.
That's a different person.
That's another mystery that we should get into at some point.
That's another big mystery.
That is. Yeah. Henry, so that's it. So that's the Fire in the Sky story. Unbelievable. Very educational. Very fun.
Yeah.
Henry, I wanted to ask your mother.
We've all learned a lot.
How excited is your mom for the new show called Young Sheldon, the spinoff from The Big Bang Theory?
Oh, my God. My mom must be just so excited. Be like, and to think, it's like when I looked at him, she'd be like, oh, I can't even believe he was ever a child. He seems such a little grown-up all the time. I can't wait to see his adventures. How did he get like this? And what? Oh, my God. I'm so curious. Henry Thomas, you're a pig.
Oh, my goodness. I love that your mother slowly becomes David Berkowitz.
Yes.
Well, we've got a lot of cool announcements.
Oh, my goodness. We have so much to talk about.
First of all, we have a new mailing address.
Uh-oh.
Finally set it up today. If you would like to send us anything through the mail, send it to The Last Podcast on the Left, P.O. Box 1870, Long Island City, New York, 11101. And we're going to pick it up.
We'll pick it up.
Yeah,
we'll pick it up.
Yeah, we've been without getting our apologies to everybody who got the stuff they sent to us returned. But you can send it out to us now, and we can get it. And we can't wait to see all the wonderful gifts. You guys are the fucking best. All the awesome things you guys make us. That's one of my favorite things about this show is just to see the creativity of our listeners.
I love it.
It's fucking great. I cannot wait to get the knives that dude with the dude with the dead man's eyes in Nashville.
Yeah.
Can't wait to get those knives.
Yeah, I want his knives.
Awesome. And also, we are proud to announce the lastpodcastnetwork.com. It's official, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
It is the lastpodcastnetwork.com. You can go watch all the shows that you've loved from the past.
Listen.
Yes, listen or watch. Stare at your TV or
Stare at the sound
stare
waves.
Stare at the sound waves and watch it as well. But listen to all the shows that you've come to know us for here on the Now Last Podcast Network.
Yep, we've got all the same shows that we always have. But yeah, we're just starting on something new. We've got a lot of new shows coming up in the next few weeks. We've got a new show from Roundtable favorites Reed Failer and Andrew Short. We've got a Spanish language Latin American horror podcast called Escuela Sangre.
Yes.
And if you
It's gonna be sweet.
If you say, I have no idea what they're saying, but you know, if you speak Spanish, it's there.
I'm going to listen to it just so when I go to Mexico, everyone knows to be terrified of me, because the only stories I'll have are ones about murder.
Yeah, this has been a very big effort for us. This is what we've been working on for the last couple months. We're shifting everything over to Last Podcast Network. We got a new website, lastpodcastnetwork.com. I think it's going to be fun for all your sundries.
Yeah, that's it. And we were number 4 on comedy on iTunes, so go to iTunes. Let's get to number 1. We've gotten to number 2, but you know, these huge corporations come in and they basically buy it.
Yeah.
So let's get to number 1, everyone. Thank you all so much for your support. And Last Podcast Network, Abe Lincoln's Top Hat for everything.